expression and his bedclothes stretched across his beautiful body was as hard as seeing him in the soft lights of nighttime, over dinner, at a party with a gentle touch I couldn't walk away from.
"Just once,"
he whispered in my ear at the tail end of a dinner with hospital administrators.
"I'll just make you come."
We were at Bob Abramson's penthouse on the Upper East Side, an inappropriate and somehow arousing place to flood my underwear. I was a mess of frustrated desire, but I shook my head and sipped my wine. He ran his fingers along the back of my neck and down my shoulder as if he thought he could wear me down. He didn't know who he was dealing with. Tina was on my left. Over dessert, she leaned into me. "Is now all right?" "Now is great." Tina stood and clicked her teaspoon against her water glass. "Ladies and gentlemen, doctors, paper pushers," laughter. "As you know, we've done an exhaustive search for someone to head up the military division of our mental health unit. I'm proud to announce that from a field of highly qualified candidates, we've convinced Dr. Grayson Fraser to join us." Applause. Caden took his hands off me to join them. Tina spouted my qualifications, but Caden held my attention because, for a flash, I may have imagined he wasn't half a man. He was fully himself. And when he looked at me, he did so with a deep admiration that was more than the sum of two broken parts, a synthesis of everything he was, everything I married and everything I loved. Then it was gone. Many of the patients I had in private practice could move to the hospital practice. Some were referred to other providers. Some didn't need me anymore. The phase-out would be gradual for my practice, but hard on my schedule. I'd have to work weekends and nights. Caden was in his office. I hadn't seen the dominant side of him in a week, but there he was, in a jacket and open shirt, slashing open an envelope with a confidence that was code for fuckable. The ace bandage was off his wrist.
"The realtor came by today,"
he said, before blowing into the envelope.
"If the house had a leg, she would have humped it."
He opened the paper inside and tossed it in the correct pile. I leaned on the arm of a chair. The second-to-last envelope was on top of a big express mail envelope. Slash, blow, open, toss. He picked up the express mail envelope and he ripped the tab.
"The question is..."
He took out a smaller white envelope.
"When am I getting inside you again, Gray? How much longer?"
"I don't know.
"I've done everything you asked."
I'm not trying to bribe you into doing what I want. I'm trying to protect you from yourself. Literally."
"I know you're not sleeping with him. You know how I know?"
He flipped the envelope around. The front had the Army seal on it.
"You haven't been satisfied in a week and a half. When I touch you, your body hums, you lean into me. Your breath gets quicker and blood flows to your cheeks. You want it so bad I'm starting to think refusing me is your way of getting control."
He poised the opener at the edge of the envelope, tucking it under the flap.
"Look at you now. You're wet."
I was hard and raw and aching for him. I didn't know how much longer I wanted to stay away. Every part of me longed for every part of him. I watched his hands on the letter opener as he placed it on the desk. I remembered the way he put those fingers inside me, the way they tasted in my mouth, the way they squeezed the pain out of my skin.
"Open your legs,"
he said, then blew into the envelope with a mouth that kissed and sucked and bit. I hadn't walked into the office to release my pent-up desire, but I found myself resting on the arm of the chair, setting my feet apart, hungry for his approval. Like this? He put the envelope down and stood in front of me with his crotch at eye level.
"Like that."
He put a hand on my jaw, and I leaned into the caress.
"Grayson, I don't feel much, but without you I feel nothing. You're the only thing keeping me human."
His thumb ran over my lower lip, and without thinking, I opened my mouth to suck on it. My body obeyed a part of my mind running on fumes and heat.
"I've lost everything. My family, my house, my sanity. I'm drawing a line around us and we're staying inside it. Outside the wire is madness."
I let his thumb go, and he drew a wet line across my cheek as I looked up at him. What about that moment convinced me it was time to stop withholding? Was it the sweet scent of coffee beans? The low timbre of his voice? The promise that his humanity breathed because of me? Or was it his eyes, blue as the noon sky when the rest of the world lived in twilight? All of it. The package. All the traits that gave me pleasure stood over me, and right then, my body didn't give a shit about anything else. It's us, Captain. You and me.
And him.
There is no him. He bent over and put his nose to mine.
As long as you're having orgasms I don't remember, there's a him.
I give myself one every night thinking of you. Our lips were kiss-close, brushing against each other when I spoke. Our wedding night. I hadn't seen you in months. You spread my legs like you owned me. Remembering that moment, I shuddered.
I do own you.
He put his hand up my skirt and fingered past my underwear. I was engorged with suppressed needs. Take what's yours. Hooking his fingers on the crotch of my underwear, he pulled them off. He kissed me and picked me up before he got on his knees with my legs wrapped around his waist. Placing me on the floor, he ran his head along me and thrust in. I was so needy I nearly came, pushing into him as if I could force him through me. 3 thrusts, and he was buried inside me. He put his hands on my shoulders, putting his weight on them so he could hold me down and hold himself up at the same time, pumping his hips to mine. Immobilized, legs spread for him, I didn't need pain when I was this fully dominated. Every muscle submitted to him, relaxing into pleasure.
Give it to me.
His words were hard breaths.
Come, it's mine. Give it.
Take it, I croaked before going rigid under him. I bent around the orgasm, twisting and crying as he held me still. At the height, my limbs went slack and my legs bounced with his thrusts.
Stay still.
He came with an exhale. His hand slid off my shoulders and he rested on top of me, his orgasm going on as he drove deeper. Thank you, I said when he picked his head up to kiss me.
Sun's almost down.
He was correct. The sky was turning deep orange at the horizon. I don't want a fight. He looked me in the eye. I was afraid he'd want to get scrappy all over again, leave a trail of evidence behind to prove his ownership of me. I feared we'd gotten nowhere, and I'd just succumb to my desires out of weakness.
Let's put everything in its place then,
he said, getting up. He held his hand out to me, and I took it. We got dressed as if my parents were pulling into the driveway. I was leaning on the chair again when he tucked in his shirt.
Thank you, Grayson.
My pleasure. As the sun disappeared, he picked up the envelope and blew into it, changing with a breath. Every day, it was amazing how fast it happened, how subtly and how definitively. He stood still with the envelope in one hand as he steadied himself with the other. Welcome back, I said, turning on the lamp.
Hi, how are you?
Fine. I walked to the standing lamp and turned on that one, too. Busy?
What did we decide?
He opened the letter.
About Hawaii.
Had we been talking about the vacation? Maybe. I distinctly remembered putting him off, but the Damon side had his own way of being tenacious. He had a pit bull's tenacity and a dachshund's bite. How about Christmas break? He read the letter and tossed it in a pile.
Sounds good.
I snapped my head around so hard I thought I'd break. He was out the door with his back to me. He stood straight and tall, with an arrogant hauteur a man can acquire when he's beautiful and brilliant. What did you say? He went upstairs with a deliberate, precise footfall on each step. I didn't chase him. Instead, I picked up the letter. My eyes blurred, and my hand shook as if my body wanted to defend me against what was on that paper. United States Army, report for duty, immediate deployment, rank of 04 pay grade, major. I knew it, I hissed, dropping to my knees. You fuckers! My voice got louder. I knew you'd do this. I yelled upward to the blue-eyed sky. Caden! I called him again, letting the vowels run to every corner and crowd there until he came to me. Not sweet, misguided, impulsive Damon who would get crushed in the military. Caden came. The surgeon looked down at me with his emotions signed, sealed, and sent away. I called as if he was still far away. Caden! The last sound ended in a sob, and still he stood over me.
Why are you shouting?
They can't.
Oh, but they can. And they have.
I leaned on his legs, letting my tears fall on his trousers. We have to fight it. Finally, he got down on his knees with me.
Grayson.
He took my hands, and we looked together at where we touched, at the glimmering gem his love had broken away and purchased.
I can handle it.
No, you can't. It broke you. They broke you, and they're going to keep breaking you.
I have to pack, Gray. I leave tomorrow.
And if we tell them, if we explain, if we tell them about Damon...
He's gone.
They don't want you like this. Do you understand?
I do understand, Major.
He caressed my cheek.
They want me exactly like this.
His eyes were distant and cool, yet there was compassion in them. The sky was the same color no matter who cried under it. I can't. I was barely coherent through my blubbering. I couldn't lose him. Not again. Not ever. I can't do this. I can't do it.
Hush.
I won't. I won't. He shook his head and looked me in the eye with unimpeachable steadiness, taking my face in his hands to share his balance.
It's time to stop crying.
No, I whispered, laying my hands over his.
Wipe your tears.
He spoke with kindness.
It's time to grow up.
I won't let this happen to you.
I love you, Grayson. I love you more than I love anything. But this isn't about what you want.
My husband walked out and back up the stairs with deliberate, almost surgical precision. Part 6, Chapter 46, New York, March 2007. Before he left, he made sure I was set. Here was the property tax bill. Anthony would pay it when he paid the utilities. Here was the water filter system. It needed to be changed in 6 weeks. He'd have called Franco to do it, but the number was on the... You can't go. We were in the laundry room. Its base functionality seemed absurd against the backdrop of my husband going to war. How dare the washing machine be white when this was happening? Fuck you, dryer, for being half an inch higher. The basket of clothespins was a slap in the face, and the steady hush of the water heater was a mockery. Caden looked green in the fluorescent light, and his eyes were flat gray. He looked as if he were dead already.
I knew I could get called.
You were tricked. He smiled ruefully. Even green, he was beautiful. Too brilliant to be conned, too loyal to go back on a promise. He put his hands on my shoulders and slid them down to my biceps.
I'm going to be fine. They're giving me a nice bonus.
Because I care about money. The smile went from rueful to pleased, and I had to admit he'd been more himself in the past day than he'd been since his alter ego had appeared. Did you tell them about Damon?
I took a battery of tests.
They'd never send you if they knew.
As soon as I read that letter, as soon as he read it, he crawled back into the hole he came from.
He's gone?
Are you going to miss him?
He teased. Are you?
If I deploy, he's staying gone.
He gathered my hands in his.
I won't miss the little chicken shit.
He's the cowardly side of you. He got close to my face and put up his finger.
I don't have a cowardly side.
The way he looked at me, I could kind of believe it. He was so strong, so clear, so commanding, even with a part of him stuffed into a dark bag. If I hadn't known better, I would have forgotten to worry about him. I would have overlooked the broken pieces for the sake of seeing the man in front of me. We all have a coward in us.
You don't?
I do. She's scared of heights and spiders, and she's so scared of losing you. He took my chin and pointed it up to face him.
I see that look on your face, Major.
What look, Major? I had to smile at our equal footing.
You are not to walk into the AMED recruiter.
I was going to stay in the military for life anyway. It's easy for me. We can get a dual deployment. They'll station us together.
Maybe. Or they can put us half a world apart.
It's a risk, but I'm willing to take it.
I'm not willing.
He put my hands against his chest.
You're going to run the PTSD unit of Mount Sinai Hospital. You're going to do what you were meant to do with your life. Help people after they get back. All you do on active duty is manage to get a revolving door of soldiers' honorable discharges. They'd come back fucked up with no one to help them because you're on the other side of the wall.
I looked away from him at the way our hands wove together against his chest. You think a lot of me.
The world needs you.
What about you? Do you need me? He unwove our fingers and put his arms around me, squeezing me so tightly it hurt.
I need you,
he said, with his mouth pressed to my scalp, inhaling the scent of my panic.
I need you safe. I need you here. I'm a selfish and greedy man. I need you to stay here and do your work so I can keep it together. You're the only thing in this world saving me from going insane.
What if he comes back?
He won't.
He will.
Well, then they'll send me home in disgrace. Maybe he'll buy a Maserati to make it up to you.
He pulled away enough to meet my gaze.
But if you're deployed, you won't be here to make him sell the Ferrari first.
He smiled with me, brushing a ribbon of hair off my cheek. I'm going to drive it when you're gone.
Drive it now.
He closed the panel door of the water filtration unit.
It's got a lot of kick.
You're almost back to your old self.
I think he needed a shock to the system. He's terrified of going back, and when the letter came, he wanted no part of it. War is his limit.
You were forced to face your worst fear. I saw his sharp glance behind me, to the false safe. The door was closed, but behind it was the bottle room and a darkness that had its own density. He looked back at me, his stare hard and locked, as if he wanted to make sure I was there.
Definitely the worst,
he said, grabbing me and pulling me to him.
I can handle anything now.
He kissed me, and I moved with him as he pressed his growing erection against me. We have about 24 hours. Can we spend 20 of them fucking?
What are we wasting those 4 hours on?
Sleep? He picked me up. I wrapped my legs around his waist.
You'll sleep when you're dead.
We kissed as he carried me, clanking and banging ankles and elbows, kissing between ows and ouches, laughing all the way up the stairs. We wound up rolling on the carpet between the back door and the door to my office, peeling off as much of our clothing as we needed to get his dick inside me. I braced each foot against an opposing wall as he pushed into me until he hit the end, and with another thrust he found my limit but kept pushing. Yes, it hurt. And yes, he knew it. He did it again, and while he was buried deep, he yanked up my shirt and bra.
I'm going to miss these tits,
he growled, right before getting his mouth under one and sucking the skin, closing his teeth against the flesh in a long, painful bite. I fisted his hair, pulling his mouth against me, begging for the hurt. He bit and sucked, thrusting hard and slow, rotating his hips when he was rooted in me. I love you, I cried when I was close. Caden, I love you. In response, he bit me harder, and I came right into the pain.
Chapter 47. Grayson passed out at 1 a.m. after I'd bathed her, laid her on the clean sheets, and taken another of her orgasms. She was sore. I could taste the raw skin when I licked her cunt, sharp with open nerve endings and the threat of blood. But I couldn't sleep for the allotted 4 hours. There was too much to do. As I went about preparing the house for my absence and making Grayson's world as easy as possible without me, I felt as right as I had in a while. At least as right as I'd felt since Damon had ruptured my mind. He was in the corners again, but I knew what he was now. He was my fear. He'd always been there, and when I faced him, he went away. My relief didn't last. Neither did my control. Damon fled at the thought of war and danger, but something else had been born. It didn't hum in the white noise. It was a hard buzz, like the approach of hornets. I told myself it was just Damon and I had him in hand, but it wasn't. I knew it, and I decided not to know it at the same time. I went back into the laundry room to check on the circuit breakers. I'd be gone a couple of summers. The HVAC unit that had been installed while Grayson was still deployed was newer than the electrical box. With a roll of tape around my wrist and a felt-tip pen behind my ear, I opened the metal panel. The black switches were labeled with masking tape in my father's handwriting, and since the new unit had been installed, many of them were wrong. I knew which was which and had never bothered correcting them. I'd talk her out of selling the house for now. I wanted her to have a place to live in or sell if something happened to me. I'd picture the idea that since I wasn't here, there was no need to worry about me getting triggered by the fucking moldings or whatever she thought had prompted my split. We could sell when I got back. Peeling off the first swatch of masking tape, I realized how neat my father's writing had been. He'd made a lie of the cliché about doctors having sloppy handwriting. He'd made a lie out of a lot of expectations. I ripped off a piece of tape and put it by the switch. My edge was straight but ragged from the tear. My father had used scissors, of course, and when I wrote dining room on the tape and it was a mess, I realized he'd written the label while it was still flat on the roll. I peeled it off and started over. New York, 1981. 2 pairs of scissors, my favorite t-shirt, my most recent algebra test, 3 pages torn from an old Hustler magazine. The shirt was still crisply black and the 3 digitally styled symbols, one for each band member and the police, were still alarm clock red. It was laid out on the shiny dining room table without a wrinkle. My algebra test was lined up parallel to the edge of the table. The Hustler nudes were spread above that, pages creased, with corners curling and the pinkest parts faded with age. Dad sat at the head of the table. When I saw my mother kneeling at his feet, I dropped my bag. It was open. A pencil rolled out. "How old are you, Caden?" my father asked, as if he'd ever forget the day the mess was born. 11, sir." I tried to make eye contact with Mom, but she was bent toward the Persian carpet. "Come here." I stepped toward him, close enough to hear my mother's ragged breaths, and with the new angle I could see that he held the end of a belt. The other end was looped around Mommy's neck. "Describe what's on this table." I took my gaze away from my mother and looked at the table. 2 pairs of scissors, my Ghost in the Machine shirt, my algebra test. 3 more on the test, please. Finish the job. Mom coughed. I started to sweat. He wanted me to be specific, and I needed to pay attention. "It's from last week, Wednesday. There's an 86 in red at the top, and under it is the word good in script with an exclamation point. The magazine..." "You're not finished with the test. What's in the left corner?" "Your signature, sir?" Mom gasped. I couldn't look. I couldn't watch him making the belt tighter, and I knew he wanted me to keep my eyes on the table. "Did I make that signature?" "No, sir." "Who did?" "I did, sir." "Why did you do that? And be honest, please. I don't want this to be harder than it has to be." "I thought you'd get mad that it was a low grade." "I would get mad. I didn't fight for you to be in 8th grade math so you could get 14% of the questions wrong, did I?" "No, sir." "And what about the magazine? Where would an 11-year-old boy get pictures like that?"
"Brian Muldoon's brother?" Brian was Irish. He had 6 brothers and sisters. The Hustler was a 3rd-generation hand-me-down.
"All the Irish do is fuck and have babies, Caden. Don't forget it."
"Yes, sir."
"Can you tell me what you think you're looking at?"
If I hadn't been sweating before, I was when he asked me to study the photos. "A motorcycle?" Mom heaved a breath. I was shaking. "A naked lady on a motorcycle."
"What's she doing?"
"Showing her... thing."
He yanked Mom up to her knees, her hands clutched the belt, and her eyes tried to tell me everything was all right. Your mother was hiding these with the test when I came home. Do you think she'd bother hiding a meaningless thing? No? Yes? I don't know. Don't know what? The real name? He must have wanted me to not call it a thing. Pussy? No. He denied my answer, but it satisfied him enough to let Mom back to the floor. These things have names. I swallowed, but my mother didn't make a sound. Her silence was for me. I was old enough to know that, but too young to forgive her for it. Vulva? Louder, like a man. Labia minora. Better. Labia majora. Tears streamed down my face, but I spoke clearly around the sobs. Urethral meatus, clitoris, vestibule, introitus. Very good. You're qualified for a career in gynecology. Now, you have 2 pairs of scissors. One is for fabric, one is for paper. Cutting paper with fabric scissors dulls them. Paper scissors cut fabric inefficiently. You use the right tool for the right job. When you're done, your mother will start dinner. I picked up the heavy fabric scissors and sliced my favorite shirt in half. After I'd shredded it to rags, I switched scissors and started on the test. Last, I cut up the motorcycles and the women on them, hoping he wouldn't notice that I'd left their delicate parts intact. I couldn't bear to slice those. It hurt to think about. When I was finished, I was sent into the bottle room until Mom finished making dinner.
Chapter 48. I kept walking around the house. I'd seen him off to a week of training in Fort Bragg, after which he'd be sent to Iraq as part of the troop search. He'd kissed me at JFK, and I'd breathed him deeply, smelling fresh coffee grounds and the laundry detergent we'd washed his uniform in. The taste of my pussy was faint on his tongue, but once he brushed his teeth and showered, I'd be erased from his body despite his claims of a marital vascular infection. Vitamin G. He'd said a lot of things in our last day together, and I believed he'd meant every word. When I stopped overthinking everything, in the nether state where wakefulness won't leave and sleep won't come, I knew they were all true. He and I were bound together by something more than shared history and compatible pheromones. I knew him. My instincts felt his presence in the world. He'd meant what he'd said. But he was torn apart, pulled away from his feelings, his passions, his doubts. Damon had been forced back into the bag along with half of what I loved about him. And his feelings for me. They were locked away even if he said they weren't. I was a feeling he knew he was supposed to have, a love he believed he had but didn't understand. Without him in it, the brownstone was a fancy hotel. I smelled him in the sheets, in the shirts hanging in the closet. His love was in the furniture choices in my office, soaked in the linens, in the things I liked that he'd left for me in the refrigerator. But soon, those things would be gone. I walked the house in the dark, exploring closets and corners built in 1821 and saturated with the aches and triumphs of the 5 families that had owned it. In an unused room on the top floor, a window seat held a stash of old New York Times from World War I. The brown paper flaked to the touch, and the pictures were muddled, grainy blobs inside rectangles. I tried to read them, but without the exhausting detachment I showed at work, I couldn't concentrate. There was no point, anyway. Different time, different war, different soldier. I threw the papers back and wandered again, looking for answers to questions I couldn't articulate. Loneliness and loss weren't wandered away. I ended up in the bottle room. It was bare, flat, concrete down to the corners. I shut off the light and closed the door. The darkness was complete, heavy, thick. It partnered with the silence to press against the senses. Feeling for the wall, I leaned against it, crouching to the floor. Nothing to see, hear, taste, smell. I touched the cold floor to get a sense of my space and reality. The compulsion to leave was so strong I sucked in a breath and stood without willing myself to. That deep breath, coming after the smell of nothing, brought a new scent, so faint it would have disappeared in any other room. Copper. Iron. Meat. An operating room without the sting of cleansers. Blood. It was blood. I turned on the light and inspected the floor. It was spotless. Eventually, I gave up and went back into the laundry room where I smelled nothing but fabric softener and dust. He was landing in Fort Bragg, and I was desperately worried. "Look," the AMED recruiter said. I'd finally called. It was the same guy who'd signed him the first time. "Anyone who's been on a previous deployment gets a battery of psych testing. If he passes, he goes." "What tests? Specifically?" "The full suite, plus an extended interview. We missed nothing. If he had PTSD, we would have caught it." "Are you sure?" "Trust us. We've done this before." And that was that. Caden was going to do what he did, and the Army would do what it did. It was out of my hands. Soon after I hung up and went upstairs, the phone rang. It was our first night apart. Had Damon punctured the curtain that detached the doctor from the man? Had he freaked out? Was the call from command telling me to come get this unsoldierly mess? I ran down the stairs like a woman on fire. "Honey," my mother. "Mom? Why didn't you tell me?" I stared into the sink. It was bone dry. "I don't know." I knew, but it was too awful a reason. I hadn't wanted to tell her I'd lost. My battle to not be like her had been won only briefly. In the end, my husband had gone away and left me home to worry and wait. "Your father says it'll be fine." My father's brusque voice came on the line. "He's a doctor. He's not getting shot at." "I'm not worried about him dying, Dad." I regretted saying that before I was done with the sentence. They'd ask me what I was worried about. Thankfully, my father had a point to make that superseded mine. "Besides," he continued, as if I hadn't said anything, "it's not like it was. Now it's all tactical strikes. It's not as messy." Sure. A clean war. Because if a foreign army came down Main Street, USA, in an orderly fashion, everyone would be calm and the battles would be bloodless. "He'll be fine." I leaned over the counter, flicking a grain of sugar off the marble. With a click, my mom got on the other line. "You should come stay with us." "She has an important job now, Louise." "Then I can go there." Mom sounded as if she'd tried to make this point a few dozen times. "I'm fine," I said. "Really. Maybe I'll come out for a weekend." "Bring your brother," Dad huffed. "Charles," my mother said. "I'd like to speak to my daughter." "About what?" I smiled and rubbed my eyes. My persistence had been handed down in my genes. "Woman talk." Dad grunted and hung up the phone. "Mom, I'm fine." "I know you are. I'm not worried about you. I'm never worried about you. It's Caden. You always said he was a civilian in uniform." I bristled. I was allowed to say and think that, but I didn't want to hear it from anyone else. "He's more than qualified, and if you'd seen him in Fallujah, you'd know that." "Yes, I understand." I could almost hear her smile, and I knew why. I was being unreasonably defensive, and she knew it. I sounded like a loyal army wife, which I'd become in spite of all my efforts. "But yeah, I'm having a hard time." "Come home for a weekend," she said. "We can talk."
Chapter 49. Baghdad, April 2007. Baghdad was different from Balad, and much the same as I remembered from Grayson's injury 3 years before. The facilities were permanent. I had a room, not a trailer. The docks shared a personal computer with spotty, expensive Wi-Fi. I'd been inserted into an established unit as a replacement, and I hadn't even met my new CO before I heard the first of 2 Blackhawks drop onto the landing pad. The buzz dispersed like hornets in a high wind. And suddenly, I knew what I was doing. A butter bar who went by the unexplained nickname Toady was showing me around when I heard the thup of rotors. I must have snapped to attention like a man waking up from sleep. "It's all right," he said. "We're staffed. I want to see triage." 8 at once. IED. The madness and noise of triage had an orderly pattern. Toady fell away into his own job as I entered into mine, following the last injured man. He was gurgling. Color was bad. "St. John 61J. I gave the medic the code for general surgeon. "What do we have?" "IED, fucking mess, chest wound, lungs filling up." She gave me his vitals as I opened his shirt. Fucking mess was right, but I'd managed worse in poorer conditions. "Get him prepped for the OR." "Hey, what are you doing here?" Male voice from behind. I turned, white guy in scrubs, 6'3", bald head, shaped like a wedge. I stuck out my hand. "Cap, Major St. John, I'm your new GS." He shook. "Captain Quinn, ortho. Call me Boner. Glad to have you. Scrub in is 3rd on the right." As I walked down the hall, Boner called, "6 tonight." I turned and walked backward. He continued, "The roof. Thursday is beer day." I gave him the thumbs up. I pushed into the scrub room. 3 surgeons were getting their blues on over their clothes. The 4th was in the process of stripping off a blood-soaked uniform. When she saw me, she paused, clearly unashamed of her mismatched bra and panties. "You must be the new 61J, she said, hands on the curve of her hips, ignoring the nurse who held out a gown for her. She was daring me to look at her body, so I didn't. I stayed focused on her ochre eyes. "St. John, Caden." She held her hands out for the gown. "I hope you live longer than the guy you're replacing." She turned around to give the nurse access to the back of the gown. "Lieutenant Cash," a female nurse introduced herself. "Call me Aretha. Sink's here." She quickly showed me the layout of the room and I got to work. I tried not to think about how the last guy had exited his job. If I died in Iraq, Grayson would find a way to bring me back to life so she could personally kill me. Thinking about her raging doggedness, I couldn't help but smile. Even with thousands of miles between us, her tenacity made me strong. I felt good working on that first chest wound. In control. Sane. Mostly. I knew sanity was a slippery concept, but Damon was gone, replaced by a buzz I didn't know well enough to fear. I didn't have time to attribute it to the pace of the work or even pure necessity. I only had time to get pieces of metal from a guy's lungs. "Need help?" Female voice. I looked up. It was the half-naked woman from the changing room. "Almost done." "How's his love muscle?" I must have reacted because she smiled under her mask. "His heart." "Little Nick right here," I pointed. "We got it in time." "Good find." She met my gaze over the table. "Those are some pretty eyes you have there." "Thanks." I put my attention back on the patient. "Got them from my father." "He must be a handsome guy." "He was an asshole, if that matters." To my relief, she walked away without answering. The docs had set up chairs in front of the rooftop stairway structure. A thick layer of clouds hung over the sky. At Boner's feet sat a specimen cooler full of half-warm beer cans. A doc with a flat top and a diamond earring on the left handed me a can. "This is Captain Jackson," Boner said. "Call me Stoneface." "Thanks." I took the can of Miller Lite and shook his hand. "Major McDonald over here. He's a fucking star." As I shook the hand of the man with curly red hair and boyish cheeks, McDonald said, "Agent Orange, and I'm no star." "You guys and the names." I cracked the can and tried to catch the foam before it made a mess. Without warning, the air was filled with a plaintive voice singing in Arabic. It came from a thin stone tower that rose above the rest of the city. The voice hopped from octave to octave, calling all Muslims in earshot to prayer. "You get used to it." Another white guy with an all-American haircut and clean cheeks transferred his O'Douls to his left hand so he could hold his right out to me. "I'm Timothy Eberhart." "Let me guess yours," I said as I shook. "Boy Scout?" "Good guess, but it's Heartland." "Nice one. Who gives these out, so I can avoid them?" "Harpy," Boner said. "Our CO." "Harpy?" "Colonel DeLeon," Jackson said. "She's all right. You'll like her." I think I met her in the OR. I wasn't shocked or dismayed that a woman was running the unit. I wasn't concerned with what she was, but who she was. "Smart mouth?" Heartland asked. "Light brown hair with eyes to match? Body like a—" Agent Orange stopped himself and sipped his beer. "Yeah, that's her." "A real firecracker," Heartland said. "She'd get along great with my wife," I offered. "Same set of brass balls." I loved Grayson's balls, and truth be told, I loved bragging about them. "Where's she holding the fort down from?" "New York." "Civilian?" "Resigned her commission last year," I answered. "But she's from a long line of military, so she gets it. Her father was in the 101st Airborne. Plane jumper." "Bad ass." Stoneface tipped his beer in respect. "Mine's military too. She's nearly snapped my neck between her thighs a few times. Probably because you eat pussy like a dog lapping a bowl of water," Boner said. "What do you know about pussy, cocksucker? Spread your legs and I'll show you." We all laughed at the final insult. Boner and Stoneface tapped their cans and drank. The singing stopped, leaving the whipping wind to fill the soundscape. It was there. The buzzing. The new thing. I heard it in the white noise, breathing in my ear like an angry parent. Not weak, like Damon, but strong and chaotic. Unfocused. Wordless. Without intention. But there. I didn't have Grayson's willing body to keep me together, and I wasn't convinced that was a good thing. Damon hadn't wanted to hurt her, and I'd used his fear and distaste to frighten him away. This new thing wanted her pain like a thirsty man wanted water. Damon was gone, but I was still broken in two. Disappointment became resentment. I walked away to suppress it. These guys didn't need to see me all wound up. But as I got to the edge of the roof, a hand locked painfully onto my bicep. It was Stoneface. I understood then where he'd gotten his name. "We stay on this side of the stairs." He pointed at the concrete structure, then out at the tower where the voice was being projected from. "They have snipers in the minaret." From there, they could have picked me off like a duck in a shooting range. Shoot out the star for a prize. I was less than human and more valuable for it. I joined them in the circle of chairs. On cue, after prayers ended, the bombs started in the distance. I remembered the sound of mortar fire all too well. So did the thing I wouldn't call by name. "Ah, shit." Agent Orange took his beer from his lips. We peered out from behind the structure at the plumes of smoke. "The Blackthorn guys were talking about a convoy out that way," Boner said. Blackthorn. They were known for military contracting, not medical research. My blood chilled at the mention of the name anyway. "Who's on the medevac?" Stoneface dropped his half-full beer back into the cooler. "Catapult," Agent Orange looked at me. "The 61Js go out when the field surgeons are short." "And they're always short," Heartland added. "Better get down there." The thing disappeared at the thought of going into the red zone, leaving nothing but fearless clarity. It wasn't afraid. It was satisfied. Fucking Grayson hard was the way to get rid of Damon. This new thing craved danger.
Chapter 50. April 2007. Caden wasn't the only one with professional detachment. My work at the hospital went on as planned. When people asked about him, I told them he was deployed. I told them I was proud of him. And I was. He'd ripped himself apart to keep his promises. Who wouldn't have stood in awe over such a thing? I'll be in California Monday of next week, I told Leslie Yarrow. With a phone call and a credit card, I turned Damon's Hawaii trip into a flight to San Diego. I was going to mention this at the end, she said, rubbing her hands together as if she was nervous. I've been stop-lossed. Oh, I was surprised. Troops seeking mental health care weren't usually sent back. When are you leaving? Tomorrow morning. Are you going to be all right? Yeah, I really think I am. I have this. I feel like I can shut a lot of this off now. She was the last patient of the day, and it was my second week without Caden. We'd had an unsatisfying call from Fort Bragg. He'd be in Iraq now. I missed him. The last months had been stressful. Damon's appearance had thrown me, and the months before that, with the unexpectedly rough sex and the more unexpected reason for it, had been a slow crawl of emotional tightness that unwound just as slowly without the day-to-day chaos. In the unwinding, my own feelings were freed. Disappointment unraveled to reveal anxiety, which dissolved into a puddle of worry that boiled with anger that steamed into sadness before soaking into resentment. With the coil of emotions unwound, I was left with a deconstruction of everything that overlaid the only thing that mattered. Caden. Me. The love that bound us together wasn't connected to the skein I'd built around it. It stood discreet. It was at the heart of every decision I was about to make. As an officer, Caden was allowed a cell phone, but the service was spotty and he had it off so often I never got through. When Yarrow told me she'd been stop-lossed despite her issues, I had to talk to him. His voice would take this spinning feeling and pin it down. I started the calls in the afternoon. The AMED recruiter gave me his stateside unit contact, and from there, I knew enough of the right things to say to get me a number to the Baghdad cash office. After midnight, when the sun was rising over Iraq's capital, I sat at the edge of our bed and punched the numbers in the night table phone. He's off base, the nurse said after he'd looked at the chart. I'm sorry? Probably be back in a few hours. Wait, Lieutenant, hold up. He's outside the wire. Yes, ma'am. Is he in the red zone? Everything outside the green is red, ma'am. I had to stop myself from asking why he'd gone, or if it was the first time. I thanked him and hung up. He sent me an email with Skype names. I was sure any emotion that weakened him was still locked away, but I was glad that hadn't affected his sense of humor. According to the email, the docs had chipped in to share an old computer and prohibitively expensive and totally crap Wi-Fi. I needed to dial in at 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on Wednesday. The connection was terrible. It dropped 3 times before I heard him.
Gray?
His voice came over the speaker. The screen was black with a little red phone in the center and a slash through a video icon. I saw myself in the little rectangle on the lower left. I can't see you.
The camera on this thing doesn't work. I can see you. You look beautiful.
I patted an errant length of hair. I'd become a connoisseur of my husband's vocal inflections. He sounded like himself. Mostly. Not like Damon, but not without a certain edge. You look like a little red camera with a slash through it.
New uniforms?
Sense of humor intact. How are you? I tried to call and the nurse at the desk said you were off base.
It's different now, and Baghdad is different. We're in a permanent building, not trailers.
He was changing the subject. Where did you go off base?
Not far.
I was embarrassed I'd asked the question. He wasn't allowed to give me any locations, and I was asking what any self-respecting army wife knew not to. I'm just worried.
You think I went to a brothel?
You wouldn't do that unless you wanted me to fly there and start burning shit down.
You could put an end to the entire war.
All you have to do is cheat on me.
This war's going to go on a long time then.
Yeah. I swallowed and tried not to think about it. Have you heard from Damon?
No. Can you tuck your hair behind your ear? I want to see your throat.
My neck tingled from the attention. I pulled my hair away, watching myself in the little box as I showed him the pale length of my throat.
Pull up your shirt.
Naively, I hadn't prepared mentally or physically for Skype sex. I pulled the hem of my t-shirt up over my bra.
Your tits, Gray.
He sounded like a teacher I'd handed the wrong assignment. I pulled the sports bra over my breasts, showing my hard nipples to the little box that was my mirror and the black screen that was his window.
Yes, I want to mark those too.
Where?
Underneath.
I ran my hand over my nipples to the soft skin underneath. Here?
There. I'd bite you until you screamed.
I pinched a bit of skin and twisted it, cringing when it hurt, then pushing myself to twist harder. He didn't speak until I whimpered.
Stop. Show me.
I pulled my shirt and bra off in one motion and stood for the camera. The red mark was angry and raw. It wasn't finished, either. It was going to blossom into a nasty bruise. He sucked air through his teeth. The idea of him jerking off to my pain was arousing and sickening at the same time, with the arousal being fed by the aversion.
Pants off. Everything off.
I slid my pajama pants and underwear down, stepping out of them as he said,
Show me. Open your legs and show me.
I angled the screen down so that when I sat with my feet on the desk and my legs spread, the little box in the corner centered around the space between my legs. I'm so turned on, I said, sliding my hand into my seam. And I can't even see you.
I'd bite inside those thighs and make you stay still for it,
he said with a rumbling depth.
I'd bring you to the edge and give you enough pain to pull you back. Then start over until you begged for me to finish you.
You'd do it like this? I tugged on a pinch of flesh inside my thigh, squeezing and twisting until it hurt, then doing it harder.
Leave a mark,
he said, and I twisted into exquisite agony. The leash frayed, but held. It hurts, I groaned as the pit bull bucked against her restraints.
Like that. Come like that.
Deaf inside my own experience, I didn't hear him come. I only heard his sigh at the end. I threw my head over the back of the chair and moved my hands away. Ow.
That's going to leave a bruise?
I bent as far as I could to see between my legs. Yeah, no bikinis for me. Slowly, I lowered my legs off the desk.
I want to watch you get dressed.
I pulled my shirt down, grimacing when I touched the spot I'd bruised under my breast.
That's mine. Think of me when it hurts.
Do you have any more time?
5 minutes.
What's it like? Your day? Just talk to me. I wonder what you're doing all the time.
The surge isn't the same as Fallujah when we were there. Casualties are spread out. We haven't had anything like those 8 days.
I hear the red zone is constant guerrilla warfare.
Yeah, less of a front line. More of a huge, very shitty neighborhood.
And you're safe in the green zone. I smoothed my clothes over my body.
It's like a regular neighborhood and I'm some asshole doing my job.
When I called, they said you were outside the wire.
It's different here, baby. You have nothing to worry about.
The bruise between my legs shot through with pain when I sat in the chair again. It would get worse before it got better. And that seemed exactly right. Surprise! At 9:30 at night, 2 days after I'd bruised myself for Caden, Colin stood at my doorstep with a droll smile and a suitcase at his feet. My mother pushed past him with her arms out, and Dad came right behind her until I was crushed in a hug. What are you guys doing here?
Your mother.
I said I was coming with him or without him. Mom picked up her suitcase, but Dad shot Colin a look until his son took the hard-sided case. I got out of the way and let the three of them in. "It's a bit of a mess. I can't believe you came." "You sounded so sad," Mom said. "I couldn't wait until you came to us."
This is quite a place,"
Dad said, letting himself into the living room. He was checking out the furniture and woodwork. "Priceless, apparently. I haven't set up the guest rooms, but—"
"We can get a hotel,"
Mom said.
No.
"It's all right,"
Dad chimed in.
"The city's full of them."
"They haven't seen the prices," Colin said. "Yeah." I picked up the suitcase. "You're staying here. This house is huge, and honestly, it's wasted." My parents jumped at the opportunity to reduce waste. After a trip to the linen closet for sheets and towels, I settled them into the guest bedroom. With military efficiency, we made the bed and got the clothes in the drawers. My father closed the closet with a definitive click, and I took a deep breath. "I'm so glad you came."
"We're always there for you,"
he replied. I thought I had this, but now that you're here, it's like I didn't realize how much I wanted to be near people who understand."
"That was the thing your mother always had on base. A community. You don't have that luxury in the shitstorm city like this."
I'd always considered that community oppressive, but I'd only seen it from the point of view of a disaffected teenager.
"She would have died of loneliness without those magpies,"
Dad continued as we walked downstairs.
"But everywhere we went, there was a group of women who didn't look at her funny or exclude her."
"What are you telling her?"
Mom had made herself right at home in my kitchen. The teapot was warming, and she'd cut cheese slices I'd left in the fridge into bite-sized pieces. They were fanned out along the edges of a plate, a stack of crackers in the center. Little bowls of olives and pickles were set out on the island. Colin was tapping on his BlackBerry.
"I'm telling her you weren't miserable."
Dad slid onto a stool and popped an olive in his mouth.
"You might want to back me up."
She shook her head.
"I don't wish that life on you," she said to me.
"But it could have been worse. Cracker?" Nothing like being offered your own food in your own house. I took a cracker and put a piece of cheese on it.
"Have you spoken to him?"
Mom asked. "We had a Skype call."
"How is he?"
"Fine."
"Why the fuck did he go in again?"
Colin got right to the point once he'd put his BlackBerry down.
"I thought he was done."
He was. I pressed my fingers to the counter to get the crumbs up.
"So? What was he thinking?" "Colin,"
Dad scolded.
"Just because you don't understand a sense of duty doesn't mean it doesn't exist."
My brother rolled his eyes. My father wagged his finger twice. This was such an old argument between them that they could get into it and out of it without actually having it. "What are you guys going to do while you're here? You going full tourist or just hanging out?"
"Whatever's easy for you."
"No," Colin interrupted.
"Why, Gray? You won't answer me when I ask you, so maybe you'll answer in front of Mom and Dad. Why did he sign on again?"
Our parents would try to deflect, but the question would remain. In Colin, the family tenacity had manifested in curiosity. I'd have to address it at some point. "He did it for me," I said, glancing at my mother, who was frozen with a pickle halfway to her mouth. "I wanted him to take part in something, and he had to be in the reserves to do it."
"Something?"
Colin raised an eyebrow. He knew about day Caden and night Caden. Was he being intentionally thick, or was I being too cryptic? "I told you he had PTSD, Colin."
"Ah."
Everything must have clicked for him because he picked up his BlackBerry again. Dad held up his hand.
Wait.
"He's fine. He had to be in the reserve system for the treatment, and he got called. End of story." As if to punctuate my reluctance to speak further on it, the teapot whistled.
"Well,"
Mom said, turning down the heat.
"He's a good man. I worried about you with men."
"Mom, I'm deeply offended. I didn't have a ton of boyfriends."
2 words,
Colin said.
Scott Veerhoven.
"Hey," Dad snapped.
We don't mention that name.
What? Why? All three of them started talking at once. Colin called for Jesus Christ. Dad cursed. Mom tisked.
That boy.
Mom shook her head, pouring tea for Dad.
Douchebag,
Colin mumbled. My brother had been at UCLA the same time as me, though he hadn't been in ROTC. I shrugged. Everyone dates a douchebag at some point.
When he called you a dyke in front of your entire patrol,
Colin said,
and all his friends thought it was hilarious.
There's nothing wrong with being gay, I said, taking my teacup. I'd gotten a haircut, and yeah, there was nothing wrong with being gay, but he'd meant it as an insult, and it had hurt my feelings. He was supposed to be my boyfriend.
And the diving board?
Colin went to pick up his BlackBerry again, but just flicked it across the counter.
Asshole.
Platform. It was the platform. Los Angeles, May 1994. The night Scott called me a dyke was my 20th birthday. My patrol had told him to shut the fuck up. Even Nancy, who was indeed a lesbian, told him to go pound sand up his ass or she'd do it herself. He left in a huff. At midnight, I slipped away to find him. The gate to the high dive was open. He was a star and had the key so he could start practice at 4:30 in the morning. His body landed in the water like a knife, a dark blade against a darker backdrop. "Hey," I said from the edge of the pool as he surfaced. "Sorry about Nancy." I shouldn't have apologized for my friend. She was wonderful. He was an asshole. But I was newly 20 and continually insecure.
She knows I can't do anything to her.
He bowed his back and went underwater. The muscles of his back were molded in the moonlight, shaped like the surface of the water. We'd only made out and done some groping in the 6 weeks we'd been dating. He acted as if he'd put all this work into grooming me and gotten nothing in return. I should have dumped him. He was beautiful to look at, but he never made an attempt to be a nice person. I stayed with him because I liked the way other girls looked at me when we were together. The ROTC uniform made me look like a dumpy asexual. Having those sexed, free, powerful young women look at me as if I could be one of them made me feel sexed, free, and powerful too. Scott got out of the water. Compared to most of the country, Los Angeles nights were warm in May, but his nipples were hard and his pecs were pulled into tight mounds.
"You coming in?"
he asked, taking stock of my body in modest civilian clothes. "I can't dive." I couldn't swim well either, and I wasn't great with heights. He shrugged and headed for the ladder, his shoulder blades sharp wedges under his skin, wet shorts falling just below his waist to reveal a perfectly formed Adonis belt. Beauty aside, he challenged me by climbing up that ladder. I kicked off my shoes and stuffed my socks in them. I didn't have to dive if I didn't want to, right? I peeled off my jeans, folded them, and put them on a chair with my jacket.
"Come on, then."
He was past the lower platform already. In my underwear and t-shirt, I went up the ladder.
"I remember the look on his father's face,"
Dad said in my kitchen 14 years later, smiling with the inner satisfaction that comes with reliving a great memory. "When?" I asked. He and Mom exchanged a glance. Scott's father had blamed me for the fall, complaining to the dean that since I wasn't on the diving team, I had no business by the pool at all. Dad shrugged.
You got any sugar for this tea?"
"It's right in front of you." "When did you meet Scott's father?" Mom tapped her foot.
"Might as well tell her." "Yeah, Dad,"
Colin said.
"Well,"
he stirred sugar into his tea.
"Jakey and I met up with him on this little street in the Palisades and had a talk with him."
"A talk?" Colin chuckled.
"These pussy Hollywood types spook easy."
He waved off the gravity of whatever it was he'd done.
"They see a rifle and start praying."
"What?"
"We just talked, Gray."
Colin waved it off. "You were there? You were barely 18.
"I had a driver's license."
Dad laughed.
He drove him off the road. Scared the hell out of us.
What?
I stayed in the car,
Colin protested from behind his cup.
I didn't get to put a rifle butt through his windows.
I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It was so outrageous I couldn't speak. Dad took that as permission to find humor in the story.
He was shaking so hard, I thought he was going to create his own weather pattern.
What did you say to him? I was stunned. I couldn't imagine that ending well.
Not a word. Jake just kept grunting at him. He's a funny kid. Laughed the whole way home.
Colin, my refined, intelligent brother, smirked at the violence.
They just broke his windows and his cell phone. Words would have been superfluous.
Jesus Christ, guys. He'd come a long way from going to the hospital with a rifle. Mom sipped her tea. You knew about this? Of course. Can you eat the cheese you took, please? I picked up my cheese, but stopped it on the way to my mouth. I don't know whether to yell at you guys or thank you.
Don't thank me,
Dad said.
You thanked me by graduating and getting a commission. If you want to yell, you're a grown woman. You can yell if you want.
I ate the cheese and chewed pensively, realizing I wished I had been there to smash Mr. Verhoeven's windows with an assault weapon, just to see his fear create a weather pattern. I'd never told my dad I was afraid of falling. He was in the 101st. It was his job to jump out of planes. I didn't want him to be disappointed in me. After hearing about the broken car windows, I was even more glad. Who knew what he would have done if he'd had any idea how terrified I was of falling from a height? With Colin gone and my parents tucked in, I couldn't sleep. The memory of getting pushed off that 10-meter diving platform haunted me. I had been convinced I was going to die, and inside the conviction had been a clarity that expanded time. From the high platform, a diver spends about 1.42 seconds going straight down. The water had had a misleading, gentle turquoise glow from the underwater lights. The surface, I knew, would hit my body with the force of concrete if I landed flat. My neck would break. Near-death lucidity was a very real phenomena. It expanded time and mental capabilities. It allowed me to hold my breath. It gave me time to turn just enough to tuck my arms to my body and protect my neck so I only devastated my shoulder. I lived a full life in a second and a half. My terror of heights didn't come from the injuries. It came from the second and a half of clarity, feeling, seeing, hearing everything, elongating the string of time into an elastic band the exact length of the rest of my life. Near-death lucidity was my limit. A hard no. When Scott had half apologized at my hospital bedside, admitting to no more than clumsiness, I thought he'd had a change of heart. I hadn't realized my family had gone full military. Not that it would have mattered. I'd told Scott to go fuck himself. I hadn't trusted myself with men for a long time after that. I dated on my terms and had sex on my terms. The night Dad had admitted he'd facilitated the diver's exit from UCLA, I stared at the ceiling with my arms folded over my chest, listening to the soft, irregular hum of traffic and trying to feel remorse or guilt. I had none. Scott could still go fuck himself. I'd kept myself in complete control until Caden. I'd chosen wisely. He was worth my trust.
Chapter 51. Baghdad, April 2007. The first time I'd gone outside the wire in Fallujah, it had been a mess. I didn't talk about it, ever. I hadn't even told Grayson anything more than, everyone lived, no problems. After filling out the report, I'd shoved the incident into the back of my mind, where it died a quiet death so that I could live. My first trip out in Baghdad shut down the thing before the Black Hawk even got off the ground. We circled over a patch of road with the median blasted out. The injured was lifted onto deck, and I treated him. We went back to the green zone without touching the ground. The thing came back as soon as I got off the helicopter. Was it the idea of danger that ran it off the road? How shitty did it have to get before it gave me some space? I'd had a call with my wife that night. She'd done to herself what I needed to do to her. The thing was gone. That space in my mind was filled with Grayson, and it was strong. Colonel De Leon, no one called her Harpy or even Karen to her face, threw herself into the chair next to me. There were 2 adjacent desks in the tiny office, each with a beige computer we all used for notes, reports, and requisitions. "How you holding up, asshole eyes?" That apparently was my nickname. My father had been an asshole, they were his eyes, and bang. Nickname. Could have been worse. She'd called me pretty boy once, and I'd given her a look that made the buzz in my ears even louder. She knew enough about leadership to back off. I appreciated that. Not looking away from the computer I typed notes into, I answered, "Good." She tapped her password into the other machine. "Heard you were at Ballade for the first few days of Phantom Fury." "Yeah." 8 days straight. More like 7 3/4. "Impressive, not a big deal. You speak Arabic, too?" "I understand enough. My wife speaks it." Mentioning Grayson was completely unnecessary, yet critical. We worked for a few minutes, then she twisted her chair to face me and crossed her legs. "Why'd you resign your commission?" "Personal reasons." "It seemed strange," she said, blowing right by my answer. "Because you're really good at this. You belong here." Finished, I logged out and turned to her. "I'll take that as a compliment." "It is." "Thank you." "You don't like me much, do you?" "Are you here to be liked?" "Hell no." She smiled and crossed her arms to match her legs. "It's not about you learning about me. It's about me learning about you. A lot of guys take issue working under a woman, and I need to know where you stand on that." "I'm fine with it." "I know. You all are. But some of you have a little voice inside you that's bothered by it, and it's my job." Her voice got very feminine and seductive. "To tease out that tiny voice, little by little, so I can crush it." She said crush with a growl and a clenched fist. I laughed. I couldn't help it, and neither could she. "My little voice has been crushed," I said, holding up my hands. "Trust me." Her eyes fell on my wedding ring, then on my asshole eyes. Women flirted with me. I knew it when I saw it, but I wasn't particularly good at it. When I made an innuendo or expressed a desire, it was because I planned to follow through. Promising sex without the intention of delivering it was a waste of everyone's time. I was sure I hadn't given De Leon reason to believe I was interested in flirting or fucking. She'd seen my ring. I'd seen the fact that she didn't have one. Not that it mattered. Married people fucked around all the time. Just not me. But I had a problem. I was back to square one with a new thing. It was in the sounds and the shadows, in the midnight chanting from the minaret and the muffled voices behind doors. It buzzed. It wasn't frightened away. It was satisfied away, like a noisy cat being scratched behind the ear. It was quieted by danger, surgery, and Grayson's pain. Danger came when it did, and surgery was regular but unplannable. Without Grayson's body, I didn't know how to stifle the presence. Without access to her pain, I couldn't placate it. "Eyes!" Heartland ran up behind me as I checked the charts. He refused the word asshole like a vegetarian refused meat. "9 line, boners and OR. I'll go." As the Black Hawk lifted upward, inertia tried to pull my stomach downward. I usually took this as a sign of my discomfort in the air, but with the reappearance of the thing came the slippery shaft I pushed my emotions into. fear went right into the locked box. We arrived over a rocky, dry riverbed in 4 minutes. "Ah, shit," the pilot said in my headset. I looked down, something I would have struggled to do without my personal emotional sponge, and took in the scene. An overturned truck, 2 stopped but upright, a plume of smoke, a perimeter of men on their stomachs protecting the center, a man waving a sign for sniper fire, 2 men crouched over another lying on his back. The pool of blood enclosed him in a huge black comma. They weren't military. "We can't land under fire," the co-pilot Gangrene said in my headset. "That's a lot of blood," I replied. "Fucking contractors," the paramedic grumbled. "He's going to die," I said, turning to make eye contact with the medics, then the pilot and co-pilot. "Fuck," the pilot barked. "Are we in or not?" "I'm in." If the doc answered first, it was easier for the other guys to agree, and I knew they wanted to. They chimed in their agreement, the contractor-hating paramedic consenting last. The Black Hawk whipped around and swooped down. Trapped in a speeding tin can, hurtling into sniper fire with the angry thing boiled into adrenaline, I'd never felt so free.
Chapter 52. It was 8:30 in the morning in Baghdad when I called. Army lunchtime.
Corporal Lorben, how can I help you?
I'm looking for Dr. St. John. This is his wife.
He's not here. Do you want to leave a message?
No, I did not want to leave a message. I wanted to hear my husband's voice. When is he on duty?
I think he's on his way back from a medevac.
What? No, that's not possible. Not right. Not allowed. Stop acting surprised. My hope that his last trip out had been a one-time deal got shot out of the sky.
Ma'am?
Let him know I called. It's not an emergency. If sleep wasn't happening, I could at least go to my office and get work done. On the way down, I heard my father making his night noises. Huffs of fear, startled jumps. As I passed, he made the that could go on for minutes. The PTSD never left him, but he'd never admitted he had it. Mom had stopped nagging him years ago. Don't let Caden become like Dad. I hurried downstairs, banishing the thought. Keeping busy was the trick. I packed up the files of the patients I'd referred out and the ones moving to the hospital practice. Decisions are made before they're made. The seeds are planted and watered, growing invisibly under the surface until the sprouts show, and even then, with those first 2 spear-shaped leaves, we can't identify the fruit they'll bear. But a seed had been planted. I just couldn't see it in the noise of daily life. I had bills to pay, a business to wind down, a dream job to ramp up, and patients who needed care. As I went through the files, I noticed where they'd come from. Some of my first military clients had come from Jen, but even more had come from Ronan. I'd stacked the files in order of where they were going, but I restacked them according to where they'd come from, then I looked at the names. I knew them. I knew their problems, their struggles, and the details of their PTSD. I wrote down the names of those who had described feelings of dissociation. Most were mild and had shown improvement. One had gotten worse, but he'd been stop-lossed 2 weeks before and I couldn't check on him. Weird. They weren't supposed to stop-loss troops with PTSD. Maybe Caden hadn't been an exception. But in a way, Caden was part of a larger pattern. All of the dissociative cases had come from Ronan.
Coincidence,
Ronan said casually. His body was turned to the side and his legs were stretched out while his elbow rested on the table as if he wanted to be fully present but also needed to be able to leave the coffee shop quickly. Were any of them getting the same treatment as Caden?
You know I can't tell you that.
How did you expect me to help these people if they weren't forthcoming about what other treatments they were receiving?
Nothing you prescribed interfered with what we were doing.
He was such a baldly self-involved ass that I didn't have an immediate reply, which gave him room to wedge in more excuses.
Overall, did your PTSD patients have a normal ratio of disorders or not?
The problem is that they all came from you. He shrugged.
Your sample is too small to determine that I'm the problem here.
He turned his body around to face me fully.
What we're doing is important work, and it's safe work. It's for us, for the country, and for the life of every soldier in the field.
You going to vomit Stars and Stripes now?
You're looking for a reason your husband broke. The fact is, there is no reason. It just is. Some people break, some crack, some are fine. Look at you.
He put his hand out as if presenting me on a silver platter.
You're fine.
Was I fine? Maybe. I slept. I ate. I loved. After the carnival where I'd stared down a fear of mortar fire, I didn't jump at whistles or booms. My mind had snapped back like a new rubber band. I hadn't identified any triggers that changed my mood or caused a sharp negative reaction. So, I was fine. I was the end of a long line of soldiers. I had been born for this. I want you to send me back.
Excuse me?
Blackthorn's contracting security in Iraq. I want to go back. Hire me.
Wait.
He shook his head. A psych on staff can reduce your liability when your teams come back with PTSD.
We have no liability.
I wasn't ready to blame Ronan or Blackthorn for my husband's condition. It had started before the treatment, and it had gotten better under it. But he'd been sent away because of them, and they owed me. Hire me.
It doesn't work like that.
Tell me how it works and make it happen.
Why don't you just sign on for another commission?
Because they'll put me where they want me. I could end up in Korea. Blackthorn will put me near my husband.
I always thought you were crazy.
He stood and placed his hands flat on the table so he could lean close to me.
You're still gorgeous, but you're still out of your goddamn mind.
I'll get on a plane to Jordan right now and walk to Baghdad. If I have to do that, Ronan, if I have to go as a free agent, I'm talking to every left-wing contractor-hating journalist who will listen.
About what, exactly?
All I have to do is make them curious about what you're doing here. They already hate you because of Abu Ghraib. Hire me. Station me where I want to go, and you'll have your NDA. He stood straight and buttoned his jacket.
It's been great catching up.
I'm not exactly walking across Jordan. I whipped a pair of thick cargo pants out of the drawer. That was just a manner of speaking. Dad sat in the bedroom chair.
You have no idea what you're doing.
No one does until they do it.
I mean those clothes. It's in the 80s in Baghdad. You want to sweat your skin off?
Oh, right. I pulled a pile of underpants out of my drawer and threw them on the bed. I'll wear my gym shorts and a rib tank. Should I bother with a bra?
You were always a wise ass.
It's a defense mechanism. I rolled up the pants and tucked them into a corner of my duffel bag.
Defends you from listening to common sense.
I'm uncommon. From my dresser, I picked up a small photo in a silver frame. Caden and I in our wedding gear, tux and white gown on the beach in San Diego, faces full of sand. We'd stopped in the middle of the photo shoot to build a sand castle. I make uncommon decisions and do uncommon things.
Like show up in the green zone to see your husband.
I'm devoted. I put the picture back. Baghdad wasn't the place for sand castles and wedding gowns. What can I say? The front doorbell rang. I leaned out into the hall and called down the stairs. Ma, can you get that?
All right.
Dad continued as if uninterrupted.
How do you think he's going to react to you going there?
My mouth tightened into a wry smile, and I shrugged, picking up a hoodie and rolling it into a log. He's going to be pissed.
Why's that make you smile?
I don't know. I jammed the hoodie in the bag and reached into my underwear drawer. Maybe because if I was a boy and I traveled over the surface of the earth for a woman, you'd give me the same advice, but you'd be proud I took some initiative.
That is not true.
It is true. I love you, but you never understood me. I never acted the way you thought a girl should.
No, I mean, I am proud of you. I can be proud of the decisions you want to make and think they're stupid at the same time. You want him back? You have access to all the channels you need right here. You tell them he's got PTSD and they'll put him on a plane so fast it'll give you whiplash.
And the divorce will come right after.
Better divorced than dead.
Yeah. No. I zipped the bag. You have those in the wrong order. Grayson. Mom stood in the bedroom doorway and handed me a manila envelope. There was no address, just my name printed onto a sticky white label and a red stamp. Confidential. Once I took it, she started wringing her hands. They still deliver death notices personally, Ma. I tore open the envelope. I know. The cover letter slid off before I could read it, revealing the first page of a contract. Non-disclosure agreement between Blackthorn Solutions, Incorporated, the company, and Dr. Grayson Fraser, the independent contractor. Yes! I threw my arms in the air, but my parents didn't share my enthusiasm. My family worked hard to talk me out of it, but they tried to talk me out of everything I'd ever wanted. Military service? Too restrictive for my personality. Med school? Too expensive. Voluntary deployment? Too dangerous. Everything except marrying Caden. I'd stopped holding their objections against them long ago. They loved me, and they'd always tried to talk me out of things that made them proud. Everything would be fine. The thought of taking this problem into my hands outweighed their opposition by a few metric tons. I had work to do, and that made me happy. The gray dot turned green, and the red camera with the slash through it disappeared. I thought the thing was broken and I was going to have to reconnect, but it wasn't. His face. He took my breath away. I think I gasped. I was sure a high-pitched sound escaped my lips. I covered my mouth. I must have looked shocked or displeased because he ran his fingers through his hair and I took mine off my mouth to touch the screen. It prickled with electricity, smooth and cool to the touch. Nothing like him. He was rough and warm. If I could have run my hands over the t-shirt that clung to him, his skin and muscles would have yielded only so much, and the dog tags that dangled over his chest would have clinked softly when they moved.
Are you all right?
The sound was a split second behind the movement of his lips. I forgot.
Forgot what? Are you sick? What happened?
When I got close to the screen, he broke into tiny points of light. His skin color was pale yellow from the monitor. He'd lost weight. I preferred a little scruff on his cheeks to the clean-shaven, boyish look. His hair was too short, and the webcam stole the sky from his eyes. I forgot what you looked like. I must have been clenching my fist the entire time he was away. Muscles I'd learned about in anatomy, but never used, uncoiled and melted into warm relief. The morning I'd woken up from the nightmare that I was marrying the wrong man, I'd felt the same release. Everything would be all right, as long as Caden was with me. The relief didn't come from my lungs or from my heart, but from cell and tissue. This was the man. He was mine. He was imprinted onto my neurons, triggering a hum and flash in my brain when the planes and angles of his face appeared. He was beautiful. His smile was the answer to questions I hadn't even thought to ask, and the response was always yes. I was more sure than ever that I was doing the right thing, and in that whirl of optimism, I forgot that we were separate people. I let go of all my plans to tell gentle half-truths or guide him through my maze of intentions. "I'm coming," I shouted, imagining his skin under my fingers, his voice, his scent, his presence with mine. I could barely contain myself. "I'm coming." He blinked, tilted his head a little. The muscles around his left eye tightened.
I didn't even start.
The English language had really fucked it up by making homonyms of an orgasm and an arrival. I'm coming to Baghdad.
When? For how long?
I knew he was calculating how long he'd need to get an R&R request in. I was about to free him from that, but he got more words in first.
You just started the new job. It's not going to look good if you take a vacation right away.
It's not a vacation,
I'm really confused here, Gray.
I got another job, with Blackthorn. I'm heading out to you. I should have expected that to go poorly, but the sight of his face had sent me over the side of the road.
I'm sorry.
He tried to make some kind of sense out of what I'd said.
You lost me.
I'm working on a deal with Mount Sinai. It was really the plan they wanted. Anyone can implement it.
Anyone can implement it?
It's connect the dots. I'm not special.
Like fuck you aren't.
I rubbed the sweat from my palms. All my arousal and excitement curdled into sour clusters.
What are you thinking? What's going on in your mind?
I miss you. Those 3 words took up the bottom line. I was worried about him. I wanted to check on him. I was the only one he trusted, and I needed to be there if something went wrong with the dissociation, but the last words on the matter were longing and desire. I missed him. It's going to be all right. I'm not providing security, just tending to the mental health of the contractors.
Let me get this straight.
He leaned on his elbows, getting his beautiful face closer to the camera. Since my camera was on top of my screen, he couldn't see when I touched the bottom of it to caress his glass chin.
Ronan hired you as a private contractor because Blackthorn gives a shit about the mental health of their security guys?
It's single site inside the green zone.
You expect me to believe he came to you with this and you left a job you've been working to get for months to take it?
Yes.
No.
He leaned back, and his body slid away until my fingers touched the glass of his stomach.
No.
You think I'm lying? Typical defense mechanism. Assume the worst. Force them to say no. Say they're sorry. Backpedal just a little.
Yes, I do.
Caden didn't take the bait. I hadn't married him because he was easily manipulated. Great. Thanks.
First, you're lying to yourself.
I wish I'd never sent you that webcam.
Dane's wife sent one first. Yours hasn't gotten here yet, and that's another lie.
You don't want me to come.
No fucking shit, baby.
You don't think I can handle myself? He slapped his hands on the table.
Why is everything a fucking pissing match with you?
Don't cry, Major Fraser. What?
You can handle yourself, okay? If there's a person in the world who can handle herself, it's you. But admit it to me, your husband, that you want to be here because you never wanted to leave the army in the first place.
Don't you fucking cry. That's not why.
But it's true.
It's true, but it's not why.
So you sold your soul to a company of douchebags to pretend you're a soldier again.
Fuck you.
No, fuck you. Admit it.
You're wrong.
Admit you sold your soul to a mercenary organization
No.
with zero accountability.
Wrong. My denial was barely a breath. It was a river in Egypt.
Admit it.
Slapping my hands on the desk, I shouted, I sold my soul to you, you fucking asshole. He fell back, slouching and staring past the camera into some middle distance inside himself. What did he see there? Guilt. He harbored it for things he hadn't done and fed it meals of things he'd never intended. Caden.
Yeah, I don't know what to do.
There's nothing to do. I'm coming. I sold my soul to you because I love you. I need you. I can't live without you. He rubbed his forehead and looked toward the window. The light washed out his features.
It's not safe here.
I know.
The contractors, they're not protected. Not accountable and not protected.
It's going to be fine.
When they die, there's no official count. Blackthorn doesn't release numbers.
Caden, it'll be all right. I'm not going out on security details. I'm just in some kind of office. They got me a house with a gate to live in. He huffed a derisive laugh, as if his wire trumped my gate.
I shouldn't have done this,
he said, more to himself than me.
I should have just learned to live with it.
He was talking about the experimental Sue-Who's and the shots I was becoming more and more suspicious of. Are you living with it now? The question was rhetorical. I expected him to say no. Then I'd tell him it was worth it. He'd be mollified. I'd be soothed. We would continue normally. Maybe have a little fake sex. But he didn't say no.
Yeah.
he said into the light from the window before looking back at the camera.
It's like it was. I can feel something's off. But I know what it is now. It's manageable.
Manageable. Human beings were capable of selecting memories to suit their attitudes about present circumstances. We forgot the pain of childbirth to have more babies. We leaned over the toilet, swearing we'd never drink again, then said thank you when offered a fresh glass of wine. You almost killed me, I said, trying to state a fact rather than make an accusation. You were in a constantly paranoid state that was pretty justified.
I was managing. It's not worth this mess.
We're going to be together. That's not a mess.
It's a mess, Grayson. We're a mess.
I jolted, gulping breath, trying to think through the overfiring synapses. By defining our marriage as an unacceptable result instead of a difficult evolution, he'd broken through a limit I hadn't known I had. Don't say that.
I'm sorry, you don't have to like it, but it's the truth. We had something great and we fucked it up.
No! We still have something great. We're not past tense. We are a now. We are a future. We're happiness and hope, goddammit, and I won't let you talk like this. The lips I'd been so happy to see pressed into a tight line. They lost their fullness, their generosity consumed in doubt.
I love you, Grayson.
I know you do.
This isn't about loving you.
I know that too, but you're still wrong.
I want you to stay home.
This isn't about what you want either. I'll see you soon. On the other side of the world, there was a knock at the door.
I have to go.
Okay.
Don't come, I mean it.
I know you do. The door behind him cracked open, and a bald white guy peered. He smiled at me, and when Caden turned to him, he jerked his head as if to tell my husband his presence was required. We said our goodbyes and cut the connection. The red camera with the line through it appeared again. Nothing Caden had said had dissuaded me. I was more determined than ever to be with him. Some forms of madness felt more lucid than sanity.
Chapter 53. The contractor we'd picked out of a giant comma of blood was in the ICU. Walter Benedict's chart put him at 33 from Tucson. He'd needed 2 gallons of blood to replace what had been lost from his femoral artery. Agent Orange had managed to save his leg and his life. He was good, that guy. "How are you doing?" I asked him. "Feel like shit, sir." He didn't have to call me sir, but the fact that he did told me a lot. "You lost a lot of blood." I sat by his bed. "Your body's busy making more." "They're going to send me home, do you think?" His eyes were red-rimmed over dark circles. If he had been military, he'd have gone to Germany, then home. But he wasn't military. "I have no idea how it works for you guys, but you made it. That's a good thing." "Sure." "What was your rank when you were enlisted?" "Made it to staff sergeant, but the money... shit." Contractors were well paid. He probably made twice as much running security details as he had when he was a soldier. Since Blackthorn was a private company, they could provide as much medical care to the wounded as they wanted. The VA was inadequate, but Blackthorn, again, could do what they wanted, be it too much or too little. "You'll be on your feet in no time." "Thanks, Doc, for coming to get me. You didn't have to land under fire." "Thank the pilot." Sure. His eyes fluttered, half-closed. "Get some rest." He obeyed almost instantly. I didn't want my wife here, not as a soldier, especially not as a Blackthorn contractor. I did the rest of the rounds with my job on the perimeter of my mind and Grayson at the center. She wouldn't be talked out of it. I hadn't married a pliable woman. The very things I loved about her were the things that made her difficult to keep. She wouldn't come if she wasn't allowed, but I had no power over that. She wouldn't come if I convinced her it would make the situation worse, or if she was needed at home, or if I wasn't here. Bells rang in the back of my mind. She won't come if I'm not here. When I knocked gently on Colonel DeLeon's door, The buzz of the thing got lower and denser, as if it knew I was trying to get out of harm's way. Its presence had increased steadily since my last medevac, growing into an infuriating distraction. I needed to make it to my next Skype with Grayson. A long-distance pain play would put the thing away, sleeping like a guest crashing on the couch after Thanksgiving dinner. DeLeon's office was tiny with gray plaster walls, metal filing cabinets, and a window with white paint on the glass. She had her elbow on the desk and her fingers threaded in her hair as she hunched over paperwork. "Yeah?" She didn't look up. "I need to talk to you." "Close the door." She sat back and indicated the black office chair in front of the desk. The upholstery was ripped on the right armrest and the edge of the seat. I took off my hat and sat. "What can I do for you, Dr. St. John?" "No asshole eyes. You look too serious for fucking around right now." "I appreciate that. Good." I didn't want to ask her or anyone for anything when I had no leverage. When I'd taken too long to speak, she said, "I don't bite." "I need leave." I didn't sound like I'd blurted it out, but I had. Leaning forward on the desk, she folded her hands in front of her. "Why?" "It's personal." "Yeah, I know, but I get to ask. That's how it works." She did, and I knew I'd have to answer. My wife signed on with Blackthorn. DeLeon stayed stock still except for two fingers she tapped together twice, then arched an eyebrow as she asked, "And?" "And it's a bad idea. I need to go home." "To talk her out of it?" "Yes." "I thought you were going to tell me she was pregnant." "We don't get leave for that." She smiled slyly. I was a grown man and she was an open book. The first page read, "I'd like to fuck you." "Why should I grant leave for that?" Emphasis on why, like what's in it for me. Would she sign leave papers if I agreed? And if I could confirm that, would keeping Grayson safe be worth destroying my marriage? No, not even close. We weren't there. The choice between life and death wasn't clear-cut enough to make that deal. "Because I'm asking." "You obviously know the rules. You haven't accrued enough time for leave. You don't have a medical emergency. Nobody died." On my last deployment, I worked 8 days on 5 hours sleep. I was pumped so full of amphetamines I was having oral hallucinations. It was my job and I did it. I've never asked for anything from the Army. I did what I had to. Now I have to do this. "How can you expect me to call your wife coming here an emergency when the Army sent you here? Sent me here? Thousands of us are doing our jobs. You're concerned, I get it, but it doesn't hold up." She was right. I'd have to think of something else. "Thanks," I said, standing. "Sorry I couldn't be more helpful." I had my hand on the doorknob when she called out, "Stop." I turned, hand still on the knob. "There's something," she said, hands flat on the desk, as if this was hard for her. "I can call in a favor to get you leave." "Okay." There was more. There had to be more. "But you have to do something for me." There it was. A deal. She stood and came around the desk. She was going to try to seduce me, and I was going to refuse her. "When you're a woman in this position," she said, "you have to deal with a lot of shit." "Such as?" I took my hand off the doorknob. "Such as my picture showing up in a Facebook group with the caption, 'Who'd like to fuck this one in the ass?' Or getting assaulted in OTS. I'll spare you the rest of the list, but the worst? The body they're all so hot for is high maintenance." She looked at my crotch and put her hands on her hips. "And what it needs is frowned on because not getting those needs taken care of isn't debilitating enough. No one says anything, but I know men and I know the fucking Army." She was going to touch me. I could sense it. I could use her body to stifle the humming madness, satisfy the thing. De Leon was attractive in all the right ways, except that she was wrong. I wouldn't have sex with her, not even to protect my wife. I'm not going to fuck you. A smile spread across her face, and it turned into a laugh. That's your loss. But I need something more practical. I need a procedure, and I can't miss a day of duty for it. I was so relieved I almost laughed myself. And you'll call in that favor? It'll get me leave? 100% chance of success. She went behind her desk, and I sat in the chair across.
Chapter 54. 4 black and white monitors. Caden in a small room. 4 angles. Frozen in a chair with the word paused over him. I thought, I don't want to see this, but I didn't say it.
Here was the problem,
Ronan said, with his arms braced against the countertop and his face lit by the 4 black and white monitors. He'd sat me down here after I'd checked in and filled out the forms.
He lied.
I exhaled the first N in no he didn't, but bit the rest back. Ronan glanced at me and twisted half his mouth into a wry grin.
He was the same about protecting you. It's cute.
He hit the space bar on the keyboard. The word paused went away. Caden sat still, and again I had to stop myself from canceling the whole endeavor. I didn't want to see this, but I had to. I didn't know why, but I had to see it. What did he lie about? On the screens, Caden bowed his head, the muscles of his back stretching and contracting as he breathed rhythmically.
He said he had no history of childhood abuse.
The man on the screen shook. I wanted to lay my hand between his shoulder blades. Maybe your question wasn't specific enough.
Sure.
Caden threw his body against the back of the chair, going rigid as he groaned in mental pain. The waveforms ran along the bottom of the screen with his lips as he said,
No, no, no.
His pain was all over his posture. The light vibrated with it. It wasn't like this for me.
The treatment opens doors, helps you face fears. You're not afraid of anything.
Caden shook his head vigorously. No, I am. I'm afraid of plenty.
Different people, different results. But for victims of abuse, it's more than we can handle here.
Was Caden crying? Oh, Jesus on a ladder, we were separated by space and time. I was powerless in the face of his hurt. Is this hard for you to watch, or is it just me?
You get used to it.
Why didn't you stop him? My hand hurt. I looked down. I was twisting my fingers like a skein of yarn.
We had no idea what this was. He gave one-word answers in his questionnaires. I thought he was reliving an experience in Iraq, but then he suddenly got very verbose in his surveys, told us about some room in his basement.
Was that 6 weeks ago? 6 weeks ago, Damon had done the Blackthorn appointment. Damon would have been verbose and forthcoming, where Caden would have finished his questionnaire with a scowl.
Right about then.
Ronan nodded. On the monitors, Caden's face was buried in his hands and he was weeping, but his back still expanded with the constant rhythm. He'd come to Blackthorn for me. I'd sold him on it. I'd done this. I'd forced him to dig up things he'd worked hard to forget. I owned every tear he'd shed in that room. Dr. Fraser, the psychiatrist, knew he had to dig them up. Grayson Fraser, the daughter of a vet hounded by unexplored trauma, knew the same. But Mrs. Grayson Fraser St. John had a burden of guilt. Why are you showing me this?
Because I can't show you the other subject who said they had no history of abuse.
I tapped the space bar and Caden froze. Who?
You're going to meet them in Baghdad.
Now that I'm bound by your NDA, let's talk about the patients you sent me. He leaned back on the counter and crossed his arms.
Let's do something even better. I'll send you the data.
Caden was covered by the word paused, but I knew that under it, he was being crushed by memories he'd never shared with me. I must have been looking at it too long.
You can get out of the contract, you know. You haven't been paid. You have an out clause.
Caden would be happy. My family would be relieved. I could go back to the hospital and manage the new program the way I'd pitched it. I tapped the space bar. Caden changed. He stood straight, gripping the arms of the chair, legs spread, mouth open in an angry roar. His eyes were on fire, and he was ready to spring at something only he could see. My heart stopped, then pounded. He knocked over the chair and lamp. He was terrifying. I'd never seen him angry, not that angry, not like an animal. Was this acceptable to me? And if not, how would going to Baghdad fix it? I couldn't bear it. I hit the space bar to stop it. Do you have a boss, Ronan, or are you running the entire thing?
I have lots of bosses, but they prefer it if contractors have one point of contact. That's me. In the Army, I'd never be more than a peon for someone, but this program's such a small part of this operation that I get to run it how I want. It's going to change everything.
Everything? Gently, he started the video again. Caden lowered himself to the floor, bowed on his knees, hands in his hair. I wanted to touch the glass to comfort him, but that man was weeks ago and thousands of miles away.
The way we go to war,
Ronan said.
The way we use people. Imagine soldiers coming home with their trauma completely processed. They'd get off the plane mentally clear, maybe healthier than when they left. All this from a few hours in a dark room? That changes everything.
He turned to watch the video with me.
I know we give each other a hard time, but I consider you a friend, so I'm going to give you some friendly advice.
I had a snappy retort about unsolicited advice rarely being friendly, but Caden's anguish slowed. Maybe with the Soo-hoos I couldn't hear but knew were there. Maybe on his own. He picked up his head, leaving his palms on his face, then lowered them as if he was being borne out of his hands. I'm listening. Ronan could give me all the friendly advice he wanted. My mind was made up. Caden needed me.
Call his CO directly. Tell him about the dissociation. Call it PTSD. You're perfectly qualified to assess him. They'll listen to you. They'll send him home. Then you bail on your contract.
On the screen, my husband stood up straight and righted the chair. He'll never forgive me. And I tried that.
That's what I figured.
Caden buttoned his jacket, all posture and pride. He looked directly at one of the cameras and nodded. Without a double-blind control group, Blackthorn's bioenergetics breathing data was inconclusive. All correlation, no cause. That would be their excuse when it all went to hell. I recognized some of the names and knew my patients by their rank and life's experience. Saw my husband and Leslie Yarrow. The ones with the mild dissociation I'd counseled had been going to Blackthorn for the treatment and had found it helpful. As hard as it was to measure mental health, the indicators pointed out that the patients I hadn't counseled who had done the breathing had also done well, but not as well. After hours poring over the file, I closed it. Nice to know I'd helped. Really? But I'd been used. I called Ronan to chew him out, but he wasn't in the office. His cell went to voicemail. Ronan had been in my life a long time. I enjoyed our constant exchange of witty insults and careless cruelties. His dream of a PTSD-free world was more noble than I'd expected from him, but he was clearly willing to lie to achieve it. Words aside, his actions were louder and stronger. He considered me a friend like I considered a roll of toilet paper a best buddy. You should have seen him, I said, hugging my arms as I paced up the Central Park rock and down again. Jen had given up on our workout already and was sitting in the grass, touching her toes. He was distraught. Really, really upset. Deeply. If you weren't me, you wouldn't even know how deeply, but I could see it. And now you're more dedicated to going than ever before. I can't leave him there. You didn't leave him there. He went. He's an adult. I can't do this. I was walking back and forth so quickly I was almost at a canter. Doing nothing is... No. Negative. Can you sit, please? You're making me anxious. I threw myself down next to her. He says he's coming back. I flopped back and faced the canopy of tree branches. The leaves veiled the sky. I should wait. So, you'll wait. I put my hands over my face to block out the setting sun, but I couldn't block out the tourists, the traffic, or the laughter of children running through the grass. I'm so scared I can't even think. Okay, I would ask you what you're scared of, but I already know the answer, so I'm not going to waste your time or mine. You're welcome. Thank you. I took my arm off my face and looked at her. For listening. And everything else. Close your eyes. I'm working on a meditation for my guys. A meditation? I made an ick face. Are you going to help me practice or not? Oh, I'm helping. Okay. I closed my eyes, grateful to be given something to do. The light through my lids was broken by the shifting shadows of the leaves. I exhaled a small portion of my tension. I'm ready. Focus on my voice. I took a deep breath and listened, letting the noises of the park slip away while my friend's voice rose and fell with the rhythm of the earth. What is your fear? Call it by its name. Imagine the fear as an object. Give it a shape and a color. Put it in a place and leave it there. Observe it. Note its dimensions and its depth. Describe its boundaries and its ability to move. Or not. Proportional to your own body, is it large? Is it heavy? Is the weight balanced? Could you carry it if you needed to, or does it hold you in one place? Now, imagine it getting smaller and smaller. Make it as small as the palm of your hand. Note its new dimensions, color, texture. Note what's changed when its size is reduced. If you haven't already, pick it up. Hold it in your hand. Feel the texture and weight of your fear. Will you put it down and walk away? Do you put it in your pocket? Or do you crush it in your fist? Now that you're holding your fear, the only thing you can't do is nothing.
Chapter 55. We sneaked down to an OR in the dead of night like lovers. Naked from the waist down, Colonel De Leon had her legs spread, in stirrups. I wasn't surprised when she refused general anesthesia. Like what you see? Looks healthy. God, this is going to be so good. Women usually say that before I scrape out their uterus. She'd assured me she wasn't pregnant, and from what I could see, she had been telling the truth. You're being funny, but getting this bleeding to stop is going to change my life. This will pinch a little, he said. She wrinkled her nose when it pinched. I would have done this for nothing, you know, I said as I worked. As your commanding officer, I don't like pushing for non-transactional favors. Hard limit. Or even. That works for me. Works for me too. You're going to feel some discomfort now, he said. I didn't realize I'd forgotten about my Skype with Grayson until the procedure was done, and I was snapping off my gloves. When it was a decent hour in New York, I called our home phone from the base. Her mother picked up. Ma? Caden, how are you? She was a truly nice person, but strong. Stronger than my mother, for sure. Good. I can't stay on long. Is Grayson there? There was clicking and shuffling before she could even answer me.
Caden?
My wife turned my name into a question. I'm coming home, baby.
When?
I don't know. I put in a leave request and I have it on good authority it's going to be approved.
But...
Just stay there. Can you just stay? A pause, bloated and heavy. I could practically hear her hardening her jaw. Don't come here. Just wait.
All right. I'll try, but temporary leave doesn't change anything.
I love you. You know that?
Yeah, I do.
We hung up. I knew it changed nothing. I knew it left half the job done. But stalling would have to suffice for now. When I heard the whine overhead, I held on to the bathroom sink with my toothbrush sticking between my lips and foam dripping down my chin. I knew what it was before I spit. The siren wailed, and a voice over the loudspeaker said to take cover. I rinsed and dressed quickly. I was an old hand at feeling nothing. As the new thing got louder, I got better at stuffing my emotions, fears, and reactions away. We were told the attack had come from a residential area over the Tigris, but that was later. It landed near the presidential palace inside the green zone, about 2.5 miles from the hospital. The explosions were sharp, pounding, more resonant than when they fell in the red zone. The earth shook gently and quickly 9 times, 1 for each mortar. "That's some minty fresh breath you have there, asshole eyes?" De Leon and I were smashed against each other with our medical kits on our laps. 2 paramedics had smashed us together in the back of the Humvee. A hit to the green zone felt personal. It felt like our neighborhood. We weren't staying inside the hospital. "The better not to kiss you with." "Your loss," she shouted as we slammed over a pothole. "How are you feeling?" "Is this my follow-up visit?" The truck whipped around a turn and we hung on. "It's all your insurance covers." She barked a laugh. "I feel great." We lost our smiles as we came upon one of the royal palaces. A corner had been knocked off. A block away, a crater opened in the road. People were running everywhere as the Humvee rolled into the blast perimeter. We were out before the truck fully stopped. A paramedic with soot on his face ran up. "Nurse or doctor?" "Surgeons. Both of us." De Leon was pulled toward an ambulance while I was taken to a patch of grass where the wounded were being triaged. "We can't move him." An Iraqi boy of about 13 was sitting up against a tree. He looked fine until I got close enough to see the iron rod impaling his chest. I trotted up to him. There was no blood. His breathing was raspy. The medic called his vitals. She was obviously upset. "We can't see if it's through the spine." "You're making the lady sad," I said in terrible Arabic. He turned to me. He was lucid. "Good. Do you speak English?" It was my best Arabic phrase, but the boy shook his head. "Great." I tried to see the exit wound, but it was against and possibly through the tree. I ran my hand behind him as he whispered something I couldn't understand. "Let's get his shirt open." We got the shirt open, clean entry, right of the sternum. "I can't determine the angle," I said to the paramedic, "but we have to get him to the OR. If he's pinned to the tree, we have to cut the pipe." There had been another time an Iraqi had tried to talk to me. Another incident outside the confines of a hospital. It had been Dujan. Bad. I hadn't listened. He whispered again. I reached behind him again, then heard clearly what he was saying. "Kunbala, is that your name, kid?" I stopped myself and asked, "Your name?" in Arabic as I felt behind him for the pipe's exit. Around us, people ran, shifted, called out. They prepped a stretcher. Ambulances moved and the earth turned, but I was focused solely on my probing fingers and the boy's bloody lips. "Kunbala." The boy made eye contact, trying to warn me, apologizing at the same time as he was begging me to save him. "Dujan." In complete emotional detachment, I remembered. I'd thought she'd been reading my name tape. I'd thought she'd been saying, Dr. John. Right? Kunbula. Dujan. My fingers didn't find the place where the bar exited, but a solid mass, squared at the edges, thick as a pack of cigarettes. and as dense as a few metric tons of potential energy. Kunbula. Shit.
Chapter 56. The computer started making noise after 5 in the morning. I ignored it. Then the night table phone rang.
Pick up Skype. I need to see you.
He was freshly showered, hair wet, face scrubbed and shaved. It was noon there, but his hours had to be all over the place. Hi. When his smile turned back down, one cheek stayed red. Your face is scraped up. He put his hand to it, looked at his fingertips. No blood. The abrasions were too fine. What happened?
Kunbula, apparently?
I gasped. A bomb?
Yeah.
Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine.
What happened?
I told you.
His look through the screen, across thousands of miles, was as hard and cold as granite. He was quite possibly more beautiful when he was like this than when he was warm with love. But I couldn't compare what I couldn't see. You can tell me more without giving away locations. You don't have to say what time or who you were with. Come on. Stop treating me like I don't know the rules, and stop acting like talking to me isn't important.
Why do you push like this? I just wanted to see your face.
I leaned into the camera. You have what you want. Plus my unconditional love. Nothing you say is going to scare me.
That's what I'm afraid of.
The only thing he feared was my fearlessness. Did you get the leave? Are you coming back? He bit his upper lip and let it pop out. If the resolution had been better, I was sure I'd have seen the dampness of that top lip and a pinkish blur where his teeth had scraped the skin.
Do you know the Arabic word? Sounds like Dujan.
I don't, but my Arabic isn't that good. I wrote it down phonetically. I'd never learned the alphabet. Is anyone fluent there?
Yeah, I'll try them.
Where did you hear it?
It was a suicide bomber.
Where? Medevacs got to the red zone after the bombs went off. Was it in the green zone? Why were you near him? How did they get in? Tell me everything. I couldn't ask any of those questions because he couldn't answer them. I put my hand over my mouth, partly in shock, partly to shut myself up.
A kid. I was trying to move him. He was... I can't say without giving up the order of events.
I understand.
He warned us he was wrapped, and we got away.
Are you doing all right?
I'm fine. I'm sure I'm fine.
He was trying to convince himself. Tell me. Those 2 words broke something in him. Was it the right time to ask? Had something changed?
It's getting harder. The thing. It's different. It's not fear and sympathy. It's anger.
Anger. What would that split look like if it was allowed to happen?
Sometimes I think it's all right and I can manage. Then days like today, it's a 4-alarm fire.
He bent his body to run his fingers through his hair, turning his face from me for a moment. When he popped back up, I touched the screen where his lips moved. We have ways of keeping it down. But my parents are in the next room. He looked at his watch.
Dad'll be up soon.
Can you make it until tonight? I can send them to a movie.
I'll spend the afternoon deciding where to bruise you.
I miss you.
About that. I have some bad news.
Let me guess. I let my fingers fall from the screen. That needed to be the only expression of disappointment. I couldn't lay more on him. After today's incident, all R&R passes and non-medical leaves are withdrawn.
Baby,
he said softly, with a voice that never let me feel infantilized, only loved with the depth one loves their own blood.
I know I can't stop you from doing what you want.
You didn't marry me for my obedience.
No, I didn't.
The implication in his tone was that maybe he should have. I let it go. I heard my dad startle awake as if a bomb had just gone off. They're up. I love you, Major.
I love you too.
We hung up, and I leaned back in my chair. If this thing was like the old thing and it was getting louder more frequently, we were back in the old pattern. I could stay. I could be that obedient woman he hadn't wanted. I could live in our house and patiently wait for something to happen, be the bedrock of his chaotic life. It wasn't as if I had nothing to do in New York. Trusting him came naturally. He'd never presented as a player or a cheat. Even when I'd broken into his locker, I had been ready to have completely misjudged him. But when I considered that if he needed rough sex to stay sane, he'd have to get it and I'd have to deal with it, my blood curdled. Even the thought of him touching another woman made my palms sweat and my skin prickle with angry heat. That wasn't on the table. If he'd wanted a milquetoast housewife, he'd had his pick. He'd married me because I pushed his boundaries and let him push mine. But not every limit needed to be tested. Some lines had to be crossed, so others wouldn't be. Part 7, Chapter 57. The frog's dual rotors buzzed like a swarm of bees. My knuckles were striated in white and pink, and my palms already ached in the center. I kept my eyes on my boots and focused on the pain, feeling it in 3 dimensions as the shooting ache ran from my right wrist to my shoulder. That helped. Focusing on pain always did. Nothing had changed. Not for me. The Iraqi sky was still an infinite blue, but now I knew why that blue had always spoken to me, calling me into it. It borrowed the color from my husband's eyes. On the way to the Blackthorn offices in Baghdad, I was flooded with fear that I'd drop out of that glassy vacuum and into the solid mass of the earth. Falling away from that blue was falling away from Caden. "You all right, Fraser?" I let go of the bench long enough to direct a thumbs up at Dana Testorino, a PA and fellow contractor. She'd called me by my civilian name, reminding me that I was rankless and unprotected. I had no unit, no position, no military hierarchy. Ronan wasn't there to rib me. Jen wasn't there to defend me. I was surrounded by a dozen other contractors. We were professional advisors, experts in our fields. We'd brought our own kits and supplies, mostly. I had a cold case strapped to the floor between my feet. It held pre-filled syringes of the same compound they gave subjects before the Sioux Who's. It was called Bicam 145.
"Some of the subjects are active military," Ronan had said. "They're in your files. Major St. John and Specialist Leslie Yarrow have placebo instead of serum because we can't predict how they're going to react."
That was how I got confirmation on the other subject with childhood trauma. That was too bad. I liked her. I didn't want her to suffer, and I didn't want her to see me re-enter Iraq as a contractor. I'd thought I didn't have a bone in my body that could feel shame, but I was wrong. "What is it?" I'd asked.
"It triggers the bioenergetic breathing response. It opens doors. 1 dose for each subject, pre-measured. When the hub touches skin..."
Through the plastic, he pointed at the rubbery white base of the needle.
"It turns blue, and when it's removed, it's self-sealing."
I picked one out of the box. "Why?"
"To make sure the Bicam goes into a body, not another vial."
To prevent corporate espionage, I presume.
"Only the latest and best technology."
The latest and best was strapped down tight and didn't budge when the Chinook swooped around, dropping in a stomach-twisting plunge that brought me closer to my husband and his grounded blue eyes. Blackthorn HQ occupied a U-shaped, 3-story, gray brutalist shithouse in the Green Zone. After they took our bags and we were split into military and personnel specialists, we were led to the plaza in the center of the U, next to a dry fountain. Birds chirped. Flowers and tree branches swayed in the breeze. People walked the verandas above, hustling from one place to the next. Dana sat to my right. A rabbi in his 20s named David was on my left. To the left of him, 2 men who looked like really tough accountants stood in the shade. Dana and I were partnered. She could administer medications but not diagnose. David was a psychologist. We were the new mental health team. "It's so nice," Dana said, indicating the trees, the birds, the infinite blue sky. "You'd never think there was a war going on." Yeah, I agreed, but I didn't. A man in a dark suit approached with a file tucked in his elbow. He was 6'4", under 200 pounds, with a rubbery gait that made him look as though he'd fall down with each step. He was in his 50s, with black hair graying at the temples and a widow's peak.
Good morning. I'm Ferhad Ghazi.
He had a slight accent I couldn't place, and when he opened his arms, I saw a small notebook clipped on top of the papers. Like everyone there, he kept a handgun in a shoulder holster.
Welcome to Blackthorn HQ.
He smiled like a salesman. My first instinct was to stand when approached, but I wasn't in the army anymore.
I am your ambassador for the Green Zone office.
How far away was Caden? What was he doing? Who was he with? He hadn't responded to my flight plans. Had he gotten the email? Did he know I was on the same continent, under the same flag, flying against the same sky? We shed the accountants on the first floor. They went behind a set of double doors with a guy built like a tool shed. Ferhad brought David, Dana, and me to a large space with dozens of desks. Plants dotted the corners, and motivational posters hung on the white walls. Metal grates over the windows cut the sunlight in half.
We take pride in our people,
Ferhad said as we walked through the room. His voice was smooth and sonorous indoors.
So, we're fully staffed to take care of them. We utilize the military's medical facilities, but, as you know,
he nodded to the three of us,
we supplement with our own professionals.
He stopped on the other side of the room at a door with a black box by the handle.
Your ID cards open this area.
He swiped his ID card over the black box. The red light turned green and the door clacked. He opened it into a reception area. We were introduced to the receptionist and led to a clinic on the other side of the building. Examination rooms, crash carts, gurneys, labeled plastic bins. The only thing that differentiated it from a military hospital was the quiet.
Your office, Mr. Rothstein.
Ferhad opened the door to a relatively pleasant office with a desk and worn but cushioned chairs.
Ladies?
Ferhad took us to the office next door. Dana was shown her desk in the clinic. My office looked much like David's, except for the cold case of syringes sitting ready on my desk. We need a refrigerator for this case, I said, pointing at the cooler of Bicam.
Down the hall,
he said. I heard a loud ho from outside. Looking out the window, I saw a man fall off the roof of a 4-story building. I gasped and pointed. Ferhad laughed. Did you see that?
Yes,
he said, waving me to the window on the other side of the room.
Look from here.
He showed me the angle to look from. Another figure jumped, but now I could see them turn midair and rappel from the side of the building.
It's our training facility.
That's so cool, Dana exclaimed. That's so scary. I was still shaking.
Yes, but look at the bottom. The blue and yellow.
At ground level, around the corner of another building, I saw a sliver of blue and yellow stripes, like a pillow covered in a termite tent. I see it. Is it an inflatable bag?
Yes. So, see? You don't have to worry.
He pressed my shaking hands in his in a gesture that was not seductive, but healing.
Have you seen your quarters yet?
Not yet. Dana was chipper. You'd never have known she'd just been on a military transport.
We got you a lovely place, very close by. Let's get that put away, and I'll have a car bring you.
I helped Dana unpack her apartment first, then she helped me. It only took a few hours. We were in furnished apartments in the Green Zone. The building wasn't new, but it was made from sturdy brick and cracking stucco. Caden was inside the hospital compound, just under a quarter-mile away. It was visible from the third-floor cafeteria at work, and if I could get to the roof of the apartment building, I'd bet good money I could see it. My bones were made of iron filings, and he was a magnet, drawing my body's brittleness to the surface. Tonight, I'd go there. I'd fight exhaustion and jet lag. I'd see him, touch him, smell the coffee grounds and cut grass on his skin. I'd let him have me. I'd beg him to break me. "You're smiling," Dana said as she wiped down my counter. Weird, right? I put the last of my clothes in the old armoire and closed the door. It was next to the couch because there was no space in the bedroom. "There's plenty to smile about," she said with the twang of an accent I'd noticed before. "We're making good money, helping the country, having an adventure. It's great." "Where are you from?" "New Jersey. You?" "All over, but I landed in New York last." "We're practically sisters." Dana opened a can of Coke she'd picked up from the chow hall and leaned on the counter. "Have you seen the guy I'm next door to?" "Nope." "Name's Bob Trona, and he's totally hot in this Tom Hardy kind of way." Name rings a bell." She picked up the novel I'd set aside and flipped to the inside flap. "He was in Band of Brothers and... Trona." Putting a few cups and plates in the cabinet, I saw out of the corner of my eye a piece of paper slip out of the book. She picked it up and gasped so loudly I thought she'd hurt herself. "What?" She held up Grady's sonogram with a big shit-eating grin. "This! You're... No, that's not me." She turned it over to look. "The name's all rubbed off." "It's been through a lot. It came from a soldier in Fallujah I never met. His wife. It's a long story. I don't know. I feel obligated to take it around with me in case I meet a relative or something." "You're so nice," she said, placing it on the table before turning back to the book. I smiled. Of course, she thought I was nice. That said more about her than it did about me. I couldn't walk to the hospital alone, especially after dark. Green zone or not, security was locked down. I caught a ride with a guy armed to the teeth on his way to train the Iraqi army in counterintelligence. We were stopped twice in the quarter mile and waved along once. As the hospital came into view, my heart raced. Soon. Caden and I hadn't been separated that long, and I'd thought I was handling it okay, but I wasn't. Not until I stepped through the doors and knew I could see him at any minute did I realize how nervous I was. Not until I was standing in the middle of the admitting room with no idea whom to ask what did I realize I was out of place. I approached the desk. "Can I help you?" A uniformed woman looked up from a clipboard. She had a touch of lip gloss and had given her lashes a quick brush of mascara. Her long, straight hair was wrapped tight in the back of her head. It was lighter than mine and matched her eyes. She had a colonel's bird on her shoulder, and her name tape said De Leon. "I'm looking for Dr. St. John." "Oh, yeah?" She put down the clipboard and looked me up and down. No leaf cluster or name tape told her who I was. I could have been anyone or no one. "I'm his wife." Her gaze flicked over me again, making a different assessment. I held up the Blackthorn ID around my neck. "Well, it's nice to meet you." She held out her hand. I shook it. "He's in surgery." She called to a black man who was passing. "Stoney! Asshole's wife." Asshole? Wait. Not an asshole. But Stoney was shaking my hand, as was a white guy with curly red hair and a short black woman in scrubs. They expressed surprise and shot questions about how long I was going to be around and why I'd come so far to see such an egotistical jerk. Good, solid army ribbing. "All right," De Leon said, putting her hand on my shoulder. "Come on, let's go see what he's up to." She brought me down a wide, well-lit hallway with a clean tile floor. "This is much nicer than Balad," I said, letting her know I wasn't some civilian rube. I was jealous of her access to my husband and the place she had in his world. "It'll do. Were you also there for Fallujah Part 2? "We met right about then." "And now you're contracting?" The question was loaded, and the answer was worse. "It's complicated." "He's a complicated guy." The words left her lips with a touch of bitter syrup. Something was going on with her. Any doubt I'd had about coming to Baghdad was swept away. I needed to be here. De Leon opened the door to a scrub room. "We got a medevac in about 2 hours ago." She went to the other side of the room to a set of double doors with windows. "He should be finishing up." She peered through. "Yep." I looked through the other window. Caden's head was bowed over the patient, and his fingers nimbly threaded the wound closed. De Leon tapped the window. He looked up, saw her first, and smiled warmly. Too warmly. When he saw me, the smile dropped into a frown. Every drop of fluid in my body boiled. De Leon was gone, leaving me in the scrub room alone. When the surgery was done, the team came in, chattering about the operation. Caden entered last, snapping off a glove and yanking his mask down as if he wanted to say something. But nothing came from his beautiful, generous lips. He held them tight together as mine quivered, locking me in his gaze. The noise of the room was on the other side of a long tunnel. He was here. No screen, no camera, no microphone. He was a foot away, living, breathing, sucking all the energy in the room. The sun was tucked under the horizon, but in his eyes it was always daytime. Wound tight as a man who's been disobeyed for the last time, he peeled off his other glove without looking away from me.
"Welcome to Baghdad, baby."
His space was the size of a dorm room. Still in scrubs, without saying any more than,
"Follow me."
He'd led me across a narrow street to a heavy door, up a flight of stairs, and down a hall that echoed my footsteps. He had a twin bed made so tightly I could have bounced a quarter on it, a sink with a mirror, a cheap pressed wood wardrobe, his trunk, a desk with a plastic chair. He closed the door to his room and locked it, but didn't turn to me. He just kept his hand on the lock.
"Grayson."
The muscles of his back were defined against the fabric stretching across it. "Caden." I held my hand out to put it between his shoulder blades and draw it down to his ass, but pulled it back before touching him.
"You're here."
"I told you I was coming." He put his forehead on the door.
"I'm so disappointed I can barely think."
"I know."
"In myself."
"It's not your fault." Taking a deep breath, I put my hand on his back. He curved away, turning around quickly as if I'd stung him.
"That's not what I meant. It's all locked up. I don't feel anything. I'm detached from myself. And when I see you, all I can think about is how you're the cure for everything that's wrong with me."
His hands flexed open and closed as if they were ready to grab something and hold it tight enough to crush it. "I am the cure," I whispered, unbuttoning my shirt. "Take your medicine." Watching me unbutton, he considered, then put his hand on my bare skin.
"I want to lay everything at your feet."
He took me by the throat, digging his thumb and middle finger into each side of my jaw.
"Leave it all on the table."
"Take it. Leave it." I undid the last button, exposing my simple white bra. He tightened his grip just enough to see if I was scared. I wasn't. I was a node of firing desire, a liquid conductor of sexual electricity. "I'm yours," he murmured close to my face. I wanted a kiss so badly I was drunk with the need for it, but his lips didn't touch mine.
"Take off your clothes."
He put upward pressure, making his hand the one thing to unbalance me and the one thing to keep me upright. I undid my pants on my tiptoes as he murmured to my face,
"You're going to break without a sound. Not a word, not a scream. If you want me to stop, you better say it quietly."
My pants fell around my ankles. I still had my boots on. He let me go and leaned back, taking me in, then walked behind me. I felt his sky-colored eyes along the length of my body, from the hair coming out of its ponytail to the pants pooled around my ankles. He unhooked my bra and slid it off, then yanked my underwear down around my thighs.
"I can smell your cunt."
He whispered into the back of my neck.
"It's apples."
He laid his lips on the muscle between my neck and shoulder.
"It's delicious. Just like your pain."
He bit me slowly. His teeth were all pleasure, with an increasing tension. I gasped, swallowing a cry. With the same slow control, he reduced the pressure of the bite. "Caden," I whispered.
Are you telling me to stop?
He wrapped his arm around me, grabbing a tit at the base and working up to the nipple. No. With his other hand, he pressed 4 fingers between my legs, opening me. He ran his lips to my other shoulder and made a matching bite with excruciating slowness. Tears dropped down my cheeks.
If you have something else to say,
He said when he released my flesh.
do it now. Quietly.
His hand stopped moving. Have you been faithful to me? I felt him shake his head, and taking that as a no, my tears increased.
Oh, baby.
He came around to face me.
There's no one who can love me like you do.
So you didn't?
Never.
I tilted my face to kiss the palm of his hand. He stayed in the caress for a moment, then kicked off his shoes and twisted out of his shirt. I stepped out of my boots and pants, fully naked. He cradled me in his arms, whispering,
I wish you hadn't come. I'm so glad you came. Chapter 58. When I'd hurt her and she cried, the buzz had sighed, draping itself over me like a bedspread thrown wide over a mattress. I held it on a leash but let it get its satisfaction. The raw potential of the thing had rumbled behind a thin wall. Pure, uncontrolled rage. A hunger for destruction. Tearing her apart, destroying her. All those were figures of speech until I had to hold back what it wanted. The leash was strong enough. But for how long? We both needed a shower, and mine was down the hall. I was off duty, and leaving the hospital compound was generally overlooked if it didn't interfere with work, and I showed up for emergencies. So I took Grayson back to her place on the Blackthorn compound.
I've only been here once,
she said in the dark.
So give me a minute.
It wasn't dark for long. Motion sensor lights flicked on when we passed entry doors.
This is me, number 3.
The door was 100 years old, but the keypad next to it was brand new. She waved her card past the laser. It beeped and clicked open. Oh, hi. A woman's voice came from behind, and I spun around to get between Grayson and whatever danger my brain had decided was creeping up behind us. It was a woman in her late 20s with a blonde bob and bangs. Sorry about the mess. She picked up the plastic cups, and I relaxed.
It's fine. Dana, this is my husband, Caden. He's over in the hospital.
Nice to meet you. We shook hands. Her nails were manicured. That wouldn't last long. Farad came by. He put an envelope under your door.
Thanks. See you tomorrow.
Bye, Dana said merrily and skipped off. She could stand to cheer up a little.
Don't give her any ideas.
My wife leaned into the door, pushing it open. As promised, a white envelope was on the floor. Our first night in Baghdad, I stayed in her apartment. It was on the upper floor and came furnished with linens and sheets, like a hotel. The cracked stucco building behind an 8-foot cinder block wall had 4 doorbells and a keypad. Behind the iron gate was a small yard with swinging lanterns strung between the house and the perimeter poles over a beat-up table, with half-used candles and 2 plastic cups, surrounded by mismatched but functional chairs. With the anger placated, I felt more in control. I didn't have to lock everything away to keep it quiet. Before I'd given her pain, my emotions had been locked away. Afterward, I faced the fact that I was upset that she'd come, and I was also relieved to see her. With her, even insanity felt controllable. With her, I was strong enough, good enough, capable enough. She made a shitty world come up flowers and rainbows. She didn't erase the cruelty and ignorance, but when she was in the room, I couldn't deny that as ugly as shit got, beauty and perfection existed. The universe with a capital U had something to aspire to. She sat between my legs in the bathtub, her back to my chest. Her trapezius muscles were beat to shit where I'd bitten them.
Dana's licensed to administer meds but not prescribe.
Grayson told me about her job.
And she needs MD oversight. So we've written up all the scripts in case of emergency.
I kissed her shoulder. This might hurt when you lift your arm. She leaned back against me.
It'll remind me of you.
So what's the point of the shots?
It's for soldiers who have done the treatments you did.
Really?
It reproduces the effect of the breathing exercises. Opens the doors of the mind so memories that cause mental trauma can be detached from negative emotions. If it works, it's years of treatment packed into a few days.
And you believe this works? She sighed and leaned her head back against my shoulder, stretching her beautiful body against me. She pointed her toes against the far wall.
I don't know. I know how it affected you, and there's a sense to it.
You know how it affected me, do you? She turned, kneeling between my legs.
You never told me the breathing was so hard on you.
Her lashes were blacker when wet, stuck together like pen marks around her chocolate eyes. I wiped a cluster of bubbles from her cheek. I shrugged. I said I'd do the treatment. That means I do the treatment. If I complained, you'd either tell me to stop or feel guilty about it.
You didn't tell them about your father.
They didn't ask.
They didn't ask about childhood abuse?
She was working hard to be non-confrontational, but some things were confrontations no matter how you phrased them. What do you want from me?
I want to know why you didn't tell them.
I wasn't abused. My mother was. She bit her lips back, as if that would confine what she wanted to say. I knew what it was. Abuse of the mother is abuse of the child. But I didn't agree, and I wasn't arguing about it. She put her hand on my chest.
I'm on your side.
I know, but it's my life. I'll characterize it the way I want. And not to change the subject, I held up my finger. You should have stayed home.
It's my life.
She repeated my words, then bit her lower lip against a smile that demilitarized the entire subject. I put my hands on her hips and pulled her to me. It's our life. I sealed my answer with a deep kiss. The prayer chant woke me at dawn. Grayson was next to me, her hair spread over the pillow like a veil.
I never thought I'd hate prayer,
she said, eyes still closed. I have to go anyway. I kissed her cheek. I'm on rotation. She got up on one elbow.
I'm sore everywhere.
Good. I got out of bed and put on my pants. My dick had its own sore spot after entering her so many times the night before. That was good, too. She sat with a groan and stretched as I got my shirt on.
You're doing the walk of shame.
I've never been less ashamed of anything. I kissed her. When I tried to pull away, she held me back.
I love you, Caden.
I know you do. No one would do such stupid shit unless they were in love.
Chapter 59. There were a few cups and plates in the cupboards, but no coffee. Without a commissary, I'd have to get it at a local green zone vendor. The envelope was on the table by the front door. Flipping it over, I saw a sticker over the flap. Confidential. I tore it and slid out the stapled pages. Clean Minds Project. List of subjects. The cover letter gave instructions for use of Bicam 145. Each was marked with the name and serial number of the recipient. No substitutions, no transfers, no changes in dose. To be administered by the psychiatrist or physician's assistant on staff after a traumatic event. Subject to be monitored closely afterward. Surveys given before and after. I knew all this already. Under the letter was a list of names. I flipped to S. Caden was there with an asterisk. So was Yarrow. The back page footnote was clear. Placebo recommended. There was a quick, demanding knock at the door. Maybe Caden had forgotten something? I peeked out the window. A dark-haired, fully armed man in U.S. Army-issued camouflage. His back was to me, but I'd have recognized that cocky posture anywhere. I whipped the door open and leapt into his arms. Jake! He held me up as if I was 12 all over again, and he was my strapping big brother. Punky! He spun me around. Oh my God, I said when he dropped me back to the floor. So long. It's been since your wedding. He smiled, drinking in the sight of me like a thirsty man. I missed your crazy ass. Come in. I only have a few minutes unless I want to go AWOL. I have to get to work. Come.
Come.
I ushered him in and closed the door. Sit. God, you look like such a man. He had always been handsome, but he'd earned some toughness around the cheeks and a few lines around his eyes.
You look skinny.
He clearly didn't approve. Don't get me started. Tea? There are mint leaves growing in the front. I picked a few.
Sure. They set you up nice.
Perk of the job. I filled the teapot and plugged it in. You should see the office.
And you don't get bossed around as much.
I stuffed leaves into 2 glass cups. Oh, there's plenty of bossing around. I heard you got your silver bar?
Again.
Jake had been demoted back to butter bar twice. He followed orders, but had a bad habit of doing it in whichever way he found personally appropriate. Well, you'll keep it this time. I sat across from him while the teapot did its work. How have you been? And get right to it.
You never liked small talk.
Not from you.
Are you going to psychoanalyze me?
Yep. And we have about 50 minutes, no charge. He leaned back in the chair, legs spread, hands linked over his chest.
I shouldn't have taken this deployment. It was stupid.
Why?
I could ask you why you came back.
You could. You first, though. I was on the edge of my seat, not for the answer, but for the comfort of his voice.
Remember that time you called me from that punk club? The Spot or something?
I did, but barely. I'd been drunk, 18, and frightened our parents would be mad. He'd picked me up and taken me home. The Red Spot. And it wasn't punk, it was new wave.
The night before you enlisted.
A wave of panic went through me, as if talking about this was a toxic sea I was being asked to jump into. Let me check on the tea. I bounced up. The electric pot was already hissing. Sugar?
No, thank you. Do you know, I've never felt as useful as that night. Every time I come here, I think I'm going to be doing something I can be proud of, and I'm wrong every fucking time.
I poured the tea. You're useful. You just can't see the big picture. None of us can.
Maybe the picture's too big for me.
I was supposed to listen without judgment or direction, but I could still feel the sulfuric sting of the toxic sea and changed the subject. What about a woman in your life? I poured hot water over mint leaves. Anyone? He shrugged.
This and that. How's the moms and dads?
We did a little reminiscing when they came to visit. I found out about the talk you had with Scott Verhoeven's father. A smile spread across his face.
Yeah.
That was gross, Jake. I handed him his glass.
But I felt useful. See? That's the key. I wasn't looking for shit that wasn't there or securing a road we'd lose in a month. I could rescue a damsel in distress.
Really, Jake? I tucked myself into the chair across from him, cradling my glass. That's sad. You could have let the lawyers take care of it.
Fuck the lawyers.
He blew on the tea.
We take care of business. It's the Fraser way.
That was how I'd found myself in Baghdad. Just taking care of business. That was why Jake had been bumped down to butter bar twice. We were a family of people completely unsuited to the military, yet there we were, 3 generations in. I raised my glass cup. To the Fraser way. He clicked his cup to mine.
The Fraser way.
I missed you, I said.
I missed you too. Now tell me what the fuck you're doing with Blackthorn. You came for your husband?
I sighed. We had 30 more minutes, and I feared we'd spend it talking about me. I did. I came for him. He didn't want me to, but I did it anyway. He knocked his scalding tea back in a single gulp before clicking the glass on the table.
That's how we roll,
he said. And I knew that as much as he didn't approve of my decision, he'd never deny it was the right one. Days went by without word from Caden. If I put my cheek to the window in my office, I could see the hospital. The soreness in my shoulders and between my legs faded. Whenever I saw a Black Hawk land on the pad by the hospital, I wondered if he was on it. I counseled my fellow contractors in the mornings over marital and money issues. The afternoon's paperwork was 10% less odious than the Army's, and geared more toward ass covering than record keeping. The Bicam 145 serum inside the latest and best syringes had been filed away in a refrigerator. But it weighed on me. I wanted to see if it worked. Through my work counseling Blackthorn's patients, I'd unknowingly had a small part in its development, and I felt responsible for it. Farhad's lunch tray was pushed to the side. He ignored Dana and me in favor of the little notepad he carried on his clipboard. He was a poet, and could write it in the middle of a conversation. "This is terrible," I said, dropping the rest of my chicken salad sandwich onto the plate. "I hear it's harder to get food and stuff into the green zone since the bomb attack," Dana said before finishing the last of her sandwich. In addition to being a font of good cheer, she was a first-class news gatherer.
"Everyone's on edge,"
Farhad said, pencil still moving.
"Zone isn't as green as it used to be."
"The zone's always greener on the other side of the wire." Dana giggled at her own joke.
"They strapped bombs to a child."
Farhad put down his pencil.
"If the doctor trying to help him didn't speak Arabic, another dozen would have been dead."
He doesn't actually speak it. No one needed to know what Cadence spoke or didn't. "What does Dujan mean in Arabic?" I asked. "I speak a little, but I've never heard it."
"I don't know if it's Arabic,"
he said. "Oh," I glanced at Farhad's poetry. "I thought you were writing in Arabic."
"This is Sorani. It's Kurdish."
"Ah, I'm sorry to assume." He waved it off.
"It's a fine thing. Dujan,"
he said with a different inflection,
"is Kurdish, too. It means I'm pregnant."
That night, I reconstructed the conversation where Caden had mentioned the word. He had been talking about the suicide bomber, but I was sure he'd said it was a boy. Who had been pregnant? And when? Maybe Caden had gotten the wrong word, and I'd made it worse. Maybe it was a different word altogether. There might have been no mystery there, but it nagged at me, right next to the place where I doubted I should have come to Iraq at all. I wasn't watching over my husband, wasn't caring for him. I still missed him. I still didn't know if he was in danger, and even if he was, I had no way of preventing it. In the middle of the night, I curled up inside myself, wondering if I knew what I was doing at all. I assumed I was wide awake until the phone rang. "Dr. Fraser, this is Colonel De Leon." I shot up to a sitting position as if I'd been administered a day's worth of cortisol. "Caden? No. Hold up." "What?" "It's not Caden. Old asshole eyes is just fine. I'm calling you as the psychiatrist on staff at Blackthorn." I put my hand to my forehead and tried to think calm thoughts. "Okay. Sorry. Go ahead. I have 2 patients here. Just got pulled out of a fire this past morning. Both their files got a big note on them. I'm supposed to call you guys if they're showing signs of traumatic stress." "Right, yes." I swung my legs over the side of the bed. "Can I have their names?" "What's this about?" "They were part of a DoD-sponsored protocol. I'll bring releases." "You better." She gave me the names. I handed De Leon the releases and a pamphlet describing how I didn't have to tell her shit either because or in spite of the fact that Blackthorn was paid by the Pentagon. She stuck her tongue in her cheek as she flipped through the pamphlet. "This is bullshit. You know that, right? If I were in your shoes, I'd say the same thing." "What's in the case?" "It's confidential." "Yeah, well, I'm not going to do chem tests on it. I want to look at it." She crossed her arms. "They're in my hospital. I could tell you just to fuck off." She could, as a practical matter. If I wanted to challenge her, I'd have to make a series of phone calls I didn't want to waste time on. I put the box on the desk and opened it. Without asking, she pulled out the plastic bag with the syringe numbered for Specialist Gregory Linderman. "What is it?" "It's new. Experimental, and it partners with a lot of work he's already put in," implying she owed it to the man to let him finish what he'd started. "Why is there only one?" I reached into the side pocket for the placebo marked with Leslie Yarrow's number. I didn't want to get them mixed up.
Pre-filled. They don't trust you to do your job?
Less transfer from container to container means less chance someone from Halliburton will get their hands on it. She handed back Linderman's syringe.
If you weren't married to Asshole Eyes, this wouldn't fly, you know.
If you weren't his CO, I'd throat punch you for calling him Asshole Eyes. She whooped a laugh, pointing at me after she clapped.
Wifey for the win. Come with me.
Chapter 60. Fighting through a barrage of fire and explosives for control over the blocks around some royal palace or another, they'd found a basement of children tied to hooks in the cement floor. All were malnourished. 3 were dead. Linderman was a mess. He'd come off the chopper with a broken leg an Eagle Scout could have fixed, but he was shaking so hard we couldn't set the bone. We gave him enough sedative to stop the shaking, but when it wore off, he stared in the middle distance with a notable lack of affect. Yarrow seemed better at first. Burn wounds on her left side. They'd scar, but heal. She started crying the next morning and couldn't stop. What the fuck? On the computer, De Leon had been scanning their files before calling in the psychiatrist. She picked up the phone. I'll say hi to Wifey for you. I looked over her shoulder. Blackthorn subjects. I wondered if I had the same red box in my file. I wondered about the children in the basement. I wondered if there had been blood from the dead ones and if it smelled of copper in the darkness. I couldn't get the children in the cellar out of my mind. The cold floor. The weight of the dark. The smell of blood. And the dying ones. The anger Grayson had helped me satisfy 2 days ago faded into consciousness, and I was left with the buzz of emotions as a separate thing fighting to push through the membrane of my defenses and swallow me in blackness. It wanted her. It was drawn to her tears and her broken skin. My better self needed her. She anchored me. I hadn't seen her in days, which was nothing, but at the same time, too long. I kept half an eye on her as long as she was sitting in the ICU. How old are you? De Leon asked. 37? Why? You're like a smitten teenager. She pointed at Grayson, whom I'd surreptitiously been watching through a window. From afar, I'd watched her speak to Linderman for an hour with little response. She'd talked to their CO about what they'd experienced and taken notes. She waved when she saw me and I nodded, then pretended to ignore her. Now she was taking out the syringe, talking to Miss Cheery Pants. For Christ's sake, De Leon rolled her eyes. Can you go over there and make sure she knows what she's doing? She knows what she's doing. Go watch her anyway, before I puke. I'm supposed to watch you, I said as Grayson unwrapped Linderman's shot. He was still in his fugue in the ICU, 1 room over. Dana had scurried off to take notes on Yarrow.
I'm capable of giving an injection. You should know that.
She checked her pre-filled amount with the amount on her sheet. How's he doing?
Bad. And she was one of mine from New York.
She shook her head slightly. She cared about her people, and this bothered her. They're both going home.
Good. What they saw, what happened?
She put the needle in a tray.
I'd be traumatized.
Yeah, me too.
Caden.
Don't. I'm fine. Still as a statue holding a metal tray with a single syringe, she clearly didn't believe me. Go, before they send him home without your damn shot. She went, and I walked behind her. She was the light in the infinite darkness, the fiery star in the blackness of space. With her, there were no cellars. And yet, the cellar wanted to eat her alive. I watched from a safe distance as she administered Linderman's injection. The base of the needle turned blue and she placed it on the tray. Then she went to talk to Yarrow and I still watched her. Not because De Leon had told me to, but because I couldn't take my attention off her. She sat at Yarrow's bedside for over 2 hours, leaning forward the entire time as if she didn't want to miss a single word. That beautiful face, in a cry of pain. My pain. Pain I took from her. A part of me knew I was deep inside the darkest parts of the chasm I carried, but there was so much pleasure there for both of us. De Leon came up next to me and spoke softly. "Go look at Linderman. Why? Shut up and do it." I tore myself away from Grayson and went to the ICU, where Linderman was sitting up in bed eating a cup of Jell-O and joking with one of his buddies. He was animated, warm, seemingly unbroken. It was as if the children in the cellar had never happened. Could she erase the cellar for me? Could she make me normal? Did I want to be? I should have been happy for Linderman, but I didn't know whether to envy him or resent him, so I cut off all my feelings about it and added it to the buzz that tried to push its way through me.
Chapter 61. The sadness worked its way through Yarrow's body, racking it with sobs. For up to 10 minutes at a time, she couldn't form words. I sat with her and waited every time. I liked her. Whether or not I should have come to Iraq for Caden was a moot point. This woman needed a familiar face. She made it all worth it. "Oh, man," she said in an interstice between crying jags. "I'm so glad you're here. Do you want me to arrange a call to Molly?" "Not yet. I don't want her to hear me like this, and I can't tell her about those kids." She folded a tissue into a square, absently creasing the edges. "She got upset when I told her about the bloody face. Couldn't sleep for a week." The face was a man in her unit who'd died from a head wound. Blood had covered his face, his teeth, the whites of his eyes as he screamed. She'd stayed with him as he died and brought him home with her. "When you were working with me, you said there had been this feeling of being watched, like someone else was always with you." "Yeah." The crying had slowed now that she was distracted. "You were doing treatments at Blackthorn for it." "I wasn't supposed to tell anyone." "I know, but..." I held up the contractor ID that hung around my neck. "Right. So you know about it." Caden and Yarrow had experienced childhood abuse. If Caden's work in the black room was painful, Yarrow's might have been too. But outside that room, my husband's results had been remarkable. The psychic overload had slowed. Had he been able to keep up with it, he would have had enough respite to work through the issue normally. I'd been taught the timing and tone of the breathing in New York. I could help her even with a placebo. Did the sessions help? Yeah, they did, actually. I know it's busy in here and the lights are bright, but can you do the breathing if I guide you? I think so. If it gets too much, squeeze my hand and I'll bring you out. Okay. I put my hand under hers. You're going to be all right. When I close my eyes, I see them. I'm going to give you other things to see. Okay. I trust you. Close your eyes and pretend you're in the Blackthorn offices. Walk through the halls. Your arm hurts where they gave you the shot. The tech lets you into the small room. See the yellow light of the lamp, the way it makes the black walls look dark gray. You sit and feel the chair under you. You see the cameras. They make you feel safe because you know you're not alone. Her face relaxed and her breathing got shallow and clear of sobs. The tech hooks up your monitors and leaves. The door clicks closed behind her. You're comfortable and safe. I waited, watching to make sure she believed she was safe. Begin the circular breathing with me. Su-hu, su-hu. Yarrow was resting. She'd sobbed her way through the breathing, but it wasn't fear or powerlessness. It was cathartic. She came out of it renewed enough to call her wife and give her the good news. She was going home. Dana came up to me as I was leaving the ICU. Hey, you signed off on all these. She handed me a clipboard with the signed releases. We still have one in the bag. I didn't give her the shot yet. Why not? It's a placebo. I flipped through the pages, signing. I wasn't wasting time with it when she was in real pain. I'll give it to her before she leaves. Okay. Hey, have you seen Linderman? I was about to go check on him. I handed back the clipboard. It's like a miracle. De Leon had woken me at dawn. It was now mid-morning. I was hungry and tired. I was also elated. Ronan had used me. He was a complete shit. Always was and always would be, but after seeing Linderman, I knew this thing worked. Long-term effects remained to be seen, but in the short term, it fucking worked. When Caden and I had been deployed together, 1,000,000 years ago in 2004, we'd had inconsistent schedules. They'd been posted on a whiteboard behind the nurse's station. If either of us noticed a crack of time where we could eat a meal together, we'd put a red dot by the other's name for the cafeteria or a T to meet in his trailer. Baghdad had a similar setup. I didn't have my schedule posted, but there was a red R by Cadence. He was calling me. He opened the door and stood to the side so I could come in, then closed it behind me. I spun around and kissed him so hard and so fast it took him a second to catch up. It works, I said, peppering him with kisses. All of it. It works.
What?
The breathing, the shot, everything. I dropped my voice, remembering the thin walls. God, I need you to fuck me now. He threw me on the bed and stood over me. I hadn't taken a second to look at him before kissing him, but at that angle I saw a shadow of cold Caden's expression. The not Damon, always there even with Damon gone. I toed off my boots as he undid his belt. Caden? If Damon's gone, was he replaced with something else? He froze. I'd hit on something I hadn't known I was aiming for. Tell me, I said, opening my voice to accept an answer I wouldn't like hearing.
There's something.
He whipped his belt out of the loops.
It doesn't have a name.
Damon didn't have one at first. He undid his button and zipper.
This one's too angry to have a name. It wants to destroy everything. It's dumb and pissed off, and I have a handle on it.
So, I shouldn't be scared. I didn't feel scared. He bent over and yanked down my waistband, whispering with a rumble.
I'll let you know. I can't welch your ass, or everyone will hear. But you'll cry anyway. You'll cry like you've never cried.
This was cold, Caden. I could fix this man, but when he talked like that, I didn't want to. Always make me cry, I said as he tied off the tubing. He looked down at me, mouth firm. Always find my edge.
No talking.
He held up the surgical clamp so I could see it.
Not unless you're telling me to stop. Understand?
Yes. He calculated, blue eyes flicking side to side across my defenseless body.
I saw Linderman. And I saw you with Yarrow. You want to do that to me. You want to make me your patient.
So businesslike, he could have been closing off a bleeding artery. He peeled off his shirt and stepped out of his pants until he was wearing nothing more than his dog tags. Wedging himself between my legs, he kissed my cheek and murmured,
Your pain is beautiful. If you fix me, will I still think so? I want the shot you gave Linderman.
Caden said quickly, as if he didn't want to think too hard about it. The afternoon sun shot through the window grates. We were dressed and satisfied. He was himself again, the two halves joined by my pain. I can't.
Why not?
I took a deep breath. He hated talking about his childhood. It's for when you look like Linderman or Yarrow, not for random Tuesdays.
I'll have to get traumatized then.
Hush, you. I poked him in the chest and he held me tight.
I want you to traumatize me.
He tickled me and I laughed. Stop, or you'll traumatize me. I pushed him away, but he caught me and threw me on the bed, laughing, kissing my face and neck. The knock at the door interrupted us. He snapped his head around.
What?
Hey. It was Dana. Is Dr. Grayson in there? Caden opened the door. My PA hugged a clipboard. What's going on? I asked her. It's Yarrow. 45 minutes ago, Dana said as we strode through the hospital doors. She seemed fine. Why did you give her the Bicam without me? They had a space on the next chopper out. I knew you wanted to give it to her before she left. I came by your husband's door, but the bed was squeaking. I'd been warned about the thin walls and was about to give her a talking to about procedures when I heard the screams. We ran down the hall. An ICU bed twisted at an angle next to a fallen IV tower. A signature of blood streaked the floor, and at the end of it, 3 MPs held a red-faced Yarrow on her stomach as she screamed. They weren't hurting her, but there was murder in her voice. Don't do it to me! Wait, I called to the MPs. I ran, slipped on the blood, and fell, getting my wrist out of the way in time to land on my elbow. I scurried to her, getting on my knees. She'd been fine, just fine a few hours ago. She'd been smiling and calm. Now she'd bitten her tongue and was bleeding out of her mouth. Ma'am, the MP said, we have to move her out. Hang on. It's Dr. Fraser. Leslie, can you see me? She looked at me. Or to be more accurate, her eyes landed in my direction. I wanted to reach into her and pull out her pain. I wanted her to watch me wrestle it down and kill it for her. But it wasn't ever that easy. Ever. Don't, she pleaded. Please. I won't hurt you. Don't let him do it to me again. She tried to get loose, but the MP held her more tightly. I leveled my gaze at her. Ma'am, stand away. Don't let him hurt me, Yarrow shouted. Tell him tomorrow. Tears ran across the bridge of her nose and mixed with the blood. Not today, not tomorrow. If you talk nice to Daddy, he listens sometimes. He's dead, Leslie. He died alone and miserable. She broke down in tears. The doc on staff swabbed her arm and gave her a sedative. I turned my attention to the MPs. The one who had told me to get away was firm but not without compassion in his expression. Be gentle with her. Please. We will be. Caden stood in the doorway with his arms crossed. I couldn't look at him. He was my strength and stability. I was a buoy in a storm, and he anchored me to the sea floor. But he'd gone through the same treatments as Yarrow and gotten a placebo for the same reason. Knowing he could turn into a screaming face on a hospital floor was too much to bear. You already signed off on the shot. Dana articulated every word as if speaking more slowly would help me understand. She had her hands folded between her knees, and she sat on the edge of the chair on the other side of my desk. If she left without it, the paperwork would be wrong. I am aware of that. Thank you. From now on, Bicam is not to be administered without me. So, I should have knocked? Confrontation with a side of sarcasm because, of course, who knocks on a bedroom door when they can hear the bed squeaking? People have shame. Yes, you should have knocked. Her eyes went just a little wider. Dana, I folded my hands on my desk. People fuck. They do it behind closed doors in beds that sometimes squeak. Awkward? Would you rather feel awkward or have an episode like that? You don't know it was the shot. You said it was a placebo. I know. Was it a placebo or not? I tapped my fingertips together. The pamphlet said it was a placebo. The staff at Blackthorn NY had said it was a placebo. It shouldn't have affected her at all. Was it the breathing? Had I done it? The door clicked open behind Dana, and Farhad poked his head in. New York is on in conference room 3. We need the syringe, Ronan said from the screen. We have it, I said. I'd already stowed the syringe with its blue-tinted hub to send back. I need a report with every detail. The circular breaths, the shot, everything. He leaned on the end of a long, shiny table with chairs around it. Through the windows on his right, New York was overlaid with late-morning clouds. That's not supposed to happen. I leaned against the conference table in Baghdad with the same sun under the same sky in the windows. Was it a placebo? Yes, I'm sure. Are you sure there wasn't a mix-up?
We'll test it and let you know.
I don't care what you test. What about Leslie? What are you going to do for her now? He shook his head slowly. Nothing he could do. Out of his hands. A woman had bitten her tongue bloody, but if it happened again, it was just because shit happened. I want you to test Cadence. Before I administer it, I want you to make sure it's a placebo.
I can't unseal it.
Putting his hands behind him, he grabbed the edge of the table.
That would defeat the purpose.
How about I just don't give it to him?
I'll see if we can send a new one. How is that?
Fine.
Fine. Moving on.
Moving on, I agreed.
You can't tie your PA's hands. She has to do her job.
She didn't waste any time going to you, did she?
We only hire the best, Grayson. If the job needs to get done, it needs to get done. She doesn't need a babysitter.
Maybe I was being ridiculous. I had signed for the placebo because I thought it was fine. I would have given it to Yarrow even if Dana had knocked on the door. Blaming her was useless, and adding another layer of bureaucracy to our jobs wouldn't undo it. Prevention was in Dana seeing what had happened. She wouldn't want to be responsible for it happening again.
Chapter 62. Only the bottom 10 feet of the green zone were actually green. High walls and barbed wire didn't keep out the rockets and mortars. I knew from personal experience that a suicide bomber could get past the gates and checkpoints. The green zone was at least as dangerous as Balad Air Base had been 3 years before, yet it was different. Not more or less, just different. When I had been at Balad, Grayson was close to me. She was a major in the army. She was protected. At Balad, I'd been sane. Now I wasn't. I'd said a lot of things in New York when the whispers started, but I'd never let myself believe that I was truly insane. I'd admitted to a problem, a temporary illness, a set of symptoms curable with the right treatment. But when I saw Yarrow crawling on the floor, overtaken by fears she thought she'd overcome, I called her insane in my mind. I had compassion for her plight, but at the same time, I categorized her neatly. She was crazy. It was a dismissal, and I didn't realize I was doing it until I recognized the child's pleas that came out of her mouth. A woman's voice with a child's desperation, an identity twisted backward on itself. What was the difference between her and me? Nothing. Nothing at all. I came to this at my most lucid, right after tying my wife to the bed, but 2 days later when the buzz started swarming, the reality of it had to be shut away. It had to be denied. I grabbed control, and the diligence it took to hold that control meant what it always did. I had no feelings one way or the other about whether or not I was sane. I had a job to do. The thing that buzzed and sometimes had a name sucked all the worry and fear into itself, leaving me in peace. It was a great system, even if it was crazy. When the rockets fell after the midnight prayer, I got dressed. The casualties got to the hospital as the second round shook the earth. "That was close," the paramedic said, wheeling in an Iraqi civilian who'd had a wall fall on his arm. He stopped where I told him, and the nurse cut the man's sleeve open while I got his vitals. "Where were you?" I asked as I checked him over. "At my daughter's house, in Kardat Mariam," he said in accented but excellent English. I didn't have a good sense of where the neighborhoods began and ended, but that was close to Grayson's apartment. It was late. She'd be home. The nurse opened the sleeve. "This hurt?" I pressed a spot on his swelling forearm. He nodded vigorously. "X-ray," I said to the nurse. "This is Boner's." I turned back to the patient. "We're going to X-ray your arm, and an orthopedist is going to take a look at you." "Yes, all right." "Was the neighborhood hit badly?" "The house is half off." "And the buildings around it?" I was sorry about his daughter's house, but I needed to know if my wife was on her way into the ER or under a pile of rubble. "Nothing. Like God was protecting them." I didn't believe in God without Grayson, didn't buy his protection or his love. My faith only went as far as her well-being. It would snap back if anything happened to her. I lay awake in the hours before dawn with the green zone quiet and my patience recovering. She was all right. She would have come through the doors if she'd been injured. But the buzz didn't believe it. The buzz needed to check before it let me sleep. I was on medevac duty in 3 hours, where I'd sit in a room waiting for a 9-line that might never come. I'd stare down the black swarm. I'd keep it locked up while it pushed against its boundaries, forcing me to acknowledge its existence, while I tried to convince myself that I wasn't out of my fucking mind. I was in my room, pacing, pretending I had it under control. I wasn't panicked as much as I knew this wasn't right. I tried to call her. The signal here was so bad calls dropped before they rang, and the one time I got through, my wife didn't pick up. The shelling had stopped. I was off duty. If she was in danger, I'd know it by now. She would have been wheeled in. And yet, you can't take care of her. I froze. The buzz didn't coalesce into Damon's voice. There wasn't a question in it. It wasn't immature and cowardly. The buzz growled its words. It was angry. I felt its rage like a knife in my thoughts, not a cloud over them. What would it be to unleash this thing? I snapped up my jacket. I rang the bell outside her apartment. When she didn't answer, I took inventory of the wall. There were no streetlights, but the moon showed me no way to scale it. I pressed it again. If she didn't answer in 60 seconds, I'd check the perimeter. Maybe there would be a way to climb over in the back. The light went from blue to yellow. Her light. Voices. A woman and a man. The blade cut through my thoughts again. "I don't know," she said. Not Grayson. The blade retracted, but I was aware of its presence in the sheath. The little window behind the gate opened and a man's face looked through. "Who's there?" "I'm looking for Grayson." "That's Caden," the woman's voice said. "Her husband?" It was Dana, chipper as always, and if I had to make a guess, a little tipsy. The door snapped open. I recognized the man from a football game in Fallujah. With a hairline that had receded a few inches since the last time I saw him, he looked as if more than 3 years had passed. "PFC Trona." "Hey, Captain Fobbit." He held out his hand after Dana closed the gate behind me. "Oh, sorry, Major. Got your leaves, I see." The front yard's hanging lights were on, and the little table had one plastic cup and a bottle of wine. Dana had the other cup in her hand. "Yeah, I heard this neighborhood took some shelling. A little west of here. Everyone all right?" He put his arm around Dana. "All good. I thought you went home." "Didn't last." "Grayson's upstairs," Dana said as my wife's door opened on the veranda above. Grayson leaned over the railing in sweatpants and slippers, her back bathed in light from her apartment. The army t-shirt was worn to gauze, and she had to cross her hoodie over her hard nipples.
Caden?
She hustled down, zipping her sweatshirt, and I went to the bottom of the stairs to meet her. "I wanted to make sure you were all right."
I'm fine.
"Come sit," Trona said. "Have some wine." Dana reached under the table for the sleeve of cups. "Yeah, hang out." Neither Grayson nor I answered. I couldn't stop looking at her body. The brown eyes, warm in the chilly night, her feet in her slippers, the perfectly shaped toes in front, a genetic gift, with the calluses from hard work in the back. Her hair was a nest from sleep, and her eyes were puffy. I didn't need to see the scar under her shirt or inside her right wrist to know they were there. This was what a woman looked like when she'd lived her life fully. The choices she made were all over her body and her manner. Sit, Dana said. "Was it busy at the hospital after the shelling? We didn't get a call that one of ours came in." "Not too bad," I said with my eyes on my wife. I was so intent on her I didn't notice the buzz or concern myself with the angry voice. Grayson sat on the bench and took a cup from Trona. She thanked him and, with a glance and a smirk, invited me to sit next to her. The night was quiet except for the wind and the crickets that dotted the white walls of the building. The buzz had been tamed for the moment. The woman I'd married was safe and beautiful.
"You knew these guys?"
Dana asked Trona when we were all sitting.
"Was it from Fallujah?"
"Yeah, threw a football around with this guy. You have a good arm. Are you stationed here?" "Contracting. Can't beat the money." He pointed his cup at the window next to Grayson's. "I live in the apartment right up there."
Don't let him fool you.
Grayson said with a smile.
He's been living in the apartment downstairs since he met this lady.
Trona put his arm around Dana, and they shared a kiss.
"At least when he's here," she said with a playful pout. "He's out doing security runs all the time."
"Fucking nuts out in the red." He shook his head. I let my hand creep over to Grayson's lap, sliding it over hers. We wove our fingers together. "Tell me about it." "What are they calling you here?" Trona poured more wine. "Can't call you Fobbit anymore."
Asshole eyes.
Grayson said with a scowl. Trona cracked up. "I'm not even gonna ask."
"What's Fobbit?"
Dana asked.
It means he's an inexperienced rube who doesn't go over the wire.
Grayson said, swirling her cup.
Which I preferred.
"Yeah," Trona said. "After that medevac you were on in Fallujah, I'm surprised you ever went out again. More power to you, man. I drink to your balls."
"What happened?"
Dana asked. "Nothing. Not that big a deal." "We had sniper fire on a convoy out. He was good. Hit a full bird colonel."
Colonel Brogue.
"Yeah, and Siv Haji were everywhere. Our guy hit a woman running away. I dragged her into the building we were holed up in, but she was bleeding bad out her leg." "Femoral artery," I added. I didn't want him to recount this story. Not here. Not ever. But I couldn't react, or I'd overreact. It was easier to tamp it all down. It was a mess, but we got there in time. "For the colonel," Trona added. "But that lady with her screaming gave away our location." I was about to change the subject, but Grayson leaned forward as if she was interested in his story. I put my eyes on my cup. It was half filled with blood.
Then what?
Grayson prodded. "We held them off, but the medic's trying to put on the tourniquet and she's screaming his name, this guy right here." He indicated me. "Or I thought that's what it was. St. John. Dujon, Dujon. Like, okay, we get it. You want the doctor. Can we not tell the world where we are?"
"Oh my God."
Dana was rapt and Trona loved it. I tried to take a sip of wine, but the liquid in my cup smelled like copper and discarded tissue. "We dragged her and the doc into a fucking closet while we waited for a pickup and tried to get things under control. When we opened it..." He paused. Maybe he was checking my reaction, I didn't know. The cup was full and it reeked of death. She was dead. The tourniquet held, but there was blood everywhere. Man. Grayson's hand was cold in mine. "Our interpreter said Dujon wasn't the name on Fobbit's uniform," Trona said. "He told us in the chopper. Didn't you hear? It means I'm pregnant."
She miscarried from blood loss.
Grayson's voice was an electric blanket that warmed the air and fried the mind at the same time.
And it killed her.
"Dunno," Trona said. "That's right," I said flatly. "That's exactly what happened." Grayson let go of my hand and my world narrowed into a long, endless hallway.
"Oh my God, no more war stories,"
Dana cried.
"Let's polish off this bottle, okay?"
My wife swigged the last gulp of wine and put down her cup.
You guys finish it. I have to be up early tomorrow.
She got up and went to the steps. I knew that if I didn't follow right behind, she'd slam the door in my face. I was right. At the top, she got it halfway closed. I put my hand on it and passed through.
Get out.
I shut the door behind me. "What's the problem?"
You lied. You said she lived. You said everyone lived. You lied to me.
So what? She turned toward her bedroom, and I knew I wasn't invited there. How does what happened that night affect you? Or us? Or anything?
You lied.
Her voice was as steady and thick as the air around us. I had my reasons.
Good night, Caden. Be safe walking back.
My wife could yell. She could get spitting, kicking, screaming mad. But this? She was stating facts with utter clarity, as if she'd looked at the situation from down the block and decided to cross the street to keep her distance from it. No. She never walked away from a conflict. Anger swelled, stretched, heavy as a water balloon filled to the breaking point. In 2 steps, I had her arm clasped in my fingers.
Don't touch me.
The man I'd always been released her, but the buzzing rage heard the hard flatness in her voice and wouldn't let go. Hurt her. It's nothing. I heard myself growl as if I was an observer. Hurt her until she listens.
Let me go, or your balls are going to be removed from your body.
The threat didn't move me. I wasn't worried about my testicles, but I made a calculated decision that I had nothing to gain from holding her, and the angry man inside me, the one who was pushing to get out, agreed with the assessment and released her arm.
You can do anything to me. You can hurt me, you can push every boundary I have, but lying? Lying's a line, and you crossed it.
I had to. She cocked her head and folded her arms. I didn't want to talk about it.
Not acceptable.
You have no right to be this way. Whether or not a casualty died has no effect on you or us. It's none of your damn business. She was going to try to redefine her business, and I was prepared to answer her point for point. Then I was going to fuck the—
How many times?
She interrupted my train of thought. How many times what?
You lied about the woman. You lied about the word Dujon.
I just forgot it.
You lied about your father.
Now I wanted to choke her. My hands flexed into fists and unflexed. She looked at them, then back at my face. Her fearlessness was a clinical condition.
You pushed too far, Caden. Multiple times. Over years. Lies of omission, lies of minimization, lies I don't even know about, and I let you get away with it. I pretended you hadn't gone over the line, but I knew. I knew.
What's the fight for, baby? Baby wasn't a coup, it was a gunshot, and I was too deep inside anger to mitigate the damage. You want to sit here all night and grill me about every word I've ever said to you? What's your endgame? You want to split up? Walk away? If I cross some kind of line with you, let's talk about how you react when I tell you things. Because you're pushy, you're stubborn, you don't do what you're fucking told, and you have no regard for me as a separate person. I only exist as I relate to you. Anger is always a partner to righteousness, and I was fucking right. She was an impossible woman to deal with. A life sucker. A divorce waiting to happen. Standing there looking at the floor between us, as still as a predator waiting for an opening. Not to kill me. No. An opening to love me to fucking death. And yet, I wanted her. And I wanted her to want me. And I wanted her to move the damned line for the lies the way she moved it for everything else. And yet, what I wanted was taking a back seat to something much more toxic. What? I leaned toward her. Nothing to say? Not spouting all the answers? For once? That lit a fire under her.
Go home.
Her anger opened a gate wide, releasing a swarm of hornets. I had to look away so she didn't see the full-throated rage, and when I did, I saw a paper rectangle on the table. A sonogram. Early. Under 12 weeks. It took a split second to analyze it. I didn't know what I looked like when I turned back to her, but I was covered in darkness and the buzz, the leash broken, unable to pull back the need to break her. It took her a single move to get past the threshold to her room. She slammed the door before I could reach her, and the bang of wood hitting wood made the earth shake and tilt.
Chapter 63. At first, I thought he was banging on the door. I thought he was banging so hard the ground shook. I thought he hit the door forcefully enough to shake the plaster from the walls and ceiling with a deep, ear-splitting pow. He must have grown 20 feet tall, bursting through the upper story and the roof. His rage was an explosion of rock and a rain of dust. I crouched, arms over my head to protect me from his falling debris. It didn't work. I was knocked over by it. It filled my lungs with fire and smothered me in darkness.
Grayson, 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 baby, baby, baby. I want to tell you a story.
His voice circled the outer reaches of my consciousness. There was blood and black air thick in my nose and hot in my lungs, a driving cramp in my gut and a sharp ache in my head. I couldn't move. I thought my eyes were closed. Then I blinked. It was so dark I couldn't tell the difference. I coughed, and a warm flood soaked my pants. What a time to get my period.
Grayson!
His voice. A bark, close, 5 feet, 3. Caden? I was alive. Where are you?
Right here.
His voice seemed deeper in the small space. A low roar.
Can you move?
I took stock of my extremities. My arms. There's something heavy on my legs. Glass clinked as he moved toward me.
Can you feel them?
I felt him near, but there was no light. I couldn't see, and my head hurt too much to move. They hurt.
That's good.
He swallowed the last word into a rasp, a growl from deep in his chest. His hand fell on my hair, splayed over the floor, gripping and pulling. He released my hair, and our hands found each other in the darkness. He squeezed my fingers so hard he hurt me, and I became deeply aware of the small space and my inability to move inside it. Caden? Are you crying? No. This wasn't crying. He was hurtling air out of himself. This was something deeper, an inner battle I couldn't fathom. He uttered a single word. It was rage and danger in a syllable, barked like an animal in a cage.
No. Chapter 64. The brain craves information. It starves in the absence of light. Pupils dilate like open mouths, crowding the irises until they're thin rings of color. That's all eyes are, collectors of information for a brain wired to make sense of the environment with very little data. Modern people rarely experience complete darkness. Light pollution smothers out the darkness. Even without it, starlight can illuminate the path ahead. A sliver of moon behind clouds sends enough data to the brain to make out shapes. When there's nothing, like in a cave or a windowless concrete cellar, the other senses collect more information, cracking open perceptions that are usually shut. The smack of the mortar shell came at the same moment she slammed the door in my face, and the ensuing heat, fire, and rumble came as I cracked inside, letting the anger take shape, fully formed. It had a name, but I wouldn't say it, and getting knocked over by half a wall took the wind out of its appearance. It was half in, half out, like a dog stuck in the cat door. In the distance, more shells fell. I had to breathe, take stock. The rubble had formed a pocket of complete darkness. A drop of warm liquid fell over my cheek. I was cut. My hands were free. I touched my face. Glass. I removed what I could. My foot was under something heavy. I shifted it and a brick came off easily, but when I tried to turn, glass clinked under me and a sharp pain seared the heel of my hand. Grayson! She didn't answer. The wall between us must have crumbled because her breathing was close. I pulled my sleeves over my hands and crawled to her. My back scraped against something hard. Tight space. Dark. I felt for her body. She was so close. I could smell her, hear her. I could sense the blood pulsing through her body, but I couldn't find her. If she was dead, the thing would eat me alive in fury. Baby, please. Rock, just rock. Such a small space and such infinite darkness. A woman I loved in such danger, in such a tight space, and me, helpless to save her. This wasn't. This didn't. No, I was a grown man. I wasn't. I didn't. Grayson. The smell of blood everywhere,
She had to be all right. This couldn't happen. Not again. Not to me. The blood was copper and broken bodies. It flowed like a river, and it was my fault. The anger with the name I wouldn't articulate wedged its way out another inch, growling and hissing simultaneously. No. Grayson! Her name was a shout in the dark, eaten by a small space without an echo. I didn't hear a response, but my hearing had been sharpened on the stone of darkness. I would have sworn I heard her heart beating. Maybe it was my own heart. Maybe they were beating with matching rhythms. I wouldn't give up on her. Not now, not ever. I wouldn't lose anything else in the dark. I'd lost too many women in the dark. Too many had hurt in my hands, but out of my sight. Not Grayson. Never Grayson. I took a deep breath so I could call louder, harder, bring her back from the dead if I had to. The air cracked into dust and shards, slicing my windpipe on the way down. I coughed before I could scream her name again.
Caden?
She was alive.
Where are you?
Her voice, the sound of an angel choking on sand and broken seashells. I reached for it and found a handful of her hair. I left myself. I was in a closet. I was in the bottle room. I was trapped in the smell of blood and hopelessness. Right here. Can you move? My voice was swallowed by the air, pressed into impotence. Anger, unreasonable and explosive, pushed against judgment. It howled a single word with both insult and justification. Dujan?
I don't know. Where are you?
Her voice pulled me to reason. I hadn't realized how dead still the air was until it moved from the swing of her arms. I found her hand, and the touch wasn't fortifying. It split the membrane, hitting me like a bomb on an apartment building. Dujan, can you move? I asked, focusing on the moment, not the crowd of memories funneling into my consciousness. She's pregnant. She's pregnant.
My arms. There's something heavy on my legs.
I'm trying to understand her, but nothing makes sense. Her legs, my wife's beautiful legs, covered in so much blood, I thought she was wearing stockings. Can you feel them? I was on my belly near her, squeezing her hand. I felt her pulse on my fingers, but the buzz was too loud. I couldn't count. I blamed the darkness. I blamed my weakness.
They hurt.
That's good.
Caden, are you crying?
No. I spit the word in a voice of pure instinct and raw fury. Maybe I was crying, but it wasn't sadness. Oh, no. It was something more powerful and far less manageable. It didn't have words, just sounds meant to scare prey into shocked stillness. I was fighting a monster's release, pushing against two sets of events I wanted to forget while my most recent lucid memory was the love of my life slamming a door in my face. I reached for her and was greeted with a hard, flat surface. Not stone. Wood.
It's the door. I think it fell on me, and something's holding it down.
A door between us, not a wall. Dujan? Dujan?
I'm all right.
She said as if she could feel my panic.
Someone will come.
Why is she saying my name over and over in the dark? If I change, Grayson, baby, you have to leave me.
What?
Her alarm echoed in the space, bringing the realization of how small it was. My heart rate picked up in panic and my defenses weakened further. The swarm of hornets buzzed, pushing against the force of my will. Never see me again. It's not your fault, sweetheart. It's just that slammed door, her pushed in, the slap of the lock.
What's happening?
She asked from far, far away. Promise me, I demanded. Promise now!
No!
Our hands found each other. I felt for the hard circle of her ring. You're going to have a little sister? But I wasn't. Not after the lock of the door. I said, barely audible to myself. I sounded like my own hallucination.
Never.
It wasn't just the darkness. It was the thickness of it. The weight. The way it closed in while the sounds outside kept on and on like life moving without me. And the smell. Cloying and coppery. Slurred words and panic swirling into a whirlwind. It was my fault.
Caden?
Caden. Dr. John. She squeezed my hand, and I was boy and man, adult and child. I could make choices, and I was trapped in my impotence, cut loose from her and twined with her forever.
What's happening, Caden? Talk to me.
She needed me. She needs me because I knew she was pregnant.
The Iraqi woman.
Grayson said in the darkness.
In Fallujah.
I had no idea she was pregnant. Both were true. I lived two separate realities concurrently. The Iraqi woman spoke with my mother's voice in the darkness. To John. She was bleeding. It was everywhere. She was dying. Because of me. Because I got a B on my history essay. It was the punctuation. The commas. He cut off her hair to show me the difference between a pause and a stop. And when I ran downstairs... Boy, you're a coward. He put her in there with me. Bullet right through the thigh. The medic tied off the femoral artery, but her pressure dropped and her body got rid of the baby to save itself. I was scared he'd come down and see the mess and hurt her again. I heard Grayson's response, but didn't understand the words. I heard only strength and comfort, as if she was a guide through a frightening and alien land. She pulled me forward. She let him do it. I wasn't sure if I was speaking out loud or if the clay-thick air absorbed the sound before anyone heard. Why did she let him? What the hell was wrong with her? Fuck her. Fuck her for letting him hurt her. God. There's so much blood. She's not moving. She's limp. Her arms and legs. She's dead. My mother is dead, and I killed her with a B in history because I wasn't careful. Dead. This woman is dead because you didn't listen to her. My wife was saying something. The syllables ran together to make one word said in my mother's voice in a dark closet with gunfire on the other side of the wall, and the smell of blood all over the cellar, and my 11-year-old hand being squeezed into pain. Do John? Losing blood. Do Jan? Blood pressure dropping. Dayan? Words slurring. Danyan? Heart stopping. Damon. The anger breached the crack, and its name became a hard buzz, drowning out the soft-bellied Damon. I was busting from the inside, swelling into a third person of unlimited, ever-expanding rage. I articulated his name. It was no more or less than a roar without cadence or syllables. Unspellable. Unspeakable. A sound that shook the earth and made the broken man inside me shrink into a pin dot. The bag closed. Only this time it wasn't a soft bag held with string, but a tiny room with a metal door. Black as night. I was alone again, listening to the sounds from the kitchen above as he tormented her for all the things I'd done wrong.
Caden.
I was so small. 4 years old, with fat little hands against the cold concrete wall, and the taste of stolen birthday cake on my tongue.
Caden, listen to me.
Grayson's voice from the kitchen. She was getting beaten up there, and she was calling me.
Fight it. Fight hard. I love you. I'm waiting for you. Push against it. You're bigger than this.
I couldn't feel my body. Every sense was muffled. But still she called me.
I need you. Please, I need you. This is not your limit. You're bigger than this limit. Find it. Find who you are. Breathe. Breathe for me.
What was it about her voice that cut through the sound in my ears and the thick walls around me? She was so calm, even as I was hurting her in the kitchen.
Listen.
She whispered, and I heard it.
Sue, Sue. Breathe with me.
The angry thing believed in destruction. The angry thing roared and growled. It didn't believe in bullshit meditative breathing. But my lungs did, and they obeyed, dragging the dense air in and out without a pause, dizzying, confusing the angry thing taking me over, while the child in the basement felt the walls go soft. Sue, ooh, Sue, ooh. And Damon returned from a deep, deep sleep with his basket of needs and insecurities. The buzz turned on him. Sue, ooh, Sue, ooh. You're weak. You're worthless. You're broken. You are a blemish.
Caden.
Her voice was the pin of gravity, the edges of the universe, and the anchor holding me to the center of it. But I couldn't respond to her. It was too much. I was still breathing with a rhythm, even without her guidance, as Damon swirled into the same space as the anger. I pitied him. I wanted to protect him, but he didn't need my protection. He was ready to die.
Caden.
She repeated without doubt or weakness.
Go into it. Don't run away. Embrace it. This is you. They're all you. I love you.
She was here, in the darkness. Sue, ooh, with every mistake I ever made, and Sue, ooh. She still loved me. All the doors opened. A single space in my mind where blame and guilt and cowardice lived next to honesty and bravery and love. I became aware of my body again, and in one gulped breath, I was whole.
Part 8, Chapter 65. I had a concussion from a falling wooden beam. Boner confirmed the door had saved my leg. It had cracked and fallen on me first, then distributed the impact force of the concrete piece that fell on it. I had a dead leg, a quadricep contusion that looked as if I'd spilled black and red paint on my thigh just above the knee. It hurt like hell, truth be told. The pain didn't bother me, because my mind was completely occupied with Caden. Under the rubble of my apartment building, I'd talked him through something neither of us had understood at the time. At one point, he'd just rested his head on my chest and I'd stroked his hair. We'd waited in silence until we heard the trucks outside. Then we shouted for all we were worth. As the voices of rescuers got closer, our shouts were mixed with relieved laughter. When the first shaft of light shot through the debris, I saw him for the first time since I'd slammed the door in his face. Wow, was all I could say. He was covered in a mask of gray dust, but the blue of his eyes reflected the morning light like windows to the sky, just like they always did, except for one thing. The sky wasn't frightening. It was clear and calm, a protective shield not just over me, but over him as well.
You look stunning yourself,
He'd said from above me.
Not that you have a choice, but stay still.
Then he'd looked at the rescue team as they moved another slab, getting between me and the pebbles falling from the sky. If I'd still had my commission, they'd have sent me to Germany to recover, then decide if I had to go back to my unit or go home. But I was a contractor and part of the conversation about my own best interests. The military hospital kept me overnight to monitor the concussion. In the dim light, surrounded by the soft hiss of machines, Caden leaned into my bed.
Dana and Trona are fine. Minor contusions, a few scrapes. They got sent home.
A rectangle of bandage clung to his forehead where he'd been cut by falling glass. For scrapes?
Home. Baghdad home.
It's a pile of rock.
Blackthorn owns a third of the green zone.
He sat next to the bed and stroked my cheek. He wasn't the cold, detached man we'd fought to control, nor did he have the soft, insecure expression I'd come to know as Damon's. He was neither, and both. He was impossibly complete. What's different about you?
Everything.
Even his voice was somehow more whole, like a puzzle with all the pieces in place.
It's over.
It can't be. Nothing's that easy.
You call that easy?
I don't even know what it was.
It was all the stuff I never told you.
He slid his hand under mine and laid the other one on top.
I'm sorry, Grayson. I'm so sorry I lied to you. I thought if I relived it, I don't know, die, maybe, if I want to overstate it.
He brushed his thumb along the side of my hand with that perfect pressure I'd come to love.
Let me tell you what happened twice. No, 2.5 times.
He was quiet for a long time.
I wasn't afraid of the dark when I was a kid. I wasn't afraid of anything. I was like you.
I'm afraid of plenty. He shrugged as if I was splitting hairs.
If you say so.
I'm sorry I interrupted. Go on. After a short pause, he began again.
I went in the bottle room when I was scared. I could hear everything from the floor above, but I felt safe. I told you this, but I didn't tell you the last time I went down there. I was about 11. I wasn't a careful kid. I didn't cross my T's and or dot my I's generally, and composition wasn't my strong subject. I'd gotten back a history essay with too many corrections. Commas. Fucking commas.
I nodded. Commas are sneaky. He smiled in the dim light.
I was in a gifted school, and there was a lot of homework. I was tired when I wrote the essay, and I didn't check it over. He, my father, took it out on my mother. Sometimes I got mad at her for putting up with it, but I was always more mad at myself for not checking my work. Like she knew it, she always made sure to blame herself. The more I think about it, the more I think that was why I fell in love with you.
He looked at me and squeezed my hand.
You'd never put up with that from me.
I held back a comment, but he read my mind.
Except on your terms,
He said with half a grin.
That's safe for me. Until it wasn't. Then, you know what happened.
Damon.
I protected myself from hurting you. I was already fucked in the head with him pushing on me because he was my protector.
Did you feel split before then, though?
No. I don't know what opened that up.
I had a feeling I knew what it was, but I wasn't ready to admit my hand in his breakdown. Not to him, and not to myself, but I knew.
Here's what I never told you.
He cleared his throat and looked away.
That time, with the commas, he put her in the bottle room with me and locked the door from the outside. He did that sometimes with just me, but not for long. This time, after the history essay, it was different. Jesus, this is hard.
I let it be hard. He hadn't dealt with any of it, hadn't looked it in the face and taken control of it.
I could hear her, but I couldn't see her. She was crying. She didn't cry in front of me, but she was across that little room, sobbing. And I was on the other side, feeling like it was all my fault, but also resenting her for invading my safe space. Then she was groaning in pain, and I said, "Mom, are you all right?" And she said, "It's your sister."
He didn't have a sister.
And that,
He said with a deep breath from the bottom of his lungs.
that was when I smelled the blood.
His face scrunched into a knot, revealing every beautiful dimple.
It was sticky. So sticky and thick. The smell. And there was so much. Just on and on. A puddle. I thought she was dying. I thought
Another deep breath he had trouble taking.
I thought I'd killed her.
She was miscarrying, I whispered, and he nodded.
I didn't know that. I couldn't see her, and she kept saying she was fine. I thought he'd stabbed her over commas. My commas.
It wasn't your fault. He pressed my hand to his lips and closed his eyes.
I didn't know what to do.
His lips moved against my knuckles.
She just lay there and said it was okay. She said it wasn't my fault. She forgave me.
Do you forgive her?
Not really. When she stopped groaning from the cramps, I crawled over to her. I got blood all over my hands and knees. She didn't move. I picked up her arm and it was like a dead weight.
He rested his head on my belly, the bandage disappearing in the folds of the sheets, looking at me with sideways eyes.
I swore to her that when we got out, I'd never miss another thing. I'd pay attention to every detail no matter how tired I was. She said, okay. That was how I knew she wasn't dead.
I ran my fingers through his hair. I was mad at Caden's father for being too dead to face justice, but I wasn't mad at Caden for lying. Not anymore. All the boundaries between us were false walls.
And then,
he continued,
the woman in the closet. The femoral artery. It was like I was 11 again. I asked her to forgive me, but she didn't understand my shitty Arabic.
Because she was Kurdish.
I think that was when I first felt Damon. But he was so small.
And you were doing surgery all the time. The army, too. So orderly it was safe to keep him in the background. His eyes were transparent in the cold light of the moon.
In the rubble, it was different. No Damon. Just a monster. I swear, if you hadn't talked me through it, I don't know what I'd be now. I can do anything with you. I'm still fucked in the head, but it feels normal. I'm a fucked up person, but a whole fucked up person. All the doors opened, and it's one room again.
I think we stumbled on something. The breathing, plus the opportunity to face fear and get control. Maybe. I don't know. All I know is you look like the man I fell in love with before all this. You're the fucked up, brave, honorable, strong asshole I love.
I'm going to be everything you need from now on.
I believed him. I wasn't sure the world would let us be happy, but I was sure that if happiness was to be found, it was with him. All of him. He sat up straight and got something from his pocket. He held it close before showing me. Grady's sonogram.
I understand why you didn't tell me.
I laughed. He looked wounded. It's not mine.
You lost it. I know.
He took my hand as if I needed comfort, but he was the one who needed his hand held. No. No. It's from a soldier in Balad. He died, and I keep it for, I don't know why, luck or respect. He laughed once, softly, and the last of his tension fell off in a single breath.
Like a rabbit's foot.
He plucked it off the bed. I would have told you.
I found it when we were fighting, so everything was upside down.
Keep it for good luck or respect. He slid it into his pocket and tilted his head right, then left to stretch his neck.
I have to get to work. I'll be in the next room if you need me.
I need you. Trust me. He bent to kiss my cheek, letting his lips linger on my skin. I turned, laying my mouth against his. Slowly, we entered into a kiss, savoring the taste and touch as if it were the first. His tongue gently met mine, and I melted into a pool of desire. With a leisurely pace, he opened his mouth, and I made my shape match his until we were bound by breaths and moans. We jerked apart with a rustling of paper and the scrape of a chair behind him.
I should go.
He drew his thumb along my cheek. The corner of the bandage on his forehead had curled a little from laying his head on my chest, and I was struck again by the wholeness I'd taken for granted when we met and that I hadn't seen in a long time. The universe, assuming it even existed with a capital U, had a way of demanding Caden's attention. If there was any other explanation for his being repeatedly in dark rooms with bleeding women, I couldn't come up with it. We're very lucky.
There's someone up there watching out for us.
He was more prone to name divine causation than I ever thought possible. You never really know a person. Chapter 66. They let me out of the hospital the next day. I bought a set of crutches and got a lift to my new apartment. The building was much bigger, 30 units opening onto shared balconies around a barren courtyard. All Blackthorn personnel, fortified with a thick wall and barbed wire that wouldn't keep out a bomb any better than the last place. I was in a single-room studio on the second floor. "I'm on 3, Dana said, unpacking the stuff she'd managed to retrieve from the rubble. "It's a longer walk up the stairs, but it's so great." I was sure it would be so great, no matter where she was. Ronan was at my desk like he owned the place. He had a stack of files at one elbow and a cup of coffee at the other. "Make yourself at home," I said, putting my crutches by the door. I didn't need them to walk, but to keep the pressure off a leg working to heal.
"Thanks. I got you coffee."
He flipped his hand to a cup by the guest chair.
"Black, right?"
I picked it up. "You didn't say you were coming?"
"Last minute."
He flipped a page. "What are you looking at?"
"Leslie Yarrow."
"How's she doing?"
"No clue."
He closed the file and tossed it across the desk in my direction.
"Do you have something useful to add to this fucking shit show?"
He leaned back with his hands linked over his diaphragm.
"Because it wasn't supposed to turn out that way. I mean, maybe she's fine now, but that's not an excuse."
I flipped through the file. My report was on top. "I think you need to hold off on this program until you know." He got pensive on me instead of addressing my suggestion.
"Every treatment addressing PTSD focuses on reducing the trauma's impact by serving the trauma back with a sense of control. Facing fears, diffusing memories."
Behind my report was her circular breathing treatment schedule, the Bicam 145 dosages, and her questionnaires. It's got to be done with a teaspoon, not a shovel.
"Is that why you didn't give St. John his syringe?"
Calling my husband by his last name was a way to detach himself and me from the decision. A cute way to remind me that I was a clinician. No signs of trauma. He looked better on the way out than the way in.
"Unlike Linderman,"
he said. "Unlike Yarrow."
"I feel bad."
He drew out the last word as if remorse was a foreign concept. "Like I said, I think you should suspend the program." I got to her application to enter the treatment, scanned it. "Unless you like feeling bad."
"The upside's bigger than my feelings. Speaking of, how do you feel? Heard you were trapped for hours."
It sucked. However, I was going to tell him about Caden and facing fears, diffusing memory, giving control. I was deciding what was Ronan's business, what would be helpful to the program and thus everyone, and what was too private to share. But I got to the last part of Yarrow's file and stopped on a card paper-clipped to a report copied from Stars and Stripes. I'd seen her file before, but missed this. Leslie Yarrow's unit had been on the front lines in the Second Battle of Fallujah.
"However, being stuck with Caden St. John was tedious,"
he said, trying to get under my skin and failing. I read while Ronan jabbed me about my husband. Yarrow's unit had been under sniper fire for 3 days, surrounded, trapped in an abandoned orphanage. They were getting picked off one by one until they rallied and made a heroic escape.
"Are you okay?"
Ronan asked. A single orange card was clipped to the sheet. A form filled in with stubby pencil, a date in 2003, a dosage, and all her basic info scrawled as if in a hurry. When you were with intelligence, did they have people embedded on the front lines? He shrugged.
Defense? Sure. Are you supposed to be standing with that leg?
I have 2 legs. I handed him the sheet and leaned on my good leg. This is before you came to Balad.
Yeah?
He scanned the pages and handed them back to me. When we were at Balad, I had 2 jobs, more or less. Evaluate soldiers for PTSD and keep the surgeons on their feet. I came with caffeine shots, vitamins, and amphetamine. He leaned back again, pushing away from the desk.
You saved lives with those shots.
You came with a synthetic amphetamine.
I'll repeat, those shots saved lives.
And according to this, I held up the orange card. Leslie Yarrow got it, probably with the rest of her unit. Helped with knowing if you were being watched, right? It heightens sensory cues, which wakes up the mind for a surgeon, but if you're being watched by, say, a sniper, you'd know where they were and when they saw you. It was a cure for scopisthesia, unless your paranoid fantasies are real.
And thanks to it, they found a way out of an impossible situation. The same way it kept Caden and 2 other surgeons working in Balad.
I sat, leaned forward, folded my hands together on the desk. I don't believe you. Mirroring me, he leaned forward and folded his hands together on the desk.
I don't care.
How many others who got that shot are presenting with dissociative disorder?
None who told the truth.
Well, there you had it. He knew. Maybe too late, but he knew. I should have been surprised, but I wasn't. I was, in a way, relieved. Why didn't you tell me you were looking at the questionnaires?
You weren't supposed to know. You would have asked questions, and I didn't want to answer questions.
He sighed and put his hands flat on the blotter, looking out the window.
My whole career is defined by what I can and can't say to whomever I'm talking to. There are a lot of things I've wanted to tell you. That was why I wanted to bring you into intelligence. One of the reasons. There were more, and don't look at me like that. This isn't about you or friendship. It's not about our past together. It's about keeping our eyes on the prize. Those dumbasses in Abu Ghraib threw a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity out the window. They went from making Iraqi prisoners uncomfortable, which was the idea, just have a woman look them in the eye or tell them what to do. And they went right to torture, right to forcing them to suck each other off. It was disgusting. We could have won this war in half the time, with half the deaths. But no, they didn't stay in the lines, and now here we are with a private company picking up where the U.S. government had to stop.
My face was covered by my hands. I pressed my eyelids down until I saw exploding stars.
I'm sorry, Grayson. It's for the greater good.
I wouldn't be able to talk him out of his ideals, no matter how misguided. I took my hands off my eyes. Is there anything else I should know?
You should know you're doing good work. Worthy work. Don't just look at what's gone wrong. Linderman is doing fine, still. From what you've seen, there's no way a guy in that serious a mental state is restored like that. Until now. We have to understand what happened with Leslie Yarrow and make adjustments. She won't be the last one.
The way he lowered his chin and dropped his voice a touch. He meant Caden.
Chapter 67. I felt great. For the first time since I'd first felt Damon's hiss or the nameless buzz, I felt truly whole. 6 days went by with neither a relapse nor the threat of one. I went on a medevac, and though the heights still bothered me, I did my job and came back without a voice or a sound or an errant perception. "You seem weirdly happy," Boner said over Thursday beers on the roof. "It makes me uncomfortable, gotta be honest," Stoneface added. "My wife," I shrugged. "What can I say?" "Thanks for the mental images. Boner said, tipping his bottle to me in mock appreciation. The evening prayer call arced over the city as soon as the sun dipped below the horizon. So, Stoneface asked, what's she doing exactly? That, my friend, is none of your business. Agent Orange laughed. Boner shook his head. Heartland was on duty, but he would have changed the subject. Nah, I mean, here, what's that shot she's doling out? I sipped my beer. That wasn't any of his business either. Blackthorn had worked out a permissions system that didn't exactly override Army Medical, but since it was through the DoD, it didn't give them the authority to ask specific questions. I don't know, I lied, focusing on a grain of truth. I wanted out of the conversation. I'm asking because it's the fucked up in the head guys who get it. As usual, I couldn't get a read on what he was thinking. And when they do, it's like, Agent Orange spread out his hands, pow, they're cured. If they get it, Stoneface said. Some don't. Some she doesn't do anything with. I noticed that, Agent Orange added. Him I could read. He wasn't accusatory, not exactly. He was holding his judgment, but the judgment was getting loose. Guys, she works for Blackthorn. Who the fuck knows what they do? It's not like she tells me. She's got NDAs up the ass. That shot, though, Stoneface shook his head. Fucking miracle, Boner added. Well, I said before finishing my beer. I guess she's just magic. They're talking, I said to Grayson a few days after the rooftop beers. We'd had a dozen casualties come in overnight and one had been flagged for the Blackthorn psych. Everyone had watched as she spoke to the guy, and when she didn't give him the shot, they dispersed like a crowd after the fire trucks left. I caught her outside the hospital before she got back on the truck to the offices.
Why? Because we haven't spent a night together in over a week?
It had been busy and our schedules hadn't overlapped. It sucked, but that wasn't what I was talking about. About your miracle shots. In the desert wind, her hair crossed her face like a web.
It's not a miracle. It's research and preparation.
She faced into the gust to clear the hair out of her eyes. They don't know why some people are getting it and not others, or if it's going to contraindicate anything they're prescribing.
I'll tell my boss. It may be something PR has to handle.
An errant strand crossed her face, sticking to her bottom lip. We didn't touch or show affection publicly, but I moved it without thinking.
I miss you.
The whoosh of the wind almost drowned her out. We stood in broad daylight, surrounded by people walking in and out of the hospital, but we were totally alone. What happens if I slip back?
Back?
If I crack? If the split comes again? Her brow nodded.
I don't think that's going to happen.
How do you know? She shook her head slightly, slowly, thinking about her answer just a little too fucking hard. You don't know.
It's hard to explain.
Try me. She looked around, checking for ears and eyes. I led her to a window ledge wide enough to sit on. She pulled the hair off her face and took a deep breath.
You're in a group that developed dissociative disorder because you had previous trauma. You're the only one who had a chance to relive the event while being talked through it. You faced your fear and got control. You're the only one who's been made whole.
I waited for more. Some proof, some studies, some evidence that it wasn't coming back. I got none of that. All I got was a look of devotion, which was nice, but no cure for my concern. So, you don't know shit?
No. Not really, but Caden...
She reached for me, but I didn't return the affection. I don't know how I ever lived like that. If it comes back, I don't know what I'll be. Loving you isn't going to be enough to fix it, and I can't do it again. I won't. What was I threatening, exactly? It didn't matter. I'd fought enemies I couldn't see because they were inside me. The memory of the splits, the constant battles, the lack of sleep, the torment of feeling that there was something hostile I couldn't escape was too much.
I know you're scared.
If I slip back, will you give it to me? The shot, will I get it?
You're not going to slip back.
I'm not playing this game with you, yes or no? Through the veil of hair whipping over her face, I held her eyes with mine. The wind took on a rhythm that got louder and louder. I wouldn't move until she answered. The rhythm turned into the thup, thup, thup of choppers. Paramedics ran out to meet new casualties. I'd be managing life and limb in minutes. "Gray," I said urgently.
There's a dose with your name on it.
Was that enough reassurance? I decided it was. "Thank you," I said in an exhale of relief.
Chapter 68. Standing in front of the medical refrigerator, I held his syringe. Caden St. John, 145-361-9274. To be given soon after an event as described in Section 54A, Breathing Methodology B2. A placebo, right? Like Yarrow's. Supposedly. He had to medevac like everyone else. He was exposed to traumatic situations every few days. Which one would tip him? Which one would shut him down or split him apart? Was this a cure for a man who was whole, or a detonator for an unprotected mind?
Lunch?
I jumped. Ronan peered in from the hall. You scared me. I put the syringe back.
What are you looking at?
Just dosages, making sure we're consistent.
We're not. They're different for everyone depending on height, weight, gender, how long we treated them stateside.
The medical staff is asking what the shots are about. How are they supposed to be sure it won't react negatively with something they're administering?
Legitimate concern. But we covered it in trials.
Why everyone who needs it isn't getting it. He shot out a derisive laugh.
Try giving it to someone who hasn't had the prep and see what happens.
What happens?
Usually nothing. Usually.
Night. Caden and I on his narrow bed, bodies draped over each other, his chest rising and falling under my head. The beating of his heart, his fingers drifting over my shoulder as the doors of my mind clicked gently shut one by one in surrender to sleep. I knew the sound of choppers overhead. I could hear them from miles away. I could tell they were going to land on the North Pad or by the hospital. I could tell a Black Hawk from an Osprey, speeding to save lives from a standard landing. Caden's hand had stopped moving just before I heard it. Black Hawk. If it came from the south, it was going to the airfield. If it came from the west, it was touching down on the hospital landing pad. We remained twisted together, frozen as the thup-thups got louder, our full attention on the sky. The day had started normally, but the insurgents had had a different plan. I overheard the soldiers and Marines as they came in. U.S. positions had been hit on 4 fronts, massive casualties. In Balad, I could have helped. If no one needed a psychiatrist, I could push paper, carry containers, take orders. In Baghdad, I felt useless. Men were coming in, torn apart, bloody, screaming for their buddies, and I couldn't help. Couldn't even talk to them until a doctor found a flagged file. Then Dana would come with the Bicam, and I'd have a purpose. I went to the chow hall to get out of the way and found Dana at a table with a cup of coffee and a gossip magazine. "Hey," she said. "What are you reading?" I sat down. "Anna Nicole Smith died. So sad." "Yeah, that's terrible. Aren't you supposed to be waiting at the office until they open a flagged file?" "I brought everything," she said, tapping something between her legs. I looked under the table. It was a big medical cooler. "She was 31. Overdose." "Yeah." I blew on my coffee. It looked like Dana didn't have the kind of gossip I was hoping for. "How's everything with Mr. Trona?" She flipped a page, eyes still on the magazine. "Went on a security detail 2 days ago. I'm sure he's fine. He was on the run that was ambushed this morning." "I'm so sorry," I said. "I didn't know he was part of that." "Did you know Anna Nicole Smith dropped out of school at 14? "Yeah. I mean, no." I went from agreement to honesty in 4 words. A teardrop fell onto her magazine, leaving a dark gray burst. "Do you want to go check the hospital? See if he came back?" I handed her a tissue. She took it without looking up. "There's still no word." She turned the page. "But I'm sure they're going to be fine once they get a medevac in. The medevacs have been back and forth. Maybe he's back. Nothing's gone out since the one that got shot down." She did have the gossip I was looking for, but not what I'd been hoping for. There was no delicate way of asking if there had been a doctor on the medevac or if that doctor was my husband. Worry hardened over my confidence, crystallizing like ice on the window as Dana commented on every page of the magazine to distract herself. Had Caden been on that Black Hawk? I was cold and brittle, useless to Dana or anyone. He wouldn't have gone up with casualties coming in. Even if they'd had an injury they needed a surgeon for, they couldn't possibly have spared him. Right? He'd just been made whole again. God wouldn't take him away so soon after, would he? The building trembled in answer to my question. The helicopter pad was above us and something was coming or going. I leaned to look out the window. A Black Hawk with a big red cross on the tail sped across the sapphire sky. My beeper went off. "We're on," I said. "I'll help you with the cooler." "Fucking nightmare," DeLeon said to a nurse as she passed. Dana and I carried the cooler between us. "Wifey?" she barked, peeling off the nurse and redirecting herself toward me. I stopped short, jerking Dana to a stumble. "You have 3 flagged on their way." DeLeon softened. "It was a rough ride. They're going to need you." "Wait," I called before she could turn her back on me. "You're asking about him," she said. "I am. I don't have time to give you a hug and a pat on the back." "I know." 4 hours ago?" Her voice was flat and emotionless, just the facts. "The medevac he was on was shot down over an active zone. We have reports of multiple fatalities and casualties, military and civilian, including chemical burns." "Is he—" "He's not dead, as far as we know." A nurse pulled her away, but she called back. "Keep it together, wifey. We need you." Trona was one of the first off the medevac, 3rd-degree burns from his right shoulder to his fingertips. Right behind him, children came without their mothers, soldiers with uniforms burned off, paramedics with blood drained from their faces and cheeks hollowed out as if joy had been sucked from their mouths. A paramedic left the ER and promptly vomited on the floor. "I'll get towels," Dana said. I ran up to him. "Hey," I said, bent over so I could see the long drop of saliva from his profile. "Come sit." He listened to me. I wasn't an officer without a commission. I wasn't an interloper. My status as a contractor didn't matter to either of us. I could listen to him, and he could distract me from worrying about Caden. "It was so fast," he said. "One minute we were landing, the next we're crashing. Me and the doc get out, and we don't know what to do first." The doc must have been Caden. I didn't react. At least I tried not to. "I take the guys on the Frog, and he goes into the street. Got shot at almost right away." I clutched the fingers of my left hand and my right so tightly my ring pressed against my pinky. "But he tripped over this woman." He took a deep breath in an attempt to keep it together. "Saved his life, but she was—" He shook his head. "And you?" I said. "She was melted." I let him see it in his mind for a few seconds before steering him back. "You took care of the pilot and co-pilot." "Yeah, and 2 other medics. All fine, not bad. Minor shit, but we were stuck. All of us, and it was—" He shook his head instead of using words. "Grayson!" Dana called. She waved me toward the ICU. "PFC Carlson's in recovery." "He was one of mine," the paramedic exclaimed. "I pulled him out. Is he all right?" "They don't put dead men in ICU," I said. "Go find out." He practically pushed me off my chair. "Then let me know." He was suddenly like a kid, and I was suddenly carrying the weight of Caden's absence. "The doctor," I said, before walking away. "Is he all right?" "He was when we left him." They'd left him there, probably to make room on the Black Hawk. I followed Dana into the ICU. She had the shot on a tray by Carlson's bed. I put on my game face. If Caden was dead, I'd know from the way the sky shattered.
Chapter 69. I agreed to land under fire because I was there to get people off the ground, not run back to the green zone with my tail between my legs. And yeah, I was terrified. I'd imagined more than most people falling out of the sky. It was number one on the list of ways I didn't want to die. But I'd medevaced dozens of times. Every time I went up, it got easier. We were circling around a freeway with a hole in the center and debris at the edges. I couldn't say how close to the ground we were when we were hit, but my stomach had already flipped from the descent. Then we started spinning. It wasn't anything like I'd thought it would be. I'd always imagined the fall would be quiet and empty, with nothing but my thoughts and regrets. But it was loud. Centrifugal force pulled me against my seat, and I didn't have an inward-looking thought in my head. I heard and understood the pilot's mayday call. I saw the paramedics with utter clarity and noted that the instruments were all strapped down. I was as lucid as I'd always feared, but I was not afraid. My brain was too busy. The Black Hawk screwed itself into the ground not far from the hole in the freeway, bending and creaking as $1 billion in metal bowed around me. The prop smacked into the dirt, creating a ditch. Then it stopped. Arms, legs, fingers, toes, eyes. I took inventory of my body and senses. I was sideways. My ears buzzed. But it wasn't a discreet anger roaring to break free. It was just my ears. "Doc?" A paramedic leaned over me. Frankie Beans. I knew him. Soft face, brave heart. "I'm good." I pressed the buckle of my belt and shrugged off the straps. Frankie helped. I moved slowly in case I had a break I couldn't feel. I'd ache in the morning for sure. "Who's hurt?" "Unger took a hit to the head." "No vital organs," I joked, crawling across the cracked space to what had been the front. "Fuck you," Unger, the co-pilot, said. Blood covered his face and his temporal vein was still gushing. "Everybody out," our pilot shouted. "Move!" He shoved paramedic Mary Barron out his window, handing her box of supplies out behind her. Frankie was already putting pressure on Unger's head. "Doc!" the pilot shouted. "You! Now!" I grabbed my case and let him push me out. I was just a guy, not fearless, and I was no hero. But I was pretty good at my job under pressure. Everything narrowed down into tight focus. I made the decisions I was supposed to make and let the warriors do the rest. The wounded and the medical staff were put in a concrete bunker with stripped electrical circuits on one wall that used to route power to the highway's lights. I took care of men, children, and women. Iraqi, American, and one Australian. "Trona," I said, leaning over the contractor. He'd taken a bullet in the arm. Clean exit. "Didn't expect to see you on the job." "After a building fell on you, I didn't expect to see you ever." The paramedics had cleaned him up. I started on the sutures. "We have a way of living through stuff, I guess. This is going to hurt. More than it already does? Probably not, but you'll throw a football again." "They were everywhere," he said as I worked. "I never saw anything like it. Benito got his head blown off right in front of me." That would explain the blobs of green-gray on the front of his shirt. "We're going to get you back." "It was quiet. We avoided Route Irish. I thought—" He cut himself off as I finished up. "You thought you were safe?" He shook his head quickly. "Never safe, right?" "Sometimes you're safe." "I have to get Dana out of here." "I know how you feel, man. I know how you feel." I took an extra second with my hand on his arm. I had nothing to offer him but that time. As I got up, a sniper bullet grazed my back. It burned. "Doc!" Trona yelled. Mary scrambled over to me as I crouched. "I'm fine." "You've got to stay low." Mary checked me out, ripping open the back of my shirt. "This is going to hurt," she said. "Jesus Christ," she mumbled as she checked the wound. "He missed your vertebra by a 1/4 inch." "Easier to miss it than to hit it, right, Trona?" "Right," he grunted. "When are they coming?" The light from the tiny square window had gotten long and bright as day waned. A medevac wouldn't land under fire a second time. "Soon," I lied. "They'll pick you up soon." "I'm not worried about me," he said, gritting his teeth against pain. "I don't want them shooting you, bro. We need you." The first medevac landed just before midnight. Mary and I stayed behind to fit in more wounded. I didn't know what was going on outside the little cinder block building, but it was quiet for long stretches leading up to a string of pop, crack, pop. Then more silence. I had blood and dirt all over me. The room stank of bodily fluids, gunpowder, and flesh. In the middle of the night, looking at the sky through the glassless window, I'd gotten lost in what some might have considered prayer. I'd thanked the capital U universe for letting me be there to help, for letting me live, for the men who protected me so I could patch people up. I'd thanked it for my clarity of mind, the end of the buzz of anger and the hum of cowardice. I was whole, and for that, I counted the stars in Orion's belt and thanked them for Grayson. I could die in an hour, but I'd die myself as one man, one unconflicted consciousness. The moans of the wounded mixed with the high-pitched creak of crickets just as the thup-thup of a medevac came over the horizon. We mobilized everyone to move. Trona got up on his own and flicked a piece of Benito's brain off a front button. I had a young boy, about the same age as my Qumbula kid, with an exploded foot. When they'd brought him to me, I'd frozen for a second with the memory but had shaken myself out of it. Not the same kid, obviously. "Don't go," he said with panicked eyes as the helicopter landed. Decoding the Arabic took a second. "I bring you." I was sure I'd gotten it wrong, maybe telling him he was bringing me, but he understood well enough to calm down. "Doc?" Mary called, helping a man with an open wound for a leg onto a stretcher. "We're out." I picked up the kid with the shattered foot and carried him to the medevac. Shots were fired. I kept running, looking straight ahead, and fell.
Chapter 70. It was 3 a.m. We were in a lull created by the fact that we couldn't get a medevac out to pick up the last of the wounded and 2 medical staff, one of whom was my husband. The hardest thing I'd ever done was sit still in that hospital, especially since I knew he wasn't that far away, especially since I had working legs and feet. I couldn't do a damn thing, really. I'd never get there before they could send a medevac out, and leaving would make it all worse. Logically, I was exactly where I needed to be. Yet I felt a physical pull toward him. When I went outside to get air, I saw the 3 bright stars of Orion's belt. Caden was under the same sky, and he was looking with me. He was my blue sky, my clear day, the protective shell over my world. At night, we were strung together by the stars.
"How's Carlson?"
Ronan stood next to me, steamed and pressed, looking at the sky as if trying to figure out what I saw. The beating of helicopter wings rose above us. It wasn't the first time I'd hoped it was a medevac going out for Caden. I'd given up on hope in favor of trust that he'd be back. Fine. And Humbert. Yarrow's the only one who fell apart.
Good.
The helicopter took off, a black mass blotting out the dots of light and disappearing like hope.
They're going to get the last of them.
"Thank you," I said to the stars.
Past 2 days were like Balad light.
He shook a cigarette out of a pack and offered me one. I took my eyes off the sky to decline the smoke. We didn't even know what we were looking at then when it came to mental trauma.
Fuck, we didn't. He lit up. We knew from Vietnam, Korea, but they weren't real soldiers, right? We kicked them out and didn't treat them. We pretended trauma was for pussies. Real men bucked up and went back onto the field, played the game, and won.
It was his turn to look pensively into the sky. What's your deal, Ronan? You're a callous asshole except when you're not. He shrugged and blew out a cone of smoke.
I've seen things I never want to see again. And I didn't do shit. Didn't say shit.
He tapped his ash. A single bright ember curled away in the wind and vanished.
You should have come to Abu Ghraib. You would have said something.
He took a pull of his cigarette.
You would have saved me.
And going up there would have destroyed me. Smoke came from his lips when he laughed.
You? Nah.
He stamped out his butt.
Nothing breaks you.
I looked at the night sky, waiting for the one man who made Ronan wrong. Did you have PTSD from Abu Ghraib?
I'm just trying to balance the scales.
How noble. I wrapped my sweater around my chest against the coldest part of the desert night.
And futile.
I'm going to wait inside. He turned to walk with me, opening the door so I could pass.
This was a shitstorm. It'll be a good time to give Caden his shot.
No fucking way. I went through without looking back. He caught up to me in front of the reception desk.
Don't you want to know?
If he's going to collapse in a heap like Leslie Yarrow? No, I don't want to know.
It's a placebo.
Is it?
Yes.
Then let me set up a saline shot with my own hands.
Do you not get how research works?
I stood with my legs apart and my arms crossed. No. At this point, I don't. He lowered his voice.
This has been a traumatic trip for him. It's the perfect time. We need to show we had consistent treatments for both of them so we can isolate the cause of her breakdown. That's how we determine—
Blah, blah, blah. No, I'm not going to be responsible for breaking him. I walked away before I had to hear more bullshit reasons. He wasn't putting Caden in danger. Period. We'd worked too hard to throw it all away. I was on the roof when the medevac landed. Caden had been over the wire many times since he'd treated a pregnant woman in a closet in Fallujah. Still, I half expected him to get off in a fugue and go to his room. But he was on his feet, shouting vitals and instructions. Small things. I thanked the night sky and the rising sun for small things. We'd met in a Balad airbase scrub room. He'd been undressed and obnoxious. I'd been impressed with the least impressive things about him. In Baghdad, I couldn't wait to see him. I went into the scrub room again. He was naked from the waist up as a nurse helped him change from a blood-spattered shirt into clean scrubs. Caden. I stood at the door. I was so worried.
For nothing,
He said, getting his hands under the faucet.
You know I wouldn't die without asking permission first.
His next step was soap, but he kept his hands still under the faucet. I wove through the rushing surgical staff to stand by him. His hands were shaking.
Shit,
He muttered.
Stony.
Yo.
Stoneface said through his mask. He was already scrubbed in. When he saw Caden's hands, he nodded.
I got this.
Caden shut the water and walked out. I ran after him, silently walking next to him until we were in a quiet hallway with a window at the end. He stopped and leaned against the wall.
I thought I was dead.
He said, looking at the hands that had betrayed him. His fingers still quaked, as if they wanted to run away from his arm. I slid my hands into his, squeezing as if I could keep them still. You're not.
They were shooting at us and I tripped. I thought.
He took his eyes off his hands and met my gaze.
All the things we haven't done. It was all my fault for coming. I was leaving you alone. I wanted to have kids and we never did. I could see them in my mind and I was so Sorry.
It's okay.
I can still see them.
Are they cute? He laid his lips on my cheek for long seconds, breathing deeply. I felt connected to him by that breath. It was made of steel cables connecting us near or far.
They look like you.
I'm still with you. And if you're fine, I'll tell Ronan you're okay because he's going to ask you to get the Bicam shot.
I saw Dana before I scrubbed in.
He took his face from mine with a shrug.
I told her I'd take it.
The squiggle of the blood streak leading to Leslie Yarrow appeared in front of my eyes. It was the path her head had taken across the room as she was dragged while she fought with the chaos in her mind. What? Why?
It's the same shit they were giving me in New York. It's fine. I might even be better.
The cables didn't fray, didn't break, but my control was slipping away even as I tried to grasp our connection and pull it tight. Can you just not? I took his hands and tried to reforge our link with a hard gaze. Just don't take it.
Do you know something I don't?
I did. I knew the one thing that would make giving the shot futile because the thing about placebos was that they were useless if the subject knew. It's a placebo. He laughed and kissed me on the lips with a deep sense of appreciation.
Then what's the problem?
The problem, I sulked, crossing my arms and lowering my voice, is Yarrow got this placebo too, and she had a breakdown a few minutes later. So either the thought of the shot created the reaction,
Which you just killed by telling the patient.
or it's not a placebo. His eyes were so intense I nearly melted under their heat. Blue was a cold color associated with ice and distance, but when he directed it my way, it warmed me.
I'm whole. Shaken, yes, but whole. Was she?
I put my hands on his chest, wishing he hadn't put the shirt on before I had a chance to kiss his skin. No, but
Okay. Take it easy.
he took my wrists and kissed my palms.
I'm going to finish this treatment with them and be done with it.
He kissed me before I could protest, and there was so much love and trust in that kiss that I let it melt my objections away. I pulled him into me, and he wrapped his arms around my body as if he was afraid I'd run away. When I felt his erection against me, I groaned into his mouth, lifting my leg over his waist. He pressed his hardness against my damp softness.
My room.
He said, cupping my breast. We're not finished talking about this, I said, grinding into him.
We're going to talk about our life together. I'm going to give you the entire world. We're going to talk about which part you get first.
You're the part I want first.
Good, because...
The doors at the end of the hall swung open. Dana appeared with a metal tray, stopping short when she saw us tangled together. Oh, there you are. I got both feet on the floor.
It's fine,
Caden said. I have to give you this, Dana replied, setting down the tray with a syringe that told stories. No, I started.
All right.
Caden passed her on the way out, stopping long enough to say,
But give her a sedative.
The doors closed behind him. I'm not sure he needs it. When he came in, he looked a little... He doesn't need it, I shouted. Ashamed of my tantrum, I went past her to follow my husband. He was already sitting in the exam room, rolling up his sleeve. Caden, listen to me.
I'm fine.
Dana came in with her tray, and not wanting to yell again, I clammed up, crossing my arms and wondering how the hell I was going to get him out of this. She sat next to him and pulled on latex gloves, smiling from ear to ear. Thank you so much for taking care of Bobby.
How's he doing?
They chatted while she swabbed his skin. I stood over them, remembering slipping on the squiggle of Yarrow's blood on the linoleum, her red face, the heat and depth of her confusion and pain. She screamed with the voice of an abused child. Would he sound like a little boy locked in a cellar when he got the shot?
Baby?
Caden asked, his voice far away, drowned out by darkness and horror. I couldn't risk stuffing him back in the bag, not for his promises or mine. Dana raised the needle. I'll do it. I held out my hand. Momentarily bewildered, Dana froze with the needle between herself and Caden's arm. It's my responsibility. All right, she chirped. She placed the syringe back on the tray and stood. I sat across from my husband and got gloves on, ready to deliver a death blow to his sanity or a round of nothing at all. Caden leaned forward with a smirk. He liked this. I knew he thought I was sexy with a needle in my hand. After this, he'd fuck me as if it would be the last time he used his dick. Dana waited impatiently. Ronan had told me she didn't need a babysitter. Well, neither did I. Can you get his paperwork for me? I want to make some notes after I'm done. She nodded and left.
You're really sexy when you boss people around.
I pressed his arm down to hold it steady, feeling the way the skin gave but the muscle didn't. How complex the structure of his cells and nerves was. How touching him made me realize how fragile he was. How quickly I could lose him. With my right hand, I held the needle to his arm, holding his elbow with the left hand. I felt him watching me, his impatience to do this thing so he could get me into bed. The shot was nothing. Had to be. Ronan would lie, but about this? No. Not about the research. But he had bosses. Maybe they lied. Maybe they'd made a mistake. Maybe Leslie Yarrow and Caden St. John had become test cases.
Come on, baby. I want to get moving here.
If I didn't give him the shot, Dana would. Ronan had authorized her to do her job with or without me, and since I'd asked them to send a second syringe, squirting this one on the floor, if I even could, would just delay the inevitable. When the syringe didn't change color, they'd know I hadn't given it to him. They'd fire me, send me home. When the new syringe came, Dana would give him the shot he was convinced he could handle. I was trapped. Caden was trapped. The Bicam had to go into someone before Dana returned, and it wasn't going to be Caden. Quickly, I turned the needle downward and away. The diagonally cut tip turned toward me, the white rubbery hub hungry to turn blue when it touched my skin. So fast, but carefully, with all my attention on what I was doing, I pushed it into my left bicep, lowering the plunger until the syringe was empty. Caden leaned back. "We're done here," I said. By the time I dropped the syringe on the metal tray, the hub was already blue. Hubris is excessive, defiant pride or self-confidence. That wasn't what this was. I'd given myself the shot out of certainty, trust. I was sane and whole, so much so that even my fears and quirks confirmed my core mental soundness. My body had been broken at the wrist, pierced at the sternum, snapped at the collarbone, but nothing could change what I was, who I was. If you'd asked me if I believed humans had souls, I would have given you arguments about genetics and upbringing that added up to a denial. But I must have believed. When I gave myself that shot, it was because I trusted that I had a sane, unbreakable core. I was confirming the unconfirmable. I believed in my soul. I believed it would never change. I believed that to protect Caden, I'd be able to shrug off whatever confusion this stuff created. My attention was locked on Caden as he leaned back with his sleeve rolled up and the alcohol drying on his arm. His focus further established what I already knew. I was safe.
Why?
Was all he said. It's for the best. I stood, suddenly uncomfortable with inaction. Forward. I had to move forward. Whatever that was, it was a direction. My heart pounded with anxiety. I felt trapped in an inert state that would corrode me. It wasn't an overwhelming feeling. It was more like an irritation. An itch on the sole of your foot in otherwise comfortable shoes. Definitely within the normal range. I walked out, forward into the lobby and outside where dawn broke the blackness of the sky into blues. He was right behind me. I knew it without hearing him. But I had to keep moving. I didn't even know where I was going except forward to an undefinable destination. He grabbed my arm.
Slow down.
I stopped long enough for him to wrap his arms around me. I was locked in a stillness that was comfortable because it was him. I'm sorry. I just got claustrophobic all of a sudden.
Why did you do that?
I don't want you to have the serum or a placebo or anything. I don't care about the research, and I don't care what they say about what's in it. I don't want to risk it. Period. That's my professional assessment. He ran his thumb over my cheek with that perfect casual pressure. His touch grounded me to the moment, soothing the itch to move.
Okay. Are you going to be all right?
Yes. I ran my finger along the edge of his placket. Now I am. The world was inside the spaces where we touched. Nothing could break us. Nothing.
If the shot wasn't a placebo?
I'll be fine.
Are you sure?
He lifted my chin so I could look at him. Behind him, the sky was lightening to the exact color of the eyes that saw right through me. Yes. I was 5 miles off the ground in his gaze.
Grayson.
I'm fine.
If you're not, I'll kill him.
He meant Ronan. But I was fine.
I'll burn Blackthorn down. Do you understand me?
Yes. My voice was barely a whisper. I understood. He was forward motion and stillness. His eyes were the lock of gravity under a sky that melted, moved, shifted, cracked. Behind his still points of blue, the sky was rent into 2 distinct halves, and the trust that my soul could bear anything shattered with it. It was not a placebo.
Part 9, Chapter 71.
Never take anything for granted. Anything. When a piece of metal had missed my heart by a fraction of the length of my fingernail, I'd stopped taking my safety for granted, adding that to my overall health and the health of my family. I never took Caden's love for granted, nor his well-being. Never money, never my friends. But I'd taken my sanity for granted. I'd leaned on it as the one thing I could always count on no matter what. My mental stability was the rock I'd lashed the rest of myself onto as the earth shook and the winds tried to rip me away. I was sane. My perceptions were keen and clear. My personality was steady, clearly defined as me. And with that collateral in my pocket, I could risk everything else. It couldn't be bartered, spent, or worn away. I could not be disengaged from it. My very existence had been poured into the vessel of my sanity. Even after seeing Caden fall apart, I depended on that container to hold me together, assuming it was indestructible. When I took the shot meant for my husband, the assumption remained. It was a placebo. Or not. If it was, I'd be fine. If it wasn't, then I'd still be me no matter what I'd injected into myself. No vial of experimental serum could take away the essentialness of me, because that was where the unmovable object and the unstoppable force met. It was the only real thing in the world.
Why did you do that?
Caden asked outside the hospital. My arm throbbed at the injection site. I hadn't been careful with the needle, nor had I stuck it into thick enough muscle. I don't trust him, I said, knowing Caden would understand I was talking about Ronan. What happened to Yarrow? I don't want it to happen to you. And if I wouldn't give you the shot, Dana would. He took me in his arms, and there the splitting sky was sewn shut. I thought I was just tired, a little stressed out. All I needed was a good night's sleep and Caden St. John.
Why? Why not just dump it if you didn't want me to have it?
The syringe had a tell. If it didn't go into someone, they would have known.
So what?
They'd just send more, and if I wouldn't give it to you, someone else would. There was more to it than that, of course. If I'd dumped it, another solution would have presented itself in time. But I took my sanity for granted, so I'd gone with the solution I had on hand because it would satisfy my need to save Caden. I had to know if it was a placebo or not. If I tossed it, we'd never know.
Well?
He laid a kiss on my cheek.
Is it?
His question wasn't urgent. He wasn't worried or uneasy because he took my sanity for granted as well. Not sure, I said, even though I was very sure something had shifted. I laid my lips on the bare bit of skin over his collar, breathing deeply of coffee grounds and lingering rubbing alcohol. The scent went from my nose, down my spine, between my legs, where it burst into a throb that beat with my heart. Maybe it was an aphrodisiac.
I'm off duty at 0400.
Can you get to my apartment at that hour?
Probably. The army never sleeps.
Dropping my arms away from him, I stepped back. I felt the sky rip into 2 halves, 2 eyes watching me from deep in the past. and still thought I had it under control. I could watch the effects of the drug like a clinician and let them wear off like a person with a deep well of sanity. Be there,
Be naked.
he replied with a smirk. He took 2 steps backward to the hospital, turning when the doors whooshed open. I watched him walk away, yanking the tether between us tighter, near breaking, but not quite. Not yet. Maybe I took that for granted, too. I'd taken the shot instead of wasting it because I didn't want Blackthorn to know it didn't go into Caden. Once I realized Caden's syringe hadn't been filled with a placebo, I got pissed off. That was not okay. Not for Caden, not for anyone. At 0223, the Blackthorn offices were dark and empty. I sat at my desk and dashed off an email I was pretty sure I'd regret. From G. Fraser at blackthorn.com to R. Blake at blackthorn.com. CC D. Janetto at blackthorn.com. Ronan. Dana has logged subject Dr. Caden St. John's vial as administered because the syringe corroborates and because I told her it was. This email is to correct the record. The dose was administered to me. The subject was the only witness. Dana is not at fault for the erroneous log. I will submit corrected paperwork first thing in the morning. As an aside, the syringe did not contain a placebo. I am experiencing noticeable symptoms of scopaesthesia. As these syringes do not contain what I, the accountable physician, was told is in them, I will no longer be administering Bicam, nor will I sign off on the administration of Bicam by any physician's assistant under my purview. Best regards, Dr. Grayson Fraser. P.S. Fuck you. I deleted the postscript before I sent it. He needed to hear that to his face. When I shut the computer down, my eyes needed a moment to adjust. Medical books, binders, a chair and a couch, an open door looking onto a large room with rows of desks facing north to minimize the sun's glare. My office had a window that looked out onto that wider room. Blinds shut. The shut blinds bothered me. I kept them that way to protect the privacy of whomever was in the room with me. The door was open unless I was seeing someone or on a call. Normal. But something was behind those blinds. There was no noise, no visual, no sense other than a conviction I knew was wrong. I could see the large room through the door, and it was dead of night empty. If someone had come in, I would have heard the outer door. Foolish, of course. I was just jumpy from the dark and years of fighting an enemy who could be anywhere. This wasn't the same thing Caden had experienced. It was manageable because I was in complete control of my mind. I reached for cold common sense and felt the rip in the sky again. The bowl over all of us cracking in two and becoming sentient. Potential energy turned kinetic. Death turning to life. I was tired, and it had been a stressful day. After gathering my things, I went to the doorway and paused before going through. Quietly, I leaned over and twisted the rod that opened the blinds and jumped at the sight of a shadow. I went back into the office and shut the door, locked it. Jerking the cord at the side of the window, I raised the blinds. The shadow was a coat, hanging on a hook. For fuck's sake, I said to myself. My voice was a balm against the shifting reality, filling the crack like epoxy. Just go home already. Blackthorn had a shuttle bus that ran between the office and the apartments all day and night. One was waiting outside for me. I chatted with the driver. The wheels moving under my feet felt right and good. I was moving, going someplace. Forward momentum was exactly what I needed, and by the time I walked into my apartment at almost 3 a.m, I felt normal again. Caden might be hungry, and after he fucked me, I might feed him. I cut oranges and a stubby banana, brewed mint tea, and set out crackers. Then I stripped to bare skin and showered. The injection site looked normal. The tiny pinprick would fade to nothing in a day. For the first time, I considered that I might get fired for my impulse. I should get fired and sent home. Being separated from Caden would be the worst consequence, but maybe I'd done what I came here to do, save him from that shot. Maybe I could go home and just wait for his return, knowing I hadn't come to Iraq for nothing. The idea of going home was like walking backward. I paced naked to the opposite side of the studio apartment. There couldn't be a backward. Stillness was death. There was only forward. I couldn't go home. A light rap at the door. I shut off the lights. I jumped onto the bed as he let himself in, a tall shadow against the outside lights. Like an animal, I could sense his scent and his energy. When he closed the door, I leapt off the bed, unable to sit still, and pushed him against the door. We were open mouths and searching tongues. I was made of hands that opened, peeled, shucked his clothes away. Forward, forward, forward. I wouldn't be stopped or slowed. Moderation didn't find the limit. Safety didn't tease out the edges. Caden flipped me to my stomach. I grunted in protest. I didn't want to be passive. I didn't want to be ridden. I wanted to ride. He was inside me before I could explain. So deep, I thought he'd crack me.
Is that what you want?
Deeper. He got on his knees, pulling me up until I was crouched over him. We were both facing the same direction, and that seemed more right than anything before. Into, forward, through, he found an untouched depth, an arcane secret in my belly that I'd been holding for him and only him. When he discovered it, he hurt me and broke through. I shook, or the earth quaked, or reality trembled, threatening to break and spill its contents. It managed to hold together. For now. He'd exhausted me so much that even when I slept, I was awake, and when I woke, I was still asleep. I spun down a tunnel that was focused and clear in the center, but more and more chaotic at the edges.
No fever?
Caden's voice, like the details of my world, was crisp and lucid as I heard it, and fractured and shattered as it drew away, like a Doppler effect of cognizance.
Take this for the headache.
When I sat up to take the ibuprofen, the tunnel moved a little behind me, bending from inertia and snapping into place after a second. Did I tell you I had a headache? I was starting to doubt the words that came out of my mouth.
I know when your head hurts, sweetheart.
I handed him back the glass. Thank you.
You don't look good. Are you going to be okay?
I nodded, and the tunnel shook, waving lucidity before me like a red cape. When he kissed me, my consciousness shifted to where his lips touched my skin, and his voice was the focal point of my attention. He laid my head on the pillow and covered me, promising me he'd return as soon as he could. I barely heard him. My temperature was normal, but I was in a fevered half-dream. The dashing thoughts repeated over and over like a mantra, falling into dissonance, only to echo as if I'd lost control of my inner voice. At one point, between sleep and wakefulness, the bed seemed to drop from under me and the blankets hovered a few inches above. Not really. I checked by laying my hand on the mattress and pressing down, but once I closed my eyes again, I hovered in space. Not quite falling, not quite flying, stopped in time. Cool air hit my face and my flailing limbs. It drove itself between my panties and my skin, making me aware of the angle of my body and the fact that no matter how much I flapped my arms, I couldn't will myself to fly. I could still feel where he'd touched me, where he'd violated me with his finger as if my body was his. The curdled nerves inside my vaginal wall were disgusted and greedy for more. One side of my bra was hitched over a nipple, hard from the damp and cold, and my lips were wet from inexpert kisses. I'd escaped something, but not what I'd always thought. Maybe rape, but not rape. I'd escaped something I couldn't define. Twisting, I could see the sky over the UCLA diving pool. The stars were cut out in the shape of Scott's perfect body perched on the edge of the platform, his knees bent to propel himself after me. The crescent of the moon looked as if it was balanced on my big toe, as if I'd cut half a glowing nail and hadn't ripped it away yet. The pool's filter churned like a diesel engine, and the mating song of the crickets that lived under the bushes on the other side of the fence was louder than an electric guitar. Falls were survivable. Falls into a pool especially so. But doing it wrong hurt. And in my expanded airborne second and a half, I straightened as much as I could, watching the turquoise rectangle of the pool hurtle toward me. I closed my eyes. The wet touch of the surface hit my shoulder, and the cool air from it blew against my cheek for the shortest of split seconds in the elastic perception of time. When I held my breath, time snapped back. My ears filled with the whoosh of bubbles. Pain shot through my shoulder when I tried to swim up. With a second whoosh, Scott broke the surface like a spear and scooped me up, pulling me to the surface. I'd survived something. I didn't know what, but I'd endured more than falling from the diving platform. When Scott got me to the edge of the pool and I tried to grab the lip with my bad arm, I cried, "Ow!"
What were you trying to do?
He asked, getting out in one move like he did 100 times a day. His question was pure accusation, as if I'd done something crazy. He didn't know my collarbone was broken. He didn't know I was hurt. And I didn't either. I couldn't lift my arm, and I didn't care. I could hold on with the other one. I was happy. So happy I couldn't wipe the smile from my face. Scott stood over me with his hand out, scowling, his body covered in dripping diamonds. The happiness overtook me so hard I laughed in pure delight, not because I was alive. No. I was overjoyed at the sight of the boy standing over me. For reasons I couldn't explain in the halfway point between sleep and wakefulness, with my perceptions distorting at the edges, I was relieved that Scott was alive.
Why did you jump?
He asked, truly concerned. He'd put his hands where they didn't go and scared me, but he wasn't a bad person. He was salvageable. And so was I. My unreasonable joy grew like a water balloon stuck to a flowing hose. By jumping, I'd saved him. I didn't know why I thought that. And I was afraid I was going to find out.
Chapter 72. Even asymmetrical war has a pattern. Days of nothing led into a barrage of casualties that lasted days about 1/3 of the time. The other 2/3 were one-off IEDs or suicide bombers in crowded markets. Not fun. Every soldier who came in shaken to their core was proof that the system was broken, and every single hurt civilian convinced me it had to end. But I had my detachment. I could still compartmentalize. Choosing it instead of having it thrust upon me brought a relieved kind of euphoria. "She's going to kill me," the corporal said as the nurse, a petite brunette with freckles, used a ring cutter to get his wedding band off his broken hand. "She's going to be happy you're alive. Look up." I shined a light in his eye. The cornea had been scratched by a flying pebble. De Leon poked her head in. "Dr. Eyes?" Recently, for reasons I couldn't get to the bottom of, she'd stripped the asshole off my name. "Got a guy here to see you." "I'm busy." "Well then." Her voice turned a little sultry. I looked around to see if she was directing it at me. "I'll have to wait with him then." "Whatever." "Take your time," she replied with a wink. Ronan and De Leon were chatting in one of the waiting areas when I came out. There was a match made in hell for sure. We shed my CO and went to a deserted corner of the Chow Hall patio. "Sorry to pull you into a corner," he said. "No problem. I love the cloak and dagger shit. We need to talk about what Grayson did last night." "Do we?" I got immense pleasure from giving him a hard time. "Did she tell you why she took the shot?" "No." I blew on my coffee, considering the sanctity of marital privilege. "Why don't you ask her?" "She's not in the office today, and she doesn't answer the phone, her email, or the fucking door." I'm sure she'll fill out a report or whatever you people do. I want to hear it from you." "Really?" I sipped my coffee. I was taking it with less and less sugar these days. The sweetness seemed like a lie against the backdrop of ripped bone and flesh. "Did you tell her to take it?" The idea was so hilarious I nearly spit my coffee. "What's so funny?" "Have you met my wife?" Putting the cup down, I leaned back. "Can you imagine her doing anything I tell her just because I said so?" He shook his head and looked into his coffee. "She didn't want to give it to you. She was afraid you'd react. She thought it might not be a placebo." "Bad researcher," I scolded. "You're not supposed to tip your hand to the patient. Done is done. You're out of the study, which is too bad. You were good." "It didn't feel good." "Trust me, you were great." He leaned his elbows on the table, circling his cup with his palms. "I never saw anything like you in Fallujah." My cup froze halfway to my lips. In Fallujah. I observed Ronan only to find he was observing my reaction just as carefully. I put down my coffee. "Is there something you want to tell me?" "You should ask your wife." He wasn't sitting that far away. If I stood, I could reach across the table and grab the collar of his blackthorn polo before I punched him in the face. The coffee would spill. I might get arrested if he didn't beat the shit out of me first. A small price to pay for the implication that Grayson hid things from me. "Here's the problem," he said, lowering his voice. Good strategy. In order to hear him, I had to pay more attention, which drained my anger of its explosiveness. "I don't know what was in the shot." "How is that possible?" I growled. He was fucking with my wife now. He could take his Suhus and his benchmark tests and shove them. I didn't care what he did with me. I'd volunteered for that shit, but Grayson? Fucking with her wasn't okay. I must have looked like a wild animal because he went fake beta on me, averting his eyes and relaxing his shoulders as if he had no intention of attacking. Not physically. "It's a big business. Blackthorn. If you count overseas income streams, it's bigger than AT&T. And that means there are a lot of people. You just see me, that's by design. But my bosses have bosses, and there are parts of this program that are out of my control. We got those syringes sealed with names and serial numbers already on them. We recommended a placebo as a control, but..." He shrugged. "I don't know." 1, 2, 3 deep breaths. I said nothing. "They're motivated to get this process to work. As long as there's no childhood trauma, the shot plus the breathing has a two-pronged effect. It improves combat performance and releases the burden of battle distress. It's a win all around, but there's an actuarial component to this. Sometimes things are going to go to shit. The wrong people are going to get it, or a mistaken dosage will have side effects. The bean counters need to know what that's going to cost them. And the only way is to get it wrong and see what it costs." "Right. What is that shit? Does it matter?" "Yes." He pushed his coffee away and put a napkin in front of him. After slipping a pen from his pocket, he clicked it and drew on the napkin. Lines, letters, a chemical compound. "This is proprietary," he said, connecting lines and tucking abbreviations into the corners. "I could get sued into the poorhouse." The chain of elements went on and on. "I'm not a chemist. I'm betting on that. I don't need you to prove a point." He kept scribbling his molecule, opening the napkin to make more room. "The circular breathing's important. Bicam, the stuff we were working with in Fallujah, it was a breakthrough. But the army didn't want to hear anything from me. Not after Abu Ghraib." A short rip appeared where he pressed too hard. "I got busted down to Aberdeen piss boy after that." He pushed the napkin toward me. Like I told you, I'm not a chemist. What does this have to do with Grayson? He took the napkin and crunched it into a ball. Dose and preparation. He took a Zippo and a pack of Marlboros from his pocket and poked out a smoke. It's highly personalized. He bit the cigarette out of the pack and lit it, keeping the lighter open. Your dose was raised over time. He set the napkin on fire. The shots in New York weren't vitamins. I stated it as a fact because it was. I didn't need confirmation. Sure, they were, with more or less Bicam, depending. He dropped the flaming ball on the table. We were making you into a god. The split was going to be managed with bioenergetic breathing once you had the sessions under control. But the army brought you here and cut me out. So I hired Grayson because she'd watch you until I could get transferred. A line of hot orange sped to the center of the napkin, and the black edges curled and flaked off. Now she's taken your dose. Which is higher because I'm acclimated, and you have no idea what effect it's going to have on her. And here we are. The last of the napkin turned to cold carbon. A ribbon of smoke curled between us and went dead. I know you're covered legally. I flicked away the black ash. I know what I signed. I can only imagine what my wife had to sign to come here. So when I say this, I want you to take it personally. This isn't about the law or military channels. This is about you and me. Nothing else. No one else. If she's damaged in any way, I'm coming after you. You're going to wish you were a piss boy. He jammed his cigarette between his teeth and smiled around it as if relishing the challenge. Until then, he said around his smoke, you need me. The apartment was so dark and still I thought she'd left. I turned on a lamp and shut the door. She was on the bed in the same position I'd left her, on her side, left foot poking from under the covers. When I took her hair off her face, her eyes were closed and she was smiling. Hey, baby. Her lids fluttered and she refocused.
Hey.
How are you feeling?
All right.
You haven't moved. She got up on an elbow and looked around. The fruit from the night before had collected tiny flies and her clothes were still on the floor.
I guess I haven't.
I ran my fingers over her forehead, the worst way to check for fever, but I didn't want to go full medical professional on her just yet. Her voice had a tenderness I didn't want to disrupt. Are you hungry? I touched her lower lip. It was swollen from sleep, yielding and soft.
I don't think so.
The sheet slid down her body, revealing the peaks of her breasts. I ran 2 fingers from her lip, down her chin, over the hardening nubs. She smiled again, looking down at my hand. Her dark lashes fanned out against her cheeks, fluttering as I moved the sheet below her waist. What do you want? I asked, feeling the depth of the crease between her thighs. She gave no more than what the force of my touch demanded.
Whatever you want.
Open your legs. She spread her knees apart. I ran my hand inside her thighs. She closed her eyes, releasing a gentle gasp. When I pushed her legs apart, she threw her head back, exposing the length of her throat. I talked to Ronan today. I slid my finger in her seam, teasing it open. You told him you were having symptoms?
It's not that bad. I think it'll go away.
What symptoms?
Feeling watched. But I know it's not true, so I think I'll get it under control.
She'd seen me break in 2, yet she thought her symptoms would just go away because she knew the cause. Was it ego or confidence? I admired her stability and strength, but I wasn't imprudent enough to depend on them. I knew what this shit did to a person. I'd been like this before Damon peeled away and became his own man. Confident, cocky, foolish.
I'm still pissed at Ronan.
He told me what they were trying to do. She faced forward, looking at me, but not quite. Her gaze was slightly averted.
Make warriors?
She said with a question at the end.
I didn't know. I still don't really know.
I need to know how you're feeling. I need to know if it's hurting you.
I feel fine. A little run down, but fine.
I believed her. I trusted that she knew her own mind because I wanted to. I needed to tell myself she hadn't destroyed herself to save me. I got 3 fingers deep inside her with no resistance, and she exposed her throat again. I controlled her with one hand. I didn't need pain or bonds. She was hovering on the edge, and with every move, I halved the distance between her and her orgasm. When did you know it was the shots?
After you were stop-lossed, then I saw the videos of you in the room, saw your files. Ronan said, "Oh God, you should stop if you want me to talk."
Breathe, baby. Just breathe. Tell me what he said. Her chest heaved.
If they could cure PTSD, they could make better doctors and soldiers. But you had a childhood with... You didn't tell the whole story, and it was so hard. The serum opened doors, and you split to handle the detachment.
It was happening before I went to Blackthorn. Her voice came back in soft groans.
Fallujah. It was the synthetic amphetamine in Fallujah.
I leaned over her as her mouth opened wide in a soundless cry, and tears streamed down the side of her face. I stretched my body parallel to hers. She was past words, breasts rising and falling quickly, eyes wide, expression drained. Exactly where I wanted her. What did you know?
I suspected something was off with the synthetic, but not this. I didn't suspect it would tear you apart.
Her expression pleaded with me to understand, but I already understood more than I wanted to. Why was it suspicious?
The indications sheet was keyed to the intake form. If you answered yes to certain questions, you couldn't get it, but I didn't think about why those questions. I trusted it.
Trust is a mistake. I leaned into her until I could smell the regret on her skin. Precision is the only thing that matters.
It's my fault.
She whispered with her eyes closed against my stare.
I know.
It wasn't her fault. I shouldn't have even let the thought cross my mind. She'd been as much of a pawn as I'd been. I told you that you loved me. Did I lie? She turned from the middle distance, steadily meeting my gaze for the first time since I'd come in.
No.
I lied. I sat up straight with my hand flat between her breasts, feeling her heart beat against my palm. Precision isn't the only thing that matters. Love matters too. You broke me, but you loved me whole again. What am I supposed to do?
Love me back.
It was the first demand she'd made of me since I walked in. Her voice had become steady and certain. I do. Before you, I was sure of everything. I had it all worked out. Now, because of you, I don't know anything. I'm lost in my own life, and I love you for it. She reached up to my neck and pulled me over her. I kissed her. The taste of regret was gone.
Be sure of me,
she said, shifting her body under mine. It was still dark when I turned on the shower. The shower head was built into the wall above a drain in the floor, making the entire room into a shower stall. A makeshift curtain cut the room in half. I could have made it back to base and put my clean body into clean clothes, but her water was hotter, and I didn't have to share the bathroom with 24 other guys. The door opened and the curtain snapped aside.
Hey.
I only noticed her eyes stayed on mine when I stopped staring at her body. It's 3 a.m. You have time to sleep. She walked past the curtain and got under the water.
I have a lot to do.
The streams fell over her hair, turning it from medium brown to sable.
And I can't just sit here and wait around for hours.
Magnificent. I ran my hands down the fall of her hair and to her lower back. She snatched the washcloth off the ring and soaped it. I want to see you tonight. I cupped her ass.
Sure.
She worked the cloth over her body with disappointing efficiency. Why are you in such a hurry?
Antsy, that's all.
Catching a line of lather making its way down her back, I stroked her, letting my erection press gently against her bottom. 10 minutes. I kissed her shoulder. She stepped under the water and let the soap run off her, turning to face me with her head back. Her exposed throat made my balls ache. I grabbed shampoo with my free hand. 30 minutes, tops. She straightened her neck, looking at me with my boner and shampoo in my hand, a cascade of water dripping down her chin.
Can't. I'm skipping hair.
She got on her tiptoes to kiss me, then went past the curtain to dry off quickly and economically, as if she had somewhere to go.
Chapter 73.
Caden was in the shower when I woke. I'd opened my eyes, compelled to do something, but I didn't know what. Everything. Up and out of bed, in the shower, out the door before the sunrise. It was a work day in the green zone. I blew through reports, writing up the final destination of Caden's vial without excuses or reasons. Just the facts, ma'am. How had only 2 hours passed since I'd woken up? Only a few seconds to cross the cafeteria to the already burned coffee the night staff had set up by the empty steam table. It seemed as if time used to be a flat sheet of paper that was now folded into an origami box. I looped 2 mug handles in one finger and dropped them on the stainless countertop.
We need to do a workup on you,
Ronan said. I'm fine. I poured coffee into each cup. The effects are less and less. I felt the jolt and crash from the B-12. And the splitting sky. You were tired, as if the bowl over the earth had cracked. You were stressed. Into 2 blue eyes watching me. You were worried about Caden. And I was going to slip into the dark fissure between them. Quit it. You're sane. You have this.
I believe you,
he said casually, dropping creamer into his cup.
But we need data.
Of course. Speaking of data, I need to go to the hospital and check on 2 subjects before they're shipped out.
Then let's get started.
I was jumping out of my skin, but I'd answered the questions on the form fully, using complete, cogent sentences. Some repeated the same query with different words so that inconsistencies could be noted. I wasn't born yesterday. The black-walled room was identical to the one in New York. It even smelled like the gilded grime of Manhattan.
You ready?
Ronan's voice came over the speakers. Yes. What I meant was, get on with it. With a click, the Sue-Who recording started. The anonymous woman's soothing voice seemed drunk to me, like a 45 RPM record played on 33. But I closed my eyes and stayed with it. No reason not to do it right. I started to feel lightheaded, floaty. The pressure of the chair under me lessened. The flyaway hair on the top of my head bent as if it were touching the ceiling, which I knew was impossible. I was just upward, crunching overhead. Eyes shut, I saw everything. And nothing. Above and below. Blue. So blue. The sky above crunching, paper-thin layers of glass cracking. The pressure on my head was enormous. Flakes of sapphire falling on my cheeks, pushing through the bowl over the earth, scratching my face. Gravity in reverse, falling up, shattering the sky into infinite starless space. And falling so far, so fast, the pool below glowing turquoise in the underwater lights. A sky-blue rectangle in darkness. It raced toward me. Cool condensation on my face. I hovered an inch above it, flailing. A moment of conviction. I did the right thing. Before I dropped like a stone. The end of the fall was the surface below. I expected pain, consequences, death. Instead, there was relief. Release. Like bonds untied so aching shoulders could move, and a sense that where submission ended, responsibility began. But responsibility to what? To whom? Thankfully, I got a call to the hospital. I couldn't be in that office another second. I had to go. Once outside, I stood stock still right outside the Blackthorn offices in a sand-floored parking lot. What had been Caden's cure? Trapped in complete darkness with a woman he loved. A pregnancy. The smell of blood and a feeling of responsibility. I saw more differences than similarities between what had happened in the basement and what had happened under the rubble, but they had been enough. Not that it mattered, in my case. I didn't have a childhood trauma. I'd been loved and nurtured by my parents, then my friends, then my husband. I didn't have a moment to recreate. What if I didn't have a cure? What if the thing that had broken Caden was the only thing that could have cured him? What if the fact that I wasn't broken meant I couldn't be fixed? I backed up to the wall, trying to breathe slowly and deeply. After the bioenergetic session, the split was louder, more demanding. I couldn't ignore this. I couldn't pretend it wouldn't go away. What is your fear? Call it by its name. Heights. Losing Caden. Cancer. Death. Imagine the fear as an object. Which one? They were normal. All standard. None stuck out as something that needed to be dealt with. Give your fear a shape and a color. Put it in a place and leave it there. Observe it. Note its dimensions and its depth. Describe its boundaries. This wasn't working. My fears had no boundaries. Fears with shape and weight were the demons of a sound mind. God help me. Respite was a word. The word had a force, and it pushed against my consciousness like a bulldozer on a building. I heard it in the silence and in the whisper of the desert wind, the hum of the computer fan, and the edge of Dana's words as she came to tell me to go out to the landing pad to see off 2 of our subjects. I was late, and I had to sign them off. They looked great. They were great, mentally all great, but the whispers with counter-arguments were everywhere. Not great. This was what Caden had gone through. I knew it. Belief that I could handle it was a habit. Running through lists of reasonable explanations was a professional routine. I still assumed I was tired or hungry, but in control of my mind. If I could think about something else, it would go away. But I couldn't run fast enough to the landing pad, couldn't find distractions deep enough in the feel of the air on my face or the fingernail I dug into my palm. Respite. If I could just taste the thought, I'd know what it was. I could accept or reject. In the rattling of the earth as I went to the waiting chopper, I let it touch the tip of my tongue, accepting its push on my consciousness. It tasted like poison. "Thank you for holding them!" I shouted over the beating chopper blades, my hair whipping out of its ponytail strand by strand as the chopper took off with Blackthorn's 2 subjects. Colonel De Leon gave me a thumbs up and jogged off the pad. I followed, glad to be moving. "Did you get what you needed?" she asked when it was quiet enough to talk. "Yes. Sorry it took so long. I got held up at the office." The Sue-hooing had seemed to go on forever, but not as long as it had taken me to write down what I'd felt and seen during the circular breathing exercise. "They looked better," she said. "Whatever you're doing, it's good work." "Thank you." Her hand was on the door to the hospital. I wanted to go forward, but she was stopping me, and this created a nagging irritation. "Your last name's Fraser?" Another nagging irritation. Easy, rhetorical questions. "Yes? Why?" "California. Your family's from San Diego. I assumed Caden had told her, but the question was ill-timed, and I had to bite back a snotty retort for Caden's sake. Officially? Follow me, please. She strode through the halls as though she owned the joint, chin up, looking ahead in such a way as to say, "Don't stop me with anything less than a life-and-death emergency." Opening a nondescript door, she ushered me through and closed it behind us. The desks were wide shelves mounted to the wall, 3 computers and a line of binders, 2 beat-up office chairs. She held her hand over one, and I sat in it, then she leaned over a keyboard. "I hope I'm wrong," she said as she tapped. "But it's not a secret, and I don't know if your employer's looping you in." She got out of the way of the screen. It was split into 6 boxes, each with a photo of a soldier. All men, 4 white, 2 African American. One I recognized. Jacob Frazier. What? His squad was ambushed outside Altaka. These 6 were captured. Captured. Jake's been captured. I said it to myself over and over, looking at his deadpan expression on the computer screen. "Is he related?" she asked. "He's my big brother. And I owe him everything." I don't know where the debt came from. It was more of a feeling than a narrative. "They're searching for them," she said. "I'd rather you found out from me than some rumor in the cafeteria." What were they doing to him? How much pain was he in? How much panic? Jake was tough, but torture broke the strongest of us. It bent the mind around the body. I'd seen it in my patients. Resilient men and women were broken by the force of it. "Wifey," De Leon said tenderly, "they're going to find them." Behind her, my brother's face and 5 others looked flatly through a screen. Lies of time.
Chapter 74. Maybe I wasn't the most perceptive guy who ever walked the earth. Maybe I was a little detached and self-involved. When it came to other people, I could be slow. I processed vital data about patients and casualties quickly, but data about their moods and thoughts? I had no idea how to analyze that. And I didn't care to. At the morning staff meeting, we were warned a dozen diplomats were landing at Baghdad International. They'd take Airport Road 12 kilometers to the Green Zone. We were all on call because that was the only stretch of road between the airport and the Green Zone. And it wasn't called IED Alley for nothing. A couple of choppers dropped down like clockwork, and the meeting ended as we all ran to the landing pad. "Wasn't bad," said the kid with a bullet bite in his calf. "We got him through." "What's the trick?" I asked, just to keep him talking while I examined the wound. "Keep pushing. Just keep pushing." I was cleaning fragments out of someone's flexor carpi when I decided not to say, "He'll be home getting his wife off in no time." One, it was inappropriate, and I had functioning social filters, but there was a second reason I didn't say that or anything, and I put it together during the busy work of cleaning shrapnel out of a wrist and arm. I couldn't stop thinking about Grayson, how she'd changed. When I'd arrived the night before, she'd been lethargic, but more precisely, she'd been emotionally listless as well. She hadn't asked questions or answered sharply. She hadn't pushed back on my manipulation. It wasn't the first time she'd been sick, but it was the first time she'd been mentally weak. And in the morning? Fully in motion, but without the cutting sensitivity I took for granted. She'd said she was feeling the effects, but she was fine. Had she split? My Damon self had battled for expression when the sun set, but she'd been changed during the night. If she'd changed. Big if. But if she'd changed, it wasn't with the appearance of the sun. It was something else. I stitched up the hand, putting together every word she'd said and how she'd said it. "Be sure of me." Last words I remembered her saying before good night and the soft breaths of sleep. A command or a request? I should have told Ronan about my suspicions about her split, but I wasn't in the mood for him. I didn't want to commiserate or brainstorm with him about the state of my wife's mind, especially with Jake in Iraqi hands. Finding her was like hitting a moving target. Someone said she was in the supply room, then the chow hall, then the parking lot, then the landing pad. Once I got off work, I continued the chase to the Blackthorn office. "I'm sure they're going to find him," I said when she closed the door, cutting off the sound of keyboards and ringing phones, leaving only the traffic and wind from the open window.
You don't look sure. You look hopeful, not sure.
Fine. I threw myself onto the couch. Hopeful. He welcomed me into the family on day one, and he was always good to you. She didn't sit next to me. She leaned on her desk with her arms crossed.
You're talking about him in the past tense.
Are you all right? Are you upset?
Of course I'm upset. What do you think? Who knows what they're doing to him? I don't know if he's even alive or if he wishes he was dead.
She covered her face with her hands as if she wanted to mask her emotions with her hands.
And I can't do anything. I'm a few miles away and I can't do anything.
You're going to meet an intelligence guy tonight, apparently? She dropped her hands.
I just want information. I have to know as much as they'll tell me.
What are you going to do with that information besides make yourself crazy? Her lips tightened to the length of a matchstick. She bowed her head quickly, turning away so she could face the open window. She hooked her finger in the grate.
If you're at the right angle, you can see the Tigris River from here.
She pressed her cheek to the grate to find the angle.
Sometimes I watch the Humvees and trucks going out to the port and see the boats, and I wonder what it's like to go someplace, to just run into the unknown. It's like I'm stuck in a matrix of limited possibilities, going around in a circle like that carnival ride where you stand against the walls of a round room and it spins and spins. Then the floor drops out and you don't fall, but you're stuck to that wall by centrifugal force, just spinning and spinning.
She turned to me fully, leaving her thumb and pinky hooked in the grate.
What does it take to get out of it?
The walls drop and you go flying. She sat in the chair perpendicular to the couch, knees apart, leaning forward with a keen attention to what she said and what she meant.
My brother is outside that spinning room.
You're not talking about going. You're talking about being thrown. You're talking about being powerless.
I don't think I can find out how far I can go on my own. I don't think any of us can.
Grayson, I sat up.
Listen. Think about it.
What exactly are you talking about?
We can't push against our own limits because they're our limits. It's like a pot can't ever get any hotter than the flame under it.
I mean, what are you trying to do? You want to get out of some loop, but you can't do it yourself, and hell knows I'm not on board for this. Who's pushing? What's pushing? My hands were clawed as if I wanted to strangle her. My muscles were coiled tight. She saw my frustration, and it did not interest her.
Don't worry about it.
Grayson!
I'm just thinking out loud.
She dropped her hand and stood behind her desk, shuffling papers from one side to the other. She stopped at a small slip of paper I couldn't see from my angle. She slid it away from the stack and continued moving the papers around. Did you split? She froze with a page in each hand, 6 inches over the desk, hovering. After the shot, did you split like I did? Is there a part of you trapped in darkness?
No.
She put both pages in a single pile.
I just want to know where my brother is.
Her intercom buzzed, and Dana's voice came over it. Dr. Fraser, your appointment is here.
Please excuse me. I have work to do.
I thought my respect for my wife immense. I'd assumed I was maxed out on admiration, but when I realized what was happening, that respect unfolded again and again, taking up more space in my heart than I'd thought I had. In New York, she'd faced an impossible situation. A new city with few friends, a husband acting in strange and dangerous ways. She'd stayed strong and competent, where I would have fallen apart. At least, I assumed I would have. Faced with her need, Maybe I had the strength. I wouldn't abandon her. Maybe I was the one unfolding. She answered the door to her little studio with the phone wedged between her shoulder and ear.
Okay, I understand.
She said into the phone.
I love you too.
She hung up. Who is that?
My mother.
How is she?
We agreed on 2200.
She said, closing the door behind me.
You're late.
I looked her up and down. Her hair was brushed and clean. She wore sweatpants low on her waist and a tight, dull green tee that ended just above her navel, casually exposing the soft curve of her hips and stomach. Her feet were bare on the cheap Persian rug. Nice to see you too. Her hand was still on the knob, as if she wanted to open it and run out. I flipped the deadbolt. Were you the one to tell your parents?
They knew. Dad blew it off. Says Jake's going to be fine. Worrying won't help.
And?
And he's right. I know he's right, but I still feel trapped in a spinning room.
There were a few ways to ground her. One came to mind quickly. Take your clothes off. She walked to the other side of the room. Not walked. She stalked there, as if she was agitated and there was a purpose to the relocation. This was new. All of it was new. I had no idea what she wanted, much less needed. Did she need to release her energies? Go for a run through Baghdad? Did she need to be soothed? Controlled? I sensed the adrenaline running through her veins. I wanted to take her pulse, but I already knew her blood was pounding.
I can't. I have to keep going.
Where?
Anywhere. Something isn't finished, and it's not getting finished here.
When she finally met my eyes, I saw dark circles under confusion and aggression. She'd gotten up before 3 a.m, and unlike me, she was a sleeper. 10 hours if she had her way. I stood in front of her. She looked at me, then over my shoulder. You keep looking at the door like someone's going to walk through it. She looked up at me. All the confusion and aggression were there, along with something else. A plea for help. You don't need to go out. You need to get some sleep. And with that, maybe the change. I needed to see if she'd wake a different woman. Again, I was struck with my ignorance of how to help her and my trust that whatever I did was what she needed. I couldn't imagine one without the other. My ignorance without confidence would break me. Confidence without knowledge of my ignorance would break her.
I can't sleep. I tried.
Do you want to speak frankly? She tried to push past me, but I wrapped my arm around her, pulling her close so I could growl in her ear. I'd rather you tell me what's going on. I threw her on the bed. She landed on her back and I expected her to leap up and punch me in the face. Instead, she got up on her elbows. Are you going to take your clothes off, or am I going to do it?
Is this how it's going to be?
The question was so pointed, it had a vector all its own. You tell me. I leaned over her, knees on the bed, knuckles digging divots into the mattress. Are you going to be honest with me?
Fuck you. I am being honest. I've never lied to you.
Then are you going to be honest with yourself? Because I'm not as patient as you. I'm not half as nice. You're going to talk to me, or I'm going to take what's mine.
What if I tell you to stop?
Then it's not mine, is it? A shade of her aggression wore away, and a few layers of confusion turned into attention. Are you talking? Or am I taking? She laid her hands on my chest. She was going to push me off her, which meant she either needed space for talking, or she was telling me to stop.
I'm not in the mood to talk. I'm not stripping for you just because you say so.
Then I'll fuck you with your clothes on. I pulled her shirt over her bare breasts. I really don't give a shit. I kneeled over her as I undid my pants and pulled out my erection. When she looked at it the way she always did, like a lioness terrified of her prey but too hungry not to pounce, it throbbed harder. I toyed with her until her body was slick with sweat and every touch made her shudder. Then slowly, so slowly, I slid my dick inside her.
All the way,
she whispered, hungry, begging. I'll take what's mine.
any way I want. With the last 4 words, I pulled out and in just enough to be felt, just enough to drive her crazy. Then I buried myself so deep she howled. Her legs over my shoulders, the pants against my chest, my own waistband restricting me. I took her hard. I knew my wife. I knew how to fuck her. I knew what she liked and how she got off. But no matter how hard I drove, she didn't come. No matter how deep I went, she stayed on the edge. I bit her breast, pinched her hips, gave her as much pain as I dared, and still she cried and scratched, but didn't come. "Fuck," I said, coming inside her. I kissed her neck and down her belly when her fingers tightened in my hair.
Stop.
I looked up at her, and she stared down at me.
I need to drive this.
"Excuse me?" She sat up and pulled off her pants.
I can't be a passenger right now.
She peeled her shirt off as I got up and stood by the side of the bed with my dick out. I helped Grayson up and led her to the cheap love seat. I sat on the edge and pulled her close until her knees were on either side of me, and I leaned back as I let my hands roam her body, finding the crook between her legs. She stayed my hand.
Don't.
She put my palms on her hips, lowered herself onto me. When I moved my hands to her breasts, she moved them to her hips again. I let her set the pace, let her push against me, let her move any way she liked. She took my right hand and laid it between her breasts.
I'm spinning.
She put my hand on her throat, pressing my thumb and middle finger to opposite sides.
I need a straight line out. Give it to me.
Her veins pulsed under my hand and the lump in her throat shifted when she swallowed. The control she offered was so precious that I took a moment before agreeing to it. I tightened my hand just a little. Her eyes on me, her jaw in the cradle of my hand, she moved again, and I drove a little, moving with her. All my focus was on her reaction, her pleasure, the release of tension from her face. When her lips opened and her eyelids fluttered, she was back on the edge. I tightened my hand. "Say no while you still can."
Yes.
She groaned under my hand. The orgasm was pushing at the boundaries, looking for a way in. Tighter. She went rigid mid-orgasm, shaking uncontrollably. I wrapped my other arm around her to bring her into me as the last of her air gave out. But I couldn't come. I couldn't lose control while I had her life in my hands. When I was sure she'd peaked, I let go, and she pulled in air like a drowning woman, then let out a long vowel sound that told me her body had elongated the orgasm while it dealt with the lack of air and exploded when she breathed again. She collapsed on me. "Hey," I said, pulling her hair away from her face. "Let me look at you." She groaned, getting her arms under her with her head still bowed. I reached past the curtain of hair for her chin. "Hey, come on. Look at me. I need to see if you're all right." I wanted to check her body, but when she looked at me, it wasn't her body that needed my attention. "Grayson." She just looked at me, and I wondered what her name was.
Chapter 75.
Grayson. Distant in the darkness, a blue dot appeared, coming faster and faster, revealing its shape. Speeding toward me, the blue rectangle glowed and shimmered. Under the water, black lines divided lanes. Diving pools didn't have lanes, but the one hurtling toward me did. Black hashes joined the lines, defining themselves into letters, numbers, instructions. The edges of the rectangle curled, and when I hit the surface at an impossible speed, the water was as dry as paper, and I was plunged into darkness. So Respite could remember. San Diego, July 1992. I tried to keep my printing tight and clear, but I didn't feel well. My stomach felt like a dirty washcloth, wrung out and stuffed too high up my rib cage, regurgitating bitter yuck into my dry mouth that toothpaste couldn't cover. My head had a rock embedded on the left side where my brain should have been. I saw through a layer of gunk as I tried to copy my driver's license number onto the blue form. I shook the pen, copied the first 3 characters, blinked gunk away. Was that a 5 or an S? "Do you have any idea when you'd like to start?" The recruiter folded her hands over the stack of papers I'd brought. She was white, with a gash of red lipstick at the bottom of her face and flat platinum hair tied into a bun. It had the faintest line of brown at the roots. My purple nail polish was chipped, and I had to tilt my head just to see her through the fall of hair over my face. I dyed it nuclear black in the bathroom sink. I liked the idea of a black so black it could wipe out a city. "I get to pick?" "You test now, but might want to go to college first." I went back to the forms. "I'm done." The pen made a colorless M-shaped furrow in the paper. "Get married?" "Not happening." I shook the pen and made circles in the corner of the page until the ink ran. "Those are just examples. I can start right away." She cleared her throat. "Do you have any idea what you want to do? As a job?" "Whatever." I stopped writing, tapped the pen, put my nail between my teeth and removed it quickly. I wasn't supposed to bite my nails. I looked at her to see if she'd noticed, then I realized my answer wasn't going to fly. "I don't—" tap, tap. "I don't want to hurt anyone. I want to serve, not kill." "There are plenty of ways to try to avoid that, but in the end, you'll have to serve in the capacity you're required." "I can live with that." "You're probably going to want to cut your hair before you test." I flicked my head to get the fall of hair off my eye. "Sure." "And if you come in without makeup, that's fine. Just get it all off." She touched the outer corner of her eye, and I mirrored her. A streak of sludge was left on my fingertip. "Yeah." I snapped a tissue from the box on her desk. "Okay." "Grayson." Her voice was kind but firm as she tapped my hand. "Don't worry. We're going to turn you into a soldier." I believed her, and in that belief, I found comfort. Fear didn't keep me still, nor did an inability to leave. I didn't want to move. I wanted to watch my story play over and over. The phones ringing at the recruitment office, the way the recruiter's lipstick ended in a crisp line across a bump that crested the boundary of her lip, the tang of alcohol seeping through my skin. I could remember every detail as if I was living it. Except the reason I was there. When I got up to go to the bathroom, it was with a certain resentment of my bodily functions. Caden was gone. I didn't know for how long. I was supposed to go to work, but wouldn't. A part of me was crying to get the fuck up, get the fuck out, move like it mattered. But that part of me wasn't in charge. The part of me on an infinite loop of past details was in complete control, and I had no choice but to watch as the story unspooled backward. Jake pulled into the strip mall recruiting office and put the car into park. It was hot as hell, and it wasn't even noon.
"You go quicker if you have everything."
His eyes were red-rimmed, and he smelled of sanitary wipes.
"Passport? Driver's license?"
"I have them." I pulled my knapsack out from between my knees.
"All your transcripts?"
Back to 3rd grade.
"Did you find the immunization records?"
"Jakey, I have everything." He looked in the rear view. I didn't know what for. Maybe he was checking his own face to see if he'd aged in the past 6 hours. He had.
"All right. I'll go talk to Mom and Dad."
"You don't have to."
"I know."
I pulled the latch on the car door. The dashboard beeped. This was it. The moment my life split into the dozens of things I could have done and the one thing I did. "Thank you," I said without looking at him. I was looking into my lap, where I could see my raggedy nails half covered in chipped purple polish. I'd wanted to clean them up, but had run out of time. No, it hadn't been time. I'd run out of desire to do anything to make this easier on myself.
I love you, sis.
Jake laid his hand on the back of my neck and gave me a little shake. I love you too.
You're going to be fine.
Don't make me cry, fuckhead. He put both hands on the wheel.
Then get out of here.
I flipped the fall of hair out of my eyes and got out, dragging my knapsack. I closed the door, took 3 steps to the double glass doors, and...
Gray, baby.
His voice overlaid the 100th time I walked the strip mall pavement from the car to the recruiting office, skirting a beige wad of gum shaped like a rabbit. Gray, baby. Gray, baby. Gray, baby. My face tickled when he pulled hair away from it. The screen telling the story flickered and the details got muddy. They needed my attention. They needed to be memorized and cataloged. But with the flicker of that screen, desire came through. A desire to do things, to move, to lurch forward with big steps toward a goal. The flicker straightened itself again, and I read every sign, decal, and flyer on the glass doors as if time had slowed down and I'd stopped myself from going in.
How long has she been like this?
That was Ronan.
2300?
What was happening right before?
Before. His hands were on my throat. Would he tell Ronan that?
She slept for a moment. I'm taking her to the hospital.
Let us take her. We know what we're dealing with.
No, you don't. I'm not interested in protecting you or the people you work for. I'm interested in protecting my wife. Get in the way of that. Just try.
I'll get the car.
Footsteps and a door closing. None of it was as clear as the changing smells and sounds as I walked into the Army's office in a strip mall in San Diego.
Gray, I'm going to take this sheet off you and get you dressed. It's just me here.
The sheet tickled my torso as it slid down. Cool air on damp skin, his hand on my shoulder to turn me. The touch wasn't sexual, but it was a flicker in my attention, a place where 2 universes melted together. I felt the desire to desire again. It pushed through and grabbed his hand.
Gray.
I was too muddled for words, but actions were feasible. I pushed his hand to the place my legs met.
What's happening?
I kept the pressure on his wrist as a world opened up in the places our bodies touched. Everything was there. The screen sped up, flicked, went slow. Where we were together was where the loop ended.
I didn't know if it was the orgasm or the lack of oxygen that changed you. I guess you're telling me.
He removed his hand. The recruiting office smelled of coffee and off-gassing. There was a tip-tapping of keyboards and the buzz of overhead lights. A deadbolt slid and clicked. The bed leaned, and Caden's voice was in my head.
I want you to know,
He said, running fingertips along my collarbone, breaking the loop.
I know what you're going through. I think I do. If it's similar, I'm trying to stay calm about it because I can't help you otherwise. But I have to tell you, I hate to see you like this. I hate it. I know this is as much a part of you as the woman I married, and I love every fucking piece of you. But I'm afraid we're being forced to live our lives in pieces.
With 2 hands, he opened my legs. I was on fire, bloated with desire. The insides of my thighs were tender where he stroked, sensitive as new skin. My universe revolved around his touch. Everything else was bathed in a silvery gray that shimmered like a movie screen. His hand stopped. There was a fly in the recruiting office. I heard it buzzing like a circular saw.
I need you to say yes. I can't do this without that.
My will was tied up in my backward story, but another will needed to speak, and it would not be denied. Don't. He stopped. That wasn't what I wanted. Yes. I couldn't make the why. I could only hope I was clear enough. Caden didn't say anything. I wondered for a moment if he'd heard me. Then the bed shifted with him. His hands ran the length of my body and back again, pausing to toy with my hard nipples. He opened my legs all the way, leaving me exposed, unable to resist or comply. A doll in his hands as he stroked and kissed inside my thighs before bending my knees over his shoulders. Cool fingers slid inside me. I screamed for more, harder, faster, but nothing came out. I was trapped into submission by my own fugue. Yes. Fingers gone, I heard his belt, his button, a zipper, the rustle of clothing and the creak of the bed, and he bent over my folded body.
I can't wait to hear your voice again,
He whispered in my ear. Warmth spread like a stain into me. My knees were pressed against my chest as he fucked me. As the pleasure grew, so did my will. It pushed through the screen in the shape of a woman trying to run through a latex wall.
Come on, baby. Give it to me.
The rubbery wall broke at the sharpest points. Knuckles, knee, nose, yielding to the force of the oncoming climax, giving way with tiny rips that grew around the contours of my body, breaking as I came through and living inside a pleasure whose gratifications were so satisfying, so all-consuming, so temporary. The screen was in tatters. I was out. Caden sat on the edge of the bed, rumpled but clothed.
What do you remember?
He asked as I got dressed. I didn't care. Remembering was the past, and I was in the future, living my next second, not my last. But where was I going? What was my future? Nothing.
Nothing.
Like I said. I pulled my button front shirt over my head. Easier than fastening and unfastening a bunch of...
If you'd stop moving for a second, you might...
I'm hungry. I jammed my heel into a shoe. I can't think.
It's been 3 days since you...
Let me eat first. Second shoe.
Ronan's bringing the car. I want...
There's an American place a few blocks away. I opened the door. The world, the earth, huge, massive, accessible through a doorway, sucking me into the curve of infinity. I could walk straight forever and wind up exactly where I'd started, but only if I got out. He stood.
I'll walk with...
You can catch up.
Can you let me finish a sentence?
Sure. He could finish a sentence. Outside. The sun was a diffuse disk behind a thin veil of flying sand and heat. A convoy rolled by at 1/2 mile a fucking hour. 5 tanks and a bunch of Humvees draped in armed men. They waved. Some nodded. 2 jumped off and kept us from crossing the street. You need to get out of the way. You're going so slow I can make it between.
Sorry, ma'am.
I wanted to slap the mirrored sunglasses off his fucking face, but Caden had my right arm in a vice, and he growled in my ear.
Calm the fuck down.
I can't.
Listen to me. Just pay attention to my voice. You've been in a fugue since last night. Ever since the last time I fucked you. Do you remember?
The sex. I'd ridden him to orgasm. Could I walk down the block and go around this snail parade? No. They were standing at each intersection to prevent exactly that.
Do you remember?
He asked again. I remember.
What happened after that?
If I wanted to think about it, I'd be thinking about it. I swung my gaze away from the troops at the corner to his eyes. The blue was not comforting. It was a reminder of everything that was broken. Please. I didn't know what I was pleading for.
After that, what happened?
I swallowed, paying attention to the way my throat opened and contracted. Sand bit my eyes. I narrowed them, bringing my husband into greater focus. I was enlisting. I remembered that day. It was with Jake, and I'm sure it's because he's on my mind, but it feels bad. I don't know how else to explain it. Bouncing, I looked up and down the block, still trapped for the next few minutes. It was the shot. The Bicam. Not a placebo, Caden. Not a placebo. I don't know what effect it would have had on you. Jesus, I want to strangle someone for trying to do this to you. It's awful. So awful. This isn't worth it. Nothing's worth it. He cupped my jaw in his hands and held my eyes in place with his.
It's going to be okay.
How?
I swear it, Grayson. I swear on my life I'm going to fix this. Can you believe me?
Could I? I believed he believed it, but the feeling of being on defense was so awkward that relief seemed impossible. The need to move, to get away before I was overtaken was as mentally uncomfortable as I'd ever been. I feel it. It's another me. It's a me who knows things that she wants to show me. My God, Caden, she has a name. I split and she has a fucking name. How did you cope with this?
I had months. This came on you quicker.
Why? I was suddenly desperate for some kind of answer.
The dose, maybe? Maybe years of repression made the doors open slower? I don't know.
He moved his hands to my shoulders, squeezing where they met my arms.
All I know is we're going to fix it.
When?
What's her name? The one you've locked away.
I don't want to say it.
Say it, so I know what to call her.
Respite. I said it as if I couldn't believe it. It wasn't a name, but it was the word that came to me over and over. Respite. A reprieve, a suspended sentence, and the name of mental discomfort. The name of its opposite. The convoy creaked by, and the soldier blocking us moved to the left to block two women wearing abayas that blew in the wind. I ran across the street. Toward.
Chapter 76. There were so many things I'd wanted to do. Bring her to the hospital, to Blackthorn, home. I wanted to try circular breathing, anything and everything. But one thing at a time. Then she was off like a shot, across the street, through a break in the line of military vehicles. She was hard to catch under the best of circumstances. When she ran, she took off as if she was taunting me to catch up. I was in heavy boots and a uniform built for protection against harsh elements, not speed, not comfort. My feet were heavier than hers, and her timing had been as cat-like as her risk-taking. Guns swung toward her. Clicks echoed off the sky. I had a choice. Use the air in my lungs to run after her and catch her bullet-ridden body before it hit the ground, or use that air to stop the shots. "Hold fire!" I shouted from the deepest, widest part of my lungs. I had no authority over these men, but I was a major and I was in uniform. I held my hands out to both hold them and show I wasn't a threat. The convoy shut down and men piled off the Humvees. The guy who'd stopped us from crossing the street jogged to me. "What the fuck? She's with me." "Who was that?" A dusty sergeant came to the sidewalk. I looked small and sad in the mirrors of his goggles. That was intentional. Self-reflection was intimidation. "My wife," I said, straightening so I looked a little more authoritative in the mirrors. "She's with a contracting operation." "Is she trying to get shot?" In his mirrored glasses, I looked at myself expectantly. Small or not, I had leaves on my collar. "Sir," the sergeant added. "Is she trying to get shot, sir?" "Just in a hurry, Sergeant. If you give me room, I'll be following her." He stepped aside and kept his opinions to himself. "Let's move out." They hustled back to the line of trucks, and in the moments before they moved again, I dashed across. The Green Zone was both militarized and demilitarized, with one making the other possible. The pop of live rounds went off 16 hours a day at the Blackthorn training compounds, where the sight of a person rappelling or jumping off the roof of a building onto a yellow and blue stunt bag coexisted with a Subway franchise and a makeshift Burger King. The restaurants didn't stop me in my tracks as much as the man falling in a controlled jump. My eyes widened and my heart stopped until I heard the smack and whoosh of him hitting the safety bag. Get it together, it's just a stunt. The American place Grayson had mentioned existed in the nether region between the white tablecloth restaurants the diplomats and business people frequented and the fast food joints the low-rent contractors went to. I jogged after her, avoiding the piles of rubble that dotted the streets as a reminder of how we'd gotten here. When I turned the last corner, she was half a block ahead and walking into the diner. I slowed down, relieved she hadn't changed course on a whim.
"I ordered you an egg sandwich with cheese,"
she said when I walked in.
"They only have cheddar."
Too early for lunch and too late for breakfast. The place was nearly empty. She was standing by the front counter as if she was ready to make a getaway. I leaned over to the woman at the register. "We're having it to stay,"
Caden.
Grayson said behind me, annoyed. "Sit anywhere," the hostess said. I took my wife gently by the elbow and guided her to the back.
I don't want to stay.
Neither do I, but the convoy could be another 10 minutes at the rate they were going. She slid into the back booth, facing the rest of the room, and folded her hands together on the table. I got in across from her. The window to my left was coated with a fine layer of dust. I clasped her hands in the center of the table, squeezing briefly, as if that could transmit my level of empathy. "I know what you're going through."
Is it wrong that makes me feel less alone?
"That's a question for a priest." I pulled our fists to my mouth, kissed her hand, and put them back on the table.
I feel like my mind is a record that's skipping. I have this nagging pressure from her, and the only thing that shuts her up is moving forward, and the space between them is just on and on.
"Where does it tell you to move forward to?"
Just anywhere.
The space between her brows nodded, and her hands tightened around mine.
And Jake. I'm so worried about him. It just says, do something, but there's nothing I can do.
"They'll find him."
What if they don't?
A waiter in a stained white polo shirt brought our breakfast on paper plates and left a fistful of metal silverware in the center of the table. "Please eat."
I'm not hungry. I mean, I'm starving, actually, but this anxiety...
She pressed her thumb to her sternum. Being married to a psychiatrist had its downsides. She thought everything could be solved with talking. She had clinical terms for everyday discomforts. The upside was the fact that she could identify what she was feeling and verbalize it without a song and dance. Right to the point without a hedge or word of denial. I picked up a fork and reached across the table to cut a section of her omelet before spearing the piece so I could hold it up to her mouth. She glanced at it, then at me with big brown eyes that considered my offer to do half the work for her. With parted lips, she accepted, chewing slowly. "What do you think her name means?" I cut another piece.
It doesn't mean respite, that's for sure.
She took the food. "The core of my problem was in Damon's name."
What about the other thing? You split again. That didn't even have a name.
"It might have come out if a bomb hadn't hit the building."
Do you realize this means it can go on forever? You think you solve one split and another pops up.
"We didn't solve Damon with the deployment. Come on." I waved another forkful at her. "Eat. Don't make me do the plane and the hangar." Ruefully, she opened her mouth and ate. After she swallowed, she said,
I'm glad I took it. Instead of you.
"I'm not." I pushed the half-eaten omelet around to get a better angle. "I didn't want this for you. And we could have handled it if it was me."
I can handle it.
As I fed her the last of her breakfast, I had no doubt she could manage at least as well as I had. I was worried about my ability to handle being the sane one.
I'm going to kill Ronan.
He thinks he's doing the world a favor. I put the fork down and put my plate in front of me. Dark spots had formed under the egg sandwich. "Fucking dangerous, that attitude." I took a bite. It was salty and tasteless at the same time. I was starving. This thing was going down in 2 bites.
I don't care if it works half the time. I want to destroy every one of those syringes.
"They'll just send more." I finished the sandwich with one last bite.
I'm bringing it down.
Her voice was determined, and a new fire lit up her face.
If it's the last thing I do, I'm ignoring the NDA and bringing it down.
The wind was picking up. Sand ticked against the windows like sleet. They could prosecute her for destroying property or revealing trade secrets. This Grayson was impulsive and action-oriented. This wasn't a side of her that thought through consequences. I had to do that for her. If you do anything to lose your access to Blackthorn's data, you won't have a case. They'll just hide.
I don't care.
And if they have a fix, you'll never get it.
There's no fix. Nothing short of a completely accurate recreation of past trauma.
You don't know that.
I do.
Damn it, Grayson! The force of my voice was raised, but the volume was as low as I could make it. You need to bend a little.
I'm bent near breaking.
She took her napkin off her lap and tossed it on the table.
I'm going to work.
I stood with her, blocking her way. Don't do anything reckless. Please.
I won't.
Promise me.
I won't do anything reckless.
She had mischief on her mind. Worse, it was mischief with a purpose.
Not today.
Chapter 77.
The wind whipped. The sand pelted my skin. I covered my mouth with a scarf to get into the building. I wanted Caden. I wanted to stay with him. He soothed my need to be in motion. Without him, I was bigger than my skin. A balloon filled and filling faster, stretching thin as I tried to focus on getting into my office. I passed the storage room. Behind the coated door was a refrigerator stocked with pre-filled syringes that, depending on the patient or the dose, delivered either madness or relief. All I had to do was go in there and smash them to pieces. "Grayson!" Dana called. Shocked out of my reverie, I waved and rushed to my office before closing the door behind me. Back to the window, I put the heels of my hands on the ledge and breathed as if it was my only job. Wow. Okay, I could handle this. I was totally okay. A part of me could see how my desires and behaviors weren't consistent with rationality. I could see myself crumbling under them as if I was watching a movie. Ronan opened the door. "Get out." He closed it.
You and Caden disappeared on me.
Sorry. I shoved away from the ledge and pushed paper across my desk. I have work to do, so if that was all... He bent to see my downturned face.
I want to help you.
I'm fine.
Prove it.
Proving it turned out to be harder than it seemed. My blood pressure and pulse gave me away.
You really did a number on yourself,
Ronan said, as the Blackthorn nurse took the cuff off my arm. It's just stress. The nurse showed herself out, and I put my jacket back on.
I can't tell if you're consistent with other unprepped subjects taking a high dose unless you're honest with me.
And how are those subjects doing now? He tightened his jaw for a moment.
Fine. We had some early testing in 2004, and they're fine.
He was minimizing, or lying outright. So there's no problem, I said.
I didn't say that. We're working to develop a counter-treatment to undo the effects. Some of the subjects are at our complex in Texas.
Some? Where are the rest?
We have a facility in Saudi.
I crossed my arms. Long way from Abu Ghraib. That's where they're from, isn't it?
We're taking very good care of them.
I'm sure that outside the destruction of their psyches, they're having a great time.
You said you were fine.
He'd caught me in a fat lie. Touché. He didn't rub it in. Had to give him that.
I can't offer you a cure, but I can offer you a little respite.
The name of my alternate rang like a bell. He didn't know. He couldn't know. It must have been the random use of the word that bent me enough to agree to a little of what he was offering. Soo-hoo, soo-hoo, soo-hoo. Sitting still in that little room was hard at first, but the breathing did calm me. I had to hand it to him. Makeup in your eye. Respite pushed against the barrier with a whisper. She showed me things I didn't want to see, and I had nothing to fight her with. He said you looked like a raccoon. She was showing me Jake in the front seat of his Chevy, smoking a clove cigarette, a sight and taste I hadn't remembered in years and didn't want to ever think about again. He said something I couldn't hear over the wind. The picture flashed and disappeared, but Respite spoke clearly when she made me recall the scene. Calm down. Calm down. Jake told you to calm down. A flicker of a Coke can. The hole at the top flashed with a flame inside it. Smoke.
It's done.
Jake's statement had cut through the fog. He was like Caden, deeply flawed and powerful beyond measure as the flash from inside the Coke can lit his face.
He's got the cleanest fingers in the country.
This was before Scott had pushed me off the diving platform. Respite whispered a correction. You jumped. I'd jumped off that platform, even though I was scared of heights. Why had I insisted he'd pushed me? Because it was easy to believe I'd had to save myself from his probing hands? You jumped. That was impossible, yet I knew it was true. He'd had his hands on me even when I'd said stop. They went between my legs, and I knew bad things were going to happen. I would resist it, and like it, and hate it, and bad things would happen. You jumped to save him. Respite was talking too damn much, and she could go fuck herself.
Chapter 78. Casualties of the sandstorm, civilian and military, started coming in as soon as I reported for duty. They'd been hit by flying garbage, gotten knocked off their feet, been found wandering and disoriented. People came in coughing up orange grit. I shouldn't have left her. She wasn't herself. If something happened to her, I'd be responsible. If she went off half-cocked and broke every syringe they had, the consequences were on me. I'd let her go. Worse, she was splitting in two, and I couldn't do a damn thing about it. Couldn't even stay with her when she needed me. I'd abandoned my duty to her. All the times I'd walked out the door of our house in New York while carrying the weight of Damon on my shoulders, had she felt like this? When I'd deployed, had she been crushed by this level of failure? Surgery was done, and the wall between my personal life and the job on the table disintegrated. I was going to call Grayson repeatedly until she answered. From behind, I felt a vice grip on my arm, pulling me in the opposite direction. I need you to stay calm, DeLeon said as she guided me down a hall with a sun-soaked window at the end. I'm calm. I didn't say be calm, I said stay calm. The view through the window got clearer as we got closer. I could see the streaks and finger spots on the glass. By the time we stopped, the rest of the hall was dark and we were bathed in the light. Where's wifey? Why? Do you have one of her people again? Answer the question. Is this what I'm staying calm about? Major, you will answer the question. Damn that bird on her collar. I had no interest in admitting the answer to her any more than I had in admitting it to myself. I don't know. Okay, as long as she's not here. Why? I don't want her hearing this from anyone else. If you wanted my attention, that unit that just came in, the ones that were booby-trapped bloody? Yeah, she definitely had my attention. They were looking for the Altaka 6. They found them? I wasn't even finished before I knew I would have seen them if they'd been found or wired with C4. Or they were the bait? Their dog tags were the bait, apparently. I couldn't get more than that. But this unit raided the house thinking they'd found them. They were moved. The scene was a mess. Then, once they tried to take the tags... Boom. Blackthorn has ears everywhere. She put her hand on my arm. She's going to find out. It should be from you. Thank you, I said, but it wasn't enough, so I repeated it. Thank you. You have an early morning shift. 0500. I need you here. No excuses. Grayson and I were safe in her apartment with the windows shuttered against the storm. I'd given her a sedative, but that seemed to only make her agitation worse. Telling her about her brother would send her through the ceiling. Have you tried the circular breathing?
At work?
She crossed from one side of the room to the other.
We did a session.
Can you do it now?
I don't think I can.
Why not? I sat on the sofa and invited her to join me. She sat.
I can't sit still for it.
She got up.
There's so much I want to tell you, but it's hard to keep my thoughts together to do it.
She cleared her throat and cringed against pain.
It's hard to stay in this room.
What's hard about it?
I need somewhere to go, some purpose, you know? Or it's so uncomfortable I can't think.
I got up and held her arms at the elbow, keeping her still. My gaze met hers. She looked like a caged animal, frantic, panicked by her surroundings. Your purpose is to talk to me. That's your goal, do you hear me? She swallowed, nodded. A little of the frenzy drained away. Say it. I knew talking would hurt and demanding it was unfair and sadistic, but it was for her own good. Tell me what you're here to do.
I don't think that's going to work.
Say it anyway. You know it's true. Deep breath.
I have to tell you everything.
That's your purpose.
That's my purpose.
Now believe it. I held her stare for a while, trying to catch the frenetic energy as she released it and redirect it back with confidence.
This is me, running and driving forward. It's not mania so much because I don't feel all-powerful. I don't have an unrealistic idea of my own abilities, but there's this push, like I have to advance some agenda even if it changes once I finish.
Stay with me, right here. I led her to the couch so she could sit as long as she was able.
When you had this thing, when Damon was around, did you feel incomplete? Like not a whole person?
Yes. I didn't think of it that way, but yes. I ran my fingers over the top of her hand. She was in so much pain. I knew that pain, yet she seemed the worse for it.
I feel like respite took half of me and hid it behind a screen.
She tried to get up, but I held her hands in her lap and she stayed.
She wants to show me things. And, Caden, I don't know what they are, but I don't want to see them. And this half of me is running while she's just waiting. I feel it. It's like a dead weight on me. How did you deal with it? How?
I didn't have an answer that would satisfy myself or her. Don't let her own you. Don't let her take over.
She's not trying to be me. She's trying to help me. That scares me more than anything.
Why? What's going to happen if she helps you?
Then I'm alone with it. With something. I need her to stay and I need her to stop. It's both and neither. I can't make her stop and I can't make myself stay still.
Her brown eyes went glassy with a layer of tears and her words bypassed her torn throat so she could speak in a breathy whisper.
If you took my arms and legs away, I'd know who I was. Take my eyes, my ears, I'd still be me, but my sanity.
She blinked, and the tears fell.
Who am I?
I tried to hold her, but she pushed me away and stood.
Even if I get this fixed, I know it can happen. I can be broken. There's something wrong inside me. How will I ever be the same?
I could barely hear her through the tears and the shredded throat. When I reached for her, she tried to get away, but I grabbed her and pulled her back onto the couch. Your job is to sit here.
That's not a purpose.
Yes, it is.
It's not forward.
You're exhausted. I wiped her tears, but there were so many I couldn't dry her face completely.
I can't sleep. Not when I'm...
She hitched a breath.
Not when I'm this way.
The other one sleeps. Respite. And I think I know how to get her out.
No.
She shot up.
No, I don't want her. I'll be this until we figure it out.
Pacing. Again. To the closed window. To the door. I jumped up and put my hand on the door to keep it closed. Her lips twisted into a snarl.
Get out of my way.
I'll tie you down whether you like it or not. I pushed her against the door, hovering over her so closely I was a cage.
You can't control me, so you threaten me?
Keep feeling sorry for yourself and they won't be threats. She pushed me away and I pushed her back.
You're crossing the line, Caden.
Oh, fuck the line. I took her chin and made her look at me. Fuck all the lines. Draw me a million fucking lines and I'll cross all of them to get to you. She swallowed against the pulse inside my wrist.
Let me go.
Let me help you.
Help what? I can't take this. I can't take another minute. I can't live in my own head anymore. I don't know who I am or what I think. I'm at my limit. I can't take it. I'll do anything to make it stop.
Let me help you. My hand slid down to her chest. I held her in place gently, letting her know I was there without trapping her.
Help me what? Tell me what, and I'll do it.
What did I want her to do? I was at as much of a loss as she was. I'd have done anything for her, but there was nothing to do. You need to rest. We need to relieve the pressure from the other. Respite. Let her through. Let her help you.
I don't want to.
You're never going to get on the other side of this unless you do.
How do you know that?
You just told me. You just said she'd disappear when she was done. She pressed her mouth shut and averted her gaze from mine. She didn't have an answer. I know how to switch it. Damon was triggered by the sunset, the darkness. You have a different trigger. When she looked at me, she was open and curious.
What is it?
I couldn't help but smirk. Orgasm.
Only you would come up with that.
Hardly. It was you. I unbuttoned her fly with a twist of my fingers. You flip when you come. She relaxed her shoulders, moving her head to the side as if she was considering the proposal.
I think you're wrong, but it won't hurt to try.
That's my girl. I backed up to give her space, moving aside so we could go deeper into the room, but I'd underestimated her again. She spun around, opened the door, and walked out. When my wife decided to self-destruct, she went at it the same way she went at everything, with grit and resolve. I'd expected that. I hadn't expected the speed. She didn't go out, she went up, and even if she didn't know what she was doing, I did. She didn't want to rest. She wanted this to end. She was going to recreate her fear and face it. The stairs were outside the building. Drifts of sand had accumulated in the corners. She took the steps 2 at a time, using the banister to hoist herself up faster, with me at her heels. "Grayson!" My voice sounded like wind. My view of her narrowed and folded as she stepped from the stairs onto the roof. The wind was more powerful up there, and it came from every direction. She had her knees bent and her elbow crooked over her face. I grabbed her free arm. "What the fuck are you doing?" She didn't answer. She stretched herself toward the edge of the building. I pulled her to me. "I am not going to let you hurt yourself." She twisted away but didn't run. She was out of her mind, free of sound judgment, listening to voices that wanted her to act without thinking. I knew those voices. They'd told me to punch a wall to break my wrist. They'd made me jerk my dick bloody. They weren't foreign intruders, but the voices that we dismissed when we were in our right minds. We were both compelled to do something, anything, but we were being pushed in opposite directions. The difference between us was that for the moment, I was sane. That was the final realization. I put my love away. My compassion took a back seat to professional detachment. There were things that had to be done to save her. She had to be stabilized before she could be cured. She got 2 steps toward the edge of the building, crouching against the push of the storm. The wind slowed her down enough to catch. I grabbed her arm, then her waist, pulling her back against my chest. We fell to our knees, with her writhing and me trying to get control of her.
Caden,
She said, without reprimand. It was a call to her husband. I put my hand into her waistband. "Let me, Grayson. Help me." She bent over and I followed, jamming my hand all the way down until I felt where she was soft.
I don't want respite.
Her voice was nearly lost in the wind, but I was close enough to hear. "You need it." I found her clit. It was hard and slick. My hand could barely move against the weight of our bodies and the restriction of her clothes. "Let me in. You want it too." I rubbed her and she bucked under me. Her legs relaxed and opened a little. The last time I'd made her come when she was a woman in motion, she'd been on top, commanding the situation. I let her have control again, moving my hand with hers as we grinded against each other. Sand skittered across her cheeks and lips. Her face was lost in pleasure. Magnificent, and mine alone. "God, baby," she answered with parted lips and a stiffened spine. We balled up on the roof, breathing against each other while the wind whipped around us. Who was under me? When she spoke, what would she say? Would it be active Grayson telling me how wrong I was about her trigger? Or would it be Respite, whose name was a lie? I knew before she opened her eyes or spoke. I knew by the lack of tension in her joints and the easy rhythm in the rise and fall of her back. Getting up on my hands and knees, I observed her, and she opened her eyes, squinting against the flying sand. Respite? She smiled wanly, more awake than before, more aware, and somehow more dangerous.
Part 10. Chapter 79. Respite.
Most people don't know when they're going to die, but I did. I had an all-consuming drive, and it went backward. When I was at the beginning, I was at the end. I'd have fulfilled my purpose, and past it, there was nothing but a void. It didn't matter. My will to survive was nothing compared to the will to go back. When Caden got off me, I got to my feet. I was wobbly because I couldn't pay attention to the act of standing. Every bit of energy went to remembering.
Can you walk down?
He held me up by the waist. I nodded, squeezing his hand. What a beautiful creature he was. With the orange sky behind him and his eyes squinting against the storm, he was deeply rooted in the world and all its troubles. He was a god causing the pain he cured. I can. He led me to the steps, keeping his hands on me as if I had the will to run away. I was grateful to him, but he wouldn't make me come again. Not until this was finished. The screen flickered to life, and I was 18. I could identify 2 separate cricket sounds and tell the difference between a breeze from the west and a wind from the north. I was more sober than I had any business being. The happy swoony feeling was gone, as was the sick swimmy feeling. My lucidity was painful. Nighttime was a devil of clarity, all the doors open, owls, crickets, birds, scuttling in the bushes, things breathing, hearts beating. Somewhere. Anywhere. The cracking of nail polish being worried off sounded like a jackhammer in slow motion. The moon and stars were hidden behind a thick layer of clouds that caught the lights from the ground, diffused it, and sent it back as a shadowless mass. The lights were off, and the engine clicked as it cooled. In the passenger seat of Jake's Chevy, I chipped my nails from solid purple to jagged gray. Snick, snick, snick. Waiting for my brother to get back, I congratulated myself when I got a big piece and brushed it off my skirt when it fell. Snick, snick. I got right back down to business. My full attention on cracking the polish meant I could move forward without looking back. This project in the cacophony of the night kept me from turning my mind back in time, kept me from thinking about the weird brokenness between my legs, the soreness that reminded me of my deep corruption, the thing that caused all the other things that... Snick, snick, snick. If I'd known where I was going, I could have run there. If I'd been avoiding something my whole life, I would have hurtled myself into it full force. But I'd been adrift. I had nothing to run to any more than I had anything to run from. Until now. Now I had something to run from, but it was everywhere. You can't escape if you're running in circles. Snick, snick, ow! My voice sounded alien, and when I put my finger in my mouth, it tasted of enamel and blood. I opened the glove compartment. The light went on. I wasn't supposed to shine a light or make a sound, so I hurried to grab a Burger King napkin from the compartment before the light cut too much of the night. I closed it softly. Maybe the shock of light woke up a part of my brain that had gotten used to the darkness. Maybe my corneas had a temporary burn. Maybe some higher power had something to say. I don't know why the picture of what was under the napkin was imprinted in my mind, but even with the return of dark and the bleeding under control, it remained. Be all you can be. Jake had enlisted 6 months before and had only been home a few days. He loved the military, the order, the routine, the challenges, even the hierarchies. All you can be. What was I? Snick, snick, snick. Was I who I had been yesterday? Or was I who I'd become in the past 3 hours? You can be. I'd sneered at him when he came home, but he'd just smiled as if he knew something I didn't. Can be. I considered myself a pretty shrewd customer, a real cynic. I could sniff out falsehood. I knew PR when I saw it. Be all you can be was pure public relations magic, even to a girl who had made eyeliner into an art and wanted hair so dark it could take out a city block. Be, snick. All, snick. You, snick. Can, snick. Be. But what could I be? Could I live in a straight line? Could I have forward motion? Quickly, I opened the glove compartment, got out the pamphlet, and snapped it closed. I could barely see it, yet I had the pitch memorized. The front photo was deeply saturated in orange and yellow sunrise, with the silhouette of cavalrymen marching, arms raised in command, every one a leader. In the rusty sky, a line of parachutes opened. We do more before breakfast than most people do all day. Onward. I didn't have to look back if I was going toward something. I wouldn't be blindsided by the things I'd done if I could just keep momentum. The back had a business card clipped to it. The recruitment office on Shiloh Street. Lieutenant Barry Driggs, U.S. Army. Lieutenant Barry Driggs knew who he was and where he stood. He knew where he was going because the Army told him so. The Army pointed him in a direction and didn't let him look back. He was one of them. So was Jake. That was what he had been smiling about when he got home. Escape. The hope of a beautiful escape into purpose. The dome light snapped on as the driver's side door opened. Jake got in and closed the door before the dashboard beeped twice. He smelled of alcohol wipes and 20 hours without a shower. Hey, I tucked the pamphlet under my leg. How did it go?
Uneventful.
He cracked a can of Coke. It hissed as he sucked the bubbles off the lip. The diffused light hit his sculpted cheekbones and the scrub of hair growing on his chin. You had time to get something to drink? He handed it to me.
Finish it.
Why? I didn't like the sticky brown crap with an indefinable flavor.
Just do it. For once, just do what you're told.
I used the spotted Burger King napkin to wipe the bubbles off the side. Jake circled his finger as if to say, move it along. I drank as much as I could before the buildup of carbonation stopped me. My brother tapped the steering wheel and stared out into the darkness. Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine.
You don't seem fine.
Drink up, punky.
I took a deep breath and drank as much as I could.
I'm fine, but...
He paused for a shallow breath while I got the drink down to a third of a can.
I've been taking sniper courses. They make us think of them as targets, not people. Like, if we tell a part of ourselves that it's really a person, it poisons the part that does the shooting. But I don't know. I don't know if I can do it. After this, I don't know if I can lie to myself.
Don't ruin your life because of me. We looked at each other a long time. Condensation dripped onto my finger and slid along its length. Jake was my older brother. He'd given me noogies and made fun of my body when it started maturing, falling into silence on the subject when it was finished. Now he was a man. And me? What did that make me? I finished the remaining cola and handed him the can.
What are you going to do?
He asked, reaching into his pocket and pulling out a used alcohol wipe. It had a faint streak of blood on it. Lie? My headache started there, right when the alcohol wore off. At the moment, I told the truth about lies. He stuffed the wipe into the can until only a small triangle of white stuck out.
Smart.
Do you think so?
Yeah. If anyone asks, tell them I picked you up at 1:30 and took you home. Do you have a lighter?
Sure. I got out a pack of clove cigarettes and offered him one. He took it and the black bic. He lit us both, then touched the flame to the white triangle. When it caught, he shook the wipe down. Yellow light flickered from the little hole, replaced with acrid smoke. I'm sorry. I did ruin your life. He cracked the window and blew the smoke out, coughing.
This shit's going to ruin me way before you do.
He dragged again and choked. I laughed.
It's like smoking broken fucking glass.
I took a long pull before licking the clove flavor off my lips. Yeah, I smiled, flicking my ash into the empty can. Ruins the shit out of you. Back in Grayson's space, Caden sat me in a chair. He pressed his fingers to my wrist as if the answers were in my pulse. I smelled the smoke from the can mixing with the clove cigarette, tasted the Christmas on my lips. He was with me, staring at me as if he was trying to understand me, but he never would. I was the memory of what I'd forgotten. I was the events during a drunken blackout. I was Grayson's darkness and the light that banished it.
You're thready. You need to rest.
All right. I wasn't tired. I was drained.
And eat.
Sure. I closed my eyes, letting the room slip away, going backward to my brother's car as he parked it on a back road and told me to stay there. I was to sit in darkness and silence. I was to duck if someone came. I agreed to everything, submitting to culpability for something that I'd done but couldn't remember. The pressure of the chair under me disappeared. Caden had taken me in his arms and was carrying me to the bed, where he laid me down and stroked my hair from my face.
I'm going to fix this.
I opened my eyes. Above me, he was a protective force that had no idea of the harm he could do. I wished I was worthy of him. I wished my sins were as unintentional as his. No. She and I are going to fix it.
Chapter 80. Hours had passed with her narrating the sound of the leaves in the wind. I'd sat still for it when I could, but mostly I took her pulse and her temperature, looking for something to latch onto. Solutions. I needed solutions, and all I had were problems. I didn't know what respite meant by fixing it, but if she was anything like Damon, she wasn't going to fix shit. She was going to fuck it up. Phone lines were down. Neither of our cells had signal. I didn't have a car, and I couldn't carry her to the hospital. I still hadn't told her about Jake because I couldn't decide which one of her would take it worse. Respite, whose world seemed to circle around him, or Grayson the unpredictable. If she were injured, I'd carry her back to New York if I had to. But I hadn't yet taken her to the hospital because I didn't want to put a dozen doctors between us. I didn't want to answer questions, and I didn't want her whisked away from me to some mental facility. Because they would. The Army, Blackthorn, someone would take her away. Grayson had a few granola bars in the cabinets and a bruised apple on the counter, a half-eaten container of hummus and a round of pita that still had a day or two in it. I unwrapped a bar and sat on the edge of the bed. You have to eat. Her eyes opened halfway, as if she wasn't committed to looking outside herself, but for the first time in hours, she'd try. Respite? It felt wrong to look at my wife and call her a different name, but she wasn't Grayson either.
Hello, Caden.
She glanced at the bar that poked out of its wrapping like a bloom, then back at me. As respite, she exhibited an emotional flatness I associated with distraction. She was never fully present in the room with me, and it made me impatient to see my wife again. What kind of name is that? A little on the nose, don't you think?
She turned my name into her wish.
She sat up, sliding her bottom back and leveraging against her right arm. The sheet fell down her body. I'd stripped her to her underwear, and I was glad I hadn't finished the job. I didn't want to look at those beautiful tits on another woman. So that's not your name?
No.
I pushed the granola bar at her. She took it reluctantly. What's your name, then?
Something like that.
Like respite? She nodded and bit off the tiniest corner. But not? She shook her head. This new personality took years off Grayson's demeanor. There was something very knowing about her, but something petulant and naive as well.
I don't know it yet, but I will.
She bit off another corner and chewed with more attention than chewing deserved.
I'll know once I play the entire thing back.
I waited. Did she think I knew what she was talking about?
Do you have water?
Sure. As I filled a cup, I watched her in the reflection of a tiny mirror tile. Grayson in a black bra and rumpled sheets, but not her. Not her at all. I'd married a woman, and there was a girl in the bed.
Thank you,
she said, taking the glass. I pulled up a chair. What's this about playing something back? She handed over the glass, then the half-eaten granola bar.
A thing that happened. The memory is deep, but I had 8 kamikazes, so it's there. I can get it out, but only one thing at a time from the end. Like, I have to unpack the box from the top.
I heard what she said. The words were fine, but the tone wasn't gray. It had question marks all over it. I couldn't blame her for not knowing which way was up. I didn't either. Couldn't tell how long this would take either. Was she unpacking a 2-year-long event or a bad few minutes? When is the memory from? How old were you?
18.
Where were you? I kept my tone casual. I didn't want to freak her out. She seemed fragile.
Jake just pulled up to a side back alley-ish thing. It's a lot of cinder block and gray. Light industrial, maybe. It's really dark, and I'm glad about that.
I'd thought I knew what my wife was going through because I'd lived it with Damon. But respite was different. She spoke about her alternate as if she was the same person. Past the emotional flatness, there was a soft compassion for the girl whose story she was telling. A forgiveness. Respite's tone confirmed she existed to help, not conquer.
Also, there's kind of a gross, swimmy feeling, and my tongue tastes like burn.
The 8 kamikazes. She may have heard me, but judging from how her gaze went blank, it didn't matter.
The crickets are really loud. I feel like they're going to give me away. It's cloudy, but the light pollution from town makes the clouds bright enough to see by. And Jake is mad. He gets out of the car. He's got big muscles on his arms. When he left for the army, he was skinny. Now he's like a man. He scares me.
Again, the question at the end illustrated how different she was. I wanted to shake her loose. It had been hours, and I wanted my wife back. She put up with Damon for weeks. Why is he mad?
It's 3:30 in the morning.
She replied without looking at me.
He wants to know why the hell I haven't gone home. What's on my freak mind? He always called me a little punky freak. And then I cry so hard he stops being mad.
She went silent. Respite?
When Jake gets out of the car, the gravel crunches under his feet. He's not wearing the boots he came home in. He's wearing his old Adidas while he's on leave. But he keeps his dog tags on. He leaves the car door open. The dashboard's beeping and his lights are on.
She'd started from the beginning, adding new details but going no further back. Why is he there?
He's saying, "Oh, fuck, Gray. Fucking fuck. Where?" And I point at a dark place behind the building. Jake goes, but I sit sideways in the car with the door open. I take the keys out and turn off the lights so the beeping stops. I wait a long time.
What's happening, Grayson? I called her by her real name because she wasn't Respite any more than I was a back rub.
There's a break in the clouds and I can see some stars through it.
Grayson. I try not to growl and fail.
When I rub my thumbnail, I feel a place where the polish is flaking.
She was rubbing her thumbnail as if she was there, wherever there was. She was infuriating, making no effort whatsoever to dig out of this. She was just sliding into the details of a memory that could go nowhere and not answering the relevant questions. She was about to talk again. She opened her mouth to reminisce about the light reflecting off the sky or some bullshit. I didn't want to hear it. Not another word. I took her by the shoulders and shook her. Listen to me. She focused on me for the length of fingers snapping. For that moment, she was herself. It was like taking a rib spreader out and putting the thorax back in its place. It all fit. Where are you? Before I even finished my sentence, she was gone. Heart, lungs, ribs, taken apart. Insides, outside. I was bereft. My body was inside out. I was the one with parts out of place.
He's gone a long time. The crickets pause enough to let the sound of the rustling leaves through.
No, look at me.
I'm hungry.
Okay,
I can hear my stomach rumbling in the pause.
Stop. She did. I thought I'd be relieved, but her silence wasn't a refocus of her attention. She was deep inside herself and not bothering to tell me what was happening. This was worse. My watch beeped, cutting my thoughts like a scalpel. I had to report for duty in half an hour. Gray, listen. If you're in there, listen. I lifted her chin until she faced me. With my other hand, I moved my finger across her field of vision, left to right and back again. Her eyes did not follow. Jesus, baby, what's happening? My watch beeped, so close to her ear, yet she didn't move a muscle. I have to report for duty in half an hour. Talk to me. Tell me what to do. The watch stopped. Like the silence of the crickets, it opened the door to heartbeats and breaths. Grayson. 28 minutes to report, and if you're not 10 minutes early, you're late. Grayson. No answer, but her lips were puckered in my fingers. I smashed my mouth on hers. The woman in my hands felt like her. My tongue fit between her teeth just the same. She tasted like my wife, but she didn't respond. I pulled my lips away but held her head still. I was torn between staying with her and reporting for duty. The hospital needed me. The army needed me, and I'd made commitments. Talk to me.
I beg him not to leave me.
I won't leave you.
He says he never will.
I won't. Ever.
He's my brother, and we're all we have.
We're all we have. Did she hear me? Did she understand? Was I even talking to her, or was I reminding myself of what was important? Her eyes focused and found mine. I let her jaw go. She was my wife again, partly, at least. She was still soft and docile, but she didn't seem as young or fragile.
Caden.
Yes?
That part? It's over. I remembered everything I had to.
Everything?
Everything that was there. I feel the things before bubbling up.
Are you all right?
I didn't know you back then. It's weird to think there was a time in my life without you.
I was there. Her brow nodded and she sat perfectly still, as if breathing and remembering couldn't coexist. Finally, her eyes met mine and she spoke.
I don't remember that.
She took memories and facts very seriously. Always. We were a promise the universe made before we were born. She looked away, but not back inside herself.
I don't know if I felt it.
You don't need to feel it to make it true. I gathered her hands in mine and laid them in her lap. I knew it the first time I saw your face. You were a promise kept. I knew that if I let you go, I'd be breaking something bigger than me. She slid her hands out of mine and around them until my palms were on her bare thighs. I saw my watch against her leg. 27 minutes. I was going to have to walk a quarter-mile in a storm to get to the hospital. I had to leave. Or not. There was another issue. An orgasm would bring back the other Grayson. I have to report.
Okay.
She lay back, legs still open, the fabric of her underpants creased in the center where moisture made them stick. She was going to get herself off. If I reported, I'd come back to an empty apartment. She'd be somewhere in Baghdad, walking towards some purpose she made up just to give herself forward motion. We'd be separated again, and I'd have no control of the situation. That was not acceptable. The U.S. Army was going to have to deal with my absence. Leaning over her, I hooked my fingers in her underwear. "Pick up your butt." I slid them off her and balled them in my fist. "Bra off." She unhooked the front and wiggled out of the bra. I took it. She closed her legs. Grabbing her ankles, I pivoted her until she was lined up with the direction of the bed. Stroking her legs, I said, "What do you remember about us?"
That I love you?
"About sex."
Nothing.
"Nothing. Do you remember the spankings?" Eyes wide with shock, lips parted. The idea shocked her. "So you don't?"
No.
"What about pain?"
It hurts?
She was my wife, but she was different. What had Grayson gone through with Damon? Had it been anything like this? Had it felt just short of infidelity? Or had it gone over the line? I put a knee on the bed and pressed her inner wrists together. I wrapped her black bra straps around her pretty elbows. "I'm going to tie you to the bed."
Why?
"So you don't run away." I tied her elbows to the bed, letting her hands clutch the bars. Her big brown eyes watched me.
I won't. I promise.
"You can still make it to the hospital." I could, but I couldn't leave her tied up for 10 hours, and I couldn't leave her untied alone to switch back to a woman on a mission. Any mission, as long as it took her forward. No. This was the right thing. Shirking duty went against every fiber of my being, except the ones that prioritized Grayson. Those fibers far outnumbered the dutiful ones. "Do you remember the last time I fucked you?" I asked, standing over her.
No.
"Right before you were soft and detached, like this. Were you remembering things?"
I think so. Scott, at the pool.
"Let me tell you how it's going to go then." Gently, I ran my finger between her legs. "I'm going to taste you. You're going to come in my mouth, and if I'm right, you're going to flip. I have to talk to Grayson."
But I have to remember.
She tried to sit up, stretching the bra straps against the cheap piping.
She can't remember.
"Remembering can wait."
No, it can't.
I slid 2 fingers inside her and she gasped. "It will wait. I need to talk to my wife."
I won't come. I just won't, and you can't make me.
My wife was my wife, no matter which side of her personality was on display. And when she decided what she wanted, or didn't, that was the last of it. Challenge accepted. I got up and undressed. She watched as, piece by piece, I stripped my uniform. Each article of clothing I took off made it less likely I'd report for duty. Each badge and buckle laid itself down in service to my wife until I crawled between her legs, fully naked.
I'm not going to come. I can feel the next memory coming.
I pressed her legs apart as far as they'd go and sucked gently on her nub before running my tongue down to her entrance. "You're going to come now."
We're calling Jake on a payphone. The quarters won't go in. There's gum in the slot.
"Oh, no you don't." 3 fingers inside her.
Pick up, Jake.
Her voice was lower, less demanding. I was losing her.
Pick up. We don't know what to do. He answered. Jake, we need you.
"Come, respite."
He sounds sleepy and pissed off. He's asking where we are. We don't want to tell him because we said we were at Anna's.
"You're almost there."
Don't tell Mom and Dad. We're at the red spot.
She elongated the O and came as if it was the last vowel she'd ever utter. With respite. "We're at the red spot." Respite. Red spot. Her name was a slurring of red spot. I knew why respite didn't keep the promise of her name. She was the reminder of a night 8 kamikazes had hidden.
Get off me.
My wife growled. Welcome back.
You're going AWOL.
She'd gotten up like a shot the moment I untied her. I'm not leaving you. She was already getting into her pants as if she was late for an appointment with the president.
I don't need a babysitter.
This woman was impossible. Both personalities tested what little patience I had. You need to stop long enough to listen.
I can talk and move at the same time. First, we have to talk about what's going on with you.
With me?
Caden doesn't go AWOL.
She pulled a clean shirt over her head, no bra.
Caden shows up.
She stepped into a shoe, no sock.
You'd better get in before they court-martial you.
I am showing up. I'm showing up for you. Listen, we can beat this if we make a plan. I can't keep going without your agreement.
To what? Let you spend 5 years in Leavenworth? I won't be party to that.
We need to hole up here and let Respite finish. Go backward far enough until she finds out what you're running away from.
I'm not running away. I'm living my life.
I'd assumed I'd have a minute to talk to her, but I didn't. She went for the door. I leapt off the bed and stood between her and the exit. I'm tired of trying to talk sense into you.
Then this is the perfect opportunity to stop talking.
This? The way you're acting? This is not you.
Who is it then? Because this is the real me. The other one is a shadow of me. Maybe a subset of things I haven't done or have done, or the bits I don't like, or traits I don't use. The waste all bundled up and shoved into the light, but she's not me.
When I had this, I felt like one of me was real and one was an intruder too. But that wasn't it, and you know it.
You're you, and I'm me.
Meaning? I knew what she'd meant, but I thought she'd backpedal, soft-shoe it, say she was sorry or pretend she was talking hypothetically. No such luck.
Let me spell it out. You were always unstable. You were a psychopathology study waiting to happen. The moral rigidity with the personal impulsivity, the trauma denial, the detachment, the way you joyfully cut people open.
That's enough.
Did you start fires when you were a kid and forget to tell me?
I see what you're trying to do.
Did you dissect your dog?
Yeah, I jerked off into the open carcass of my dead fucking dog, but I never, ever fucking said shit to you like you just said to me. She folded her arms over her chest, inspecting the floor with her mouth pushed to one side of her face. She was cowed for a few seconds before she set her jaw and stared right at me.
Deal with it.
She put her jacket on, which she should have done before the first time she tried to leave, but she literally didn't know whether she was coming or going. I'm not going to turn my back on you because you insulted me.
Everything just got really clear.
She zipped her jacket, and I realized just how naked I was.
You're in my way. You've always been in my way. You're an obstruction I don't need.
I need you. I need the woman who could listen and think. What I have now is 2 people, and neither of them has a fucking brain in their head.
You didn't hear me.
I heard you.
You didn't, so let me say it again. I don't need you.
I knew better than to take her words personally. She wasn't herself. Anyone with an ounce of detachment could see that. But I'd used my last ounce listening to an old story about a nightclub. I had no armor left, and she was on the attack. You just proved you do. You just proved Respite is your filter. You're a real bitch without her.
Sorry to step on your toes. Get your clothes on and get out.
She threw my pants at me. They unspooled in midair. Their full length landed against my naked body and collapsed onto the floor when I didn't catch them. Was I just an obstacle? Did she feel nothing at all? Or did she feel plenty, none of it affection? What's the red spot?
The what?
The red spot. It's where Respite got her name. She stopped long enough to register the way red spot fell right into Respite. Then she snapped right to the issue at hand, getting away from me.
If I tell you, will you leave?
Yes. She leaned on the arm of a chair and laid her hands flat on her thighs.
It was a club in Logan Heights. They took our fake IDs. They played the music I liked, and it was just a completely unexceptional cinder block box.
Did Jake go there?
Jakey wouldn't be caught dead at that freak show.
What if I told you he did?
You'd be lying.
Respite remembered?
Then she's lying. Damon was unreliable. She's unreliable. She's manipulating you.
In a single, unguarded moment, the creature in my wife's body looked at my dick. She shifted, as if feeling the sore dripping I'd left between her legs from a fuck she couldn't remember. She felt something. Even if it was jealousy, it was something.
If you won't go, that's fine.
She slapped her thighs and stood.
I'm hungry.
I was sure she was telling the truth, but I also knew this side of her as well as I'd ever known anyone. Grayson never changed a subject without a greater goal in mind. Me too. I snapped up my pants.
If we go to base chow, you can check in at the hospital.
Check in, as if I could just say hello and walk out. That wasn't going to work, but getting thrown out of her apartment wasn't sustainable either. Good idea. You can save me a seat.
Deal. I'm going to the bathroom, then we can leave.
She went into the bathroom and closed the door behind her, trusting that I was a complete fucking idiot.
Chapter 81. Grayson.
The sand crackled against the narrow bathroom window, then stopped. It opened onto an air shaft that sometimes caught a burst of wind that spun into the funnel of the space, then petered out. I considered climbing out, but even if I could swallow my fear of heights, the door had no lock, and the window squeaked when raised. He'd be in here like a shot. Peeing was a chore, because I had to sit still for it when I could have been on the way to base. I'd catch DeLeon, and she'd tell me what she knew about Jake, or she'd send me to someone she knew, or whatever. But when I sat still, I had to think about what I was going to do with the information, and that just slowed me down even more. I had the nagging feeling I was missing something. Convincing Caden to go to base to eat had been too easy. But I couldn't look back and take it apart. All I could do was get to the base and slip away while he got chewed out for being an hour late. Maybe everything was just easy, and I should have been thankful. I washed up, checking myself in the mirror. Stopping was mentally painful, but I had to figure out what I was looking at. I didn't recognize myself. I looked the same, but different, like my own twin sister. How interesting. Was I different because of my expression? Was it the peeling off of weakness that left behind a cold mask? Or was my way of seeing different? Thump, thump, thump. 3 hard, quick knocks turned me away. Not the bathroom door, but the apartment door. A voice from outside.
Grayson, are you in there?
And then Caden joined me in the mirror. Still naked from the waist up, he burst in and put his hand over my mouth.
Quiet.
His breath was wet in my ear. I struggled, but he held me in a vice of bone and muscle. Thump, thump.
Grayson!
It was Ronan. I didn't necessarily want to see Ronan any more than I wanted to see Caden in the mirror trying to burn silence into me. I didn't like being told what to do. I especially didn't like being held down and hushed.
I want you to understand something. This is what they wanted. They want to create people without emotions, better doctors and soldiers. We fell right into it. What you're going through seems right to you because you've had all your bad feelings moved over to some separate part of you. You're a surprise success story, and they want to bring you back to Blackthorn. They want to poke you and prod you, but they aren't interested in helping you.
I spit sharp syllables that added up to, "Get off me," into his hand while the pounding on the door continued. Thump, thump.
Stay still.
He had a fucking boner pushed against my ass. My pussy was still dripping his cum from fucking her, and he was erect all over again. I hated that I wanted it. I hated how the painful constriction of his bare arms turned me on. I hated that the only thing that soothed my need to run out the door was his body. Stopping to go to the bathroom had been mentally painful, but stopping to fuck him? Not painful. The thumping stopped, but he still held me. The sand ticked against the window. Silence reigned. We watched each other in the mirror, and the blue eyes I could always spin up into were just a color to me. No sky, no canopy, no bowl of protection. Just blue. Since I'd taken the Bicam, I'd known something was wrong with me. I was sick with a mental flu, but a flu came with the assumption of recovery. It wasn't until I felt nothing in Caden's gaze that I knew I was broken. And even in that knowledge, nothing changed. Caden could slow me down with sex, but he couldn't protect me or heal me. I was crowded with the need to push forward, even though I knew my drive toward purpose was fake. It was a result of this brokenness. I still had to move. It was as if my self-knowledge had been split from myself.
I'm going to move my hand. If you scream and he's still there, you'll go with him, and I won't be able to get you.
His palm lowered, leaving behind a chin wet with spit. He leveraged his arms on the counter. The pressure of his hips still pinned me to the sink. He's gone.
He's coming back, and he won't be alone next time.
You don't know that or anything. I looked away. Opposing him was a knee-jerk reaction. I had to fight him. I didn't even know why.
They're going to take you away, and they're going to lock you in a room. Maybe for a day, maybe a week. Maybe I'll never see you again.
I'd already told him he didn't know that or anything, and he still didn't. But I knew plenty. And he was right. I'd be taken away. What would I fight then? What would I push against? What's your plan? I asked the man in the mirror.
You need to remember, and we need to use the memory to fix this.
He must have said it at the exact right time, because in the crack between how messed up my head was and what Ronan wanted out of me, I heard him. I don't want to.
I know.
I want to run.
I know, baby. I know.
He turned to kiss my cheek. When he looked back at the mirror, the protection of the sky was back in his clear blue eyes. For a second, I was home inside him again. And then it was gone. And blue was just meaningless mutation in eye color. My skin was too tight, my boundaries too close, and I expanded into a burst of tears. No, I was not crying. This was not the time. I took a tight breath through my nose, expanding against his chest. Tell me what to do.
Agree to remember.
What if it doesn't work?
You'll get carted away and I'll be court-martialed for desertion.
With Damon gone, it was easy to forget Caden had a deeply manipulative side. He was going to use his own decisions to direct me. He'd destroy his life to make sure I didn't destroy mine, which was noble, crazy, and calculating.
Don't worry about me,
he said, taking his hands off the counter so I could turn and face him. He must have been reading my mind.
I'll be fine. Remember for yourself. Do it for your own sanity, not for me.
He leaned away, giving me more space. I could get to the door. I had shoes on already. All I had to do was go. The impulse formed and grew the longer I denied it.
Invite her back,
he said, eyes on mine as his hand drifted down my shirt to the ridge of my waistband.
I'll stay here. She won't take over.
It feels like she will. He increased the downward pressure on my pants.
I know.
He did. He knew how painful it was to let the other take over, yet he wanted me to go there. This was Caden. If I trusted anyone with my soul, it had to be him. I trusted him more than myself with my well-being. I'd forgotten that, but even in the mess of urges I was fighting, that one truth was clear. I pushed his hand away. I'll do it. His lips tightened slightly and one eyebrow twitched.
Go ahead then.
You're staying to watch?
Hell yes.
Getting down to business, I put my hand down my pants.
How's that feel?
Freshly fucked. I started to yank my hand out, but he held it down.
Remember how it was with Damon?
Fuck you. He smirked and pulled my shirt up to kiss my breasts. I was wet and firm under my fingers, but felt nothing. I stopped moving.
Too pissed to come?
I think I'm scared. He reached behind me to the medicine cabinet.
I bet you are.
He searched over my shoulder and took something off the shelf.
Let's see if we can distract you.
Holding up a pair of eyebrow tweezers, he said,
Go on. Touch yourself.
The tweezers were angled at the ends, creating a sharp tip. He pinched them together in front of me. He pressed the 2 points against the skin over my left breast.
I've wondered,
he said, drawing the tweezers across.
Which one of you likes the pain?
The sting crackled along my body, humming down my spine and awakening the nerves under my fingers.
I've been hoping it's this side of you. I'd hate to lose it.
Across my sternum, lightly perpendicular to the scar and circling the nipple of my right breast. I gasped when he increased the pressure.
Watch me.
I did, but he didn't look back. He was working the tweezers over me like an artist on a masterwork.
Touch yourself just a little harder.
Harder than before, he pressed the 2 points over the tender flesh of my left breast, lifting his eyes to mine.
Finger yourself while I mark you, and don't come until I finish.
Okay.
What do you say if you want me to stop?
Stop?
Very good. Begin.
I circled my clit as he drew a hard, hurtful line down to the nipple. The pleasure followed the double line of sharp pain as my skin broke just enough to scrape but not enough to bleed. I watched his face as he worked, the sweat gathering on his brow, the short breaths that told me he was as aroused as I was. When he went too hard, I yipped. He looked up and pushed the points hard against me. The pain was a shot of pleasure, but I was held back by the distracting noise in my brain. I didn't want to flip. I didn't want to go into the darkness, into the nothingness. If he was almost done, I was going to fail.
I'm going to bend her over this sink and pull her hair back so she has to look at the mark.
He put the tweezers below my scar and pressed hard down my body. Fuck her in the ass before you bring me back. Make it hurt.
Come now.
I hurled myself into the orgasm and darkness.
Chapter 82. Respite.
I couldn't remember in the darkness. Not clearly, not with detail, not without forgetting it immediately. I was in a deep, dark hole, hopelessly ungrounded, even as I was so deep I couldn't think about anything but getting out. Then a tingle of consciousness, the sound of soft chatter and crickets, night birds and his voice, his hand on my thigh and the desire that came with the unexpected touch. I crawled out of the hole with the pleasure as my glue, sticking to it to pull myself out, and after a burst, the light came. And with it, the memories. I couldn't move my legs. My scalp was 1,000 points of pain.
Wake up.
A voice said close to my ear. Caden.
Open your eyes.
Light budded in gray bursts, then got warmer. Lines formed. Day fought with night. Caden's voice echoed another man's. The mental and the physical swirled together until I couldn't tell one from the other, until a real physical discomfort defined itself. I was being defiled. Hurt. My ass was being probed. He jerked my hair.
I told you to open your eyes.
A slick finger violated my anus, and I made a noise that was half grunt, half squeak.
I told her I'd fuck you in the ass, and I will if you don't come out and talk to me.
I opened my eyes. A bathroom. Caden behind me. A mirror.
Good.
Ow.
You want another finger?
No, please no.
But I promised.
Please.
Look in the mirror. Look at your body.
I focused. The mirror over the sink reflected me from head to navel. Behind me, Caden was shirtless, pulling my hair to make me look up, his expression a cruel, dangerous fire. My body was marked in hot, pink double lines. Spots of blood had broken out.
What does it say?
I didn't answer right away. I was too shocked. He placed a second finger at my entrance, and I clamped down.
Keep clenching. Just makes it tighter. What do the marks say?
I blinked, clearing out the last of the distractions. They say his.
Who is he?
You. He let my hair go.
That arrow points at your cunt. It's mine. When I say it's time to come again, you come. Do you understand?
Yes. He slid his finger out of my ass and pulled up my pants.
I want to hear everything you remember.
We shifted positions so he could wash his hands. His dick was hanging out of his pants, touching the edge of the counter as if it was looking for stimulation. She made you promise you'd have anal sex with me? He shook the water off his hands.
I promised I'd fuck you in the ass until you cried. That's a different thing.
And you're not going to?
No.
Even after the invasion of his finger, I was grateful. What else did she make you promise?
You don't want to find out.
He wiped his hands on the towel.
But you have to cooperate.
He pressed the white towel to my chest. It came back with a tiny spot of red.
And you have to let me take care of you.
He let me have the towel and washed his hands, watching me in the mirror. I can take care of you, too. I brushed my hand along the hard rod of his dick. I wasn't surprised at how it felt, as much as I had a very clear memory of being surprised. It ran through me like a gunshot, coming out the other side through a bigger hole.
Not necessary.
He snapped open the medicine cabinet and took out Neosporin and gauze. Someone told me it's painful if you don't get it.
Someone was trying to get in your pants.
He closed the cabinet door and let his hand stay there while he looked down as if deep in thought.
I forgot how young you seem.
At least I'm not telling you to hurt anyone. I started to pull down my shirt, but he stopped me.
Let me look at your abrasions. Then you eat. Do you understand?
I can. I must have sounded confused, because I wasn't answering his question. I don't know if I can do this. I clutched the sides of the metal ladder so hard that even through my fingerless gloves, my hands hurt from the unbuffed steel edges. The thick treads of my heavy boots were good for staying on a ladder, not jumping from one. I can. The side of the building was so close, my breath bounced off it. The fire ladder that led to the roof had a latch at the top that lowered it the final 6 feet. I hadn't unhooked it because I didn't think I'd be able to rehook it from the ground. I didn't want to leave a trail of actions and intentions. Up or down, Gray? I looked down. It wasn't that far. Worst case, if I landed wrong, my femur would get shoved into my pelvis. Imagining the smashing bones and ripped muscle delayed me another 30 seconds. Then a bird chirped. I didn't know one bird from another, but what if it was a morning bird chirping to welcome the sun? I had one chance out, and it was down. I can. And I did. The air whooshed in my ears. The fall of hair in front of my eyes stuck upward, and my skirt flew up, cooling the damp tear in the crotch of my thighs. I landed on my feet like a cat, legs bent, arms forward with my palms down, pausing to assess if the shot of pain in my hip was anything more than a momentary shock. I did. I can. I ran to the phone, patting my pockets for a quarter. I was still wobbly but sobered by the jump and all that had preceded it. A headache was growing. My stomach tightened and flipped, and my mouth tasted like topsoil. My chest was exposed and cooled with the astringent sting of antiseptic.
What happened then?
Caden asked, patting a section of the S with wet gauze. We called Jake. I was lying on the bed with my back to the headboard and my shirt gathered over my breasts.
I wish you'd remember forward.
He put the gauze on the side table and dunked a half-stale pita in a container of hummus that had been in the back of my fridge.
Open.
I opened my mouth, and he placed the food into it. I'm getting full, I said as I chewed. He must have been feeding me for a while. He pulled down my shirt.
Good.
When the phone rang on the other side of the room, Caden went from relaxed to rigid. It wasn't until then that I noticed the storm had subsided to a strong wind.
They got the lines back up quickly?
It rang again. Are you going to get that? Or should I?
I have it.
He was at the phone in 2 steps. Clear of the last memory, I could pay attention to the details of him. I watched the efficient grace of his body and its perfect proportion, heard the deep sonorous layers of his voice as he said,
How did you find me?
He was near. But without his attention, I fell down the hole into a black-on-black square with his voice booming from the sky.
I'm coming back.
He promised someone he was returning as the roof got closer.
I'm not deserting.
Caden got farther away. The new memory loaded and flicked on like showtime in a movie theater. His last words were a whisper before the lights went down.
I have to finish something.
Overwhelmed with feelings. Fear. Regret. Anger. confusion, anxiety. I paced the edges of the roof, corner to corner, the hole in my magenta tights growing with every step. The red spot closed at 2. The music below was dead. No more Visage or Thompson Twins. No more dancing to The Cure by swaying my body and moving my hands in complex geisha-like movements. The patrons, gone. The employee section of the lot was all parallel white strokes. The line of cabs out front had drawn down to the final rider half an hour before. Must have been 3 a.m. I had to get out of there. I couldn't stay up on the roof like a princess in a tower. I was a sitting duck. A lame duck. A girl whose options were limited by fear. I stood at the edge of the ladder and looked down. I could lower it from where I was, but not from the ground. How did I get up here? He'd hitched me up so I could reach the bottom rung, which was 6 feet over the ground. Then at the top, he'd gone around me so he was up first and he could help me over. I'd been impressed by that. Stupid girl. Now, the bottom rungs were still 6 feet off the ground, and if I unhooked it from the top so the entire ladder slid down, I wouldn't be able to get it back up once I was on the ground. I paced the roof counterclockwise so I wouldn't have to go past the back of the building, but I had to check. What if... No. I sat up in bed with a full bladder and a heart pounding as if I'd run a 4-minute mile. The moon was full in the window of the darkened room. The digital clock's red numbers read 0200, and Caden was rushing to the bedside. Help! He took me in his arms and held me. My impulse was to push him away, but something stronger surrendered, and I fell into him. Tighter! He wrapped himself snugly around me until I could barely breathe. I was anchored inside him. Not moving forward or back, he held me in the moment. I needed that. It was uncomfortable, but I needed it.
What happened?
I didn't answer because I didn't know yet. I let the protection of his embrace surround me and took in the details of the room. The chair with the little light had a book on it. The clock flipped to 0201. Our moonlight shadows made the shape of a face against the wall.
You stopped talking. I thought you went to sleep.
What was I saying?
You kept describing a roof. I assume it was the red spot.
I pushed him away. I don't want this anymore.
Want what?
I threw off the sheets, ready to get out of bed, but I saw what I was wearing. Underwear and a t-shirt. I leaned back. Reaching behind me, I grabbed the bars of the headboard and spread my knees apart.
What are you doing?
He asked, eyes on the damp fabric between my legs. You didn't come before. In the bathroom. How about now?
It's tempting, but no. Not yet.
His words were pretty definite, but his face wasn't. Neither was his body. His hand twitched as if he wanted to touch me so badly. Fingertips circling thumb. I imagined one inside me to the knuckle, then the web. I took a hand off the headboard and laid it between my legs, groaning as soon as I touched myself. He took my wrist and moved my hand away.
No, baby. You're not flipping back until you're done.
I am done.
On a rooftop? I don't think so.
The way he was leaning, I could see his erection. It's true. He leaned over to speak softly in my ear.
If it was true, you'd be gone.
I could practically feel the throb of his dick against the air in the room.
Why do you want to flip back so badly? Are you afraid of not existing?
No.
What are you afraid of?
My purpose was to not exist, to push back until I knew all there was to know. My voice would be silenced, and only then would I find peace. I was pregnant with the unknown, heavy and clumsy, waiting for the pain that was promised before the inevitable. But somehow, in the anchor of his arms, I didn't want the pain. I didn't think I could stand it. If I could hide away in the darkness, maybe I could avoid it. I didn't want to tell him. I wanted to convince him it didn't matter. Once I'm finished, something else will come. His face was buried in my neck, but the weight of his body gave him away, getting heavier at the shoulders as if they drooped in despair.
I'll be with you if that happens.
He wasn't lying, but there was a touch of doubt in his voice. 2 quick knocks at the door interrupted. "Don't get it," I said, afraid of losing the protection of his body over mine.
I have to.
He freed my wrist and got off me, exposing me to the curse of freedom. I could move. I could get up and move forward even as my mind craved backward. Neither. I wanted nothing to do with it. Caden leaned down to the floor to get something. I put my hand between my legs, pressing against the damp fabric. Caden grabbed my wrist again. His belt was in his other hand. I must have projected fear because he said,
I'm not going to hurt you. Turn over.
Another knock.
Wait downstairs.
He called, then pushed me a little. I followed, getting on my stomach. He straddled me and put my hands over my head, through the bars of the headboard. I really thought he was going to fuck me away from all this. Instead, he put my inner wrists together. Who is it?
Time,
he said, looping the belt around my wrists.
I'm buying you some time.
It's tight.
I know.
He got up.
I won't be long.
I had to twist painfully to look at him as he put on his shirt. How long?
Before you can work your way out and get yourself off.
He flung the sheet over me so I was covered.
Which you will not do.
His voice was a little lower, a little clearer, stating a fact, not a request.
Or I'm going to fuck your ass raw.
He stood over me for a second before walking to the door. Then he turned with his hand on the knob, checking his work. He opened the door part way, slipped through, and left me alone in my darkness.
Chapter 83. The storm had died a quiet death sometime in the night. The air was clear and still, as if it wanted to make up for the wrongs of the previous 2 days. Ronan waved from the courtyard below. If I never saw that asshole again, it would be too soon, but this wasn't about what I wanted. Nothing was anymore. I needed him and his sorry, unaccountable ass. I took the stairs down to him. The only thing keeping respite from turning back into Grayson too soon was a belt that wouldn't hold for long. But I couldn't invite Ronan in. I didn't want him to see her, not in her underwear or fully clothed. I didn't want him saying a word or making a promise. Respite might fall for anything he said, and I couldn't physically restrain her in front of him. Doctor, Ronan offered his hand. I took it. I hear you're AWOL. You heard right. May I ask why? No. Ronan huffed a laugh and took a pack of Turkish cigarettes out of his breast pocket. He offered me one, and I declined. So, he said after lighting up, you're going to make me beg you for the reason you called me at 3 a.m, or can I assume you finally decided to really help her? Can you reverse it, or is this just a pitch to take her to Saudi? He took a long drag of his cigarette and let out a shit-stinking ribbon of smoke. There was never a need to reverse it. The breathing controls it for most people. For cases like you, who never should have gotten it, you showed us the cure. A recreation of trauma. You were the most successful subject we had until a building fell on you. What about Grayson? People who took too much, too fast, and broke. We're working on it. We're this close. He didn't bother holding up 2 fingers close together. He flicked an ash instead. I thought I knew what was best for her. I assumed her cure started with us, together. But for a single moment, I couldn't tell if I was being irresponsible. Was my first plan of action correct, or did I need to change it? I couldn't decide, and that alone was uncomfortable. You have 2 people watching us across the balcony. I changed the subject, pointing up at the veranda across the yard. While Respite was in her reverie, I'd noticed the cafe table outside the apartment door was occupied by 2 people playing cards at all times of day. Just making sure everything's all right. And I thought you were in love with me. Only a little. You showed us the outer limits of what we could do. And Grayson? She's showing us the limits of what we should do. Listen, I didn't want this for her or anyone. I want to fix it. Bring her in, no. The decision came from my heart, unfiltered by doubt. You report for duty, not happening. What do you want then? I want food. Light food, fruit, yogurt. You're holing up? And empty that apartment. I don't want to see another one of your goons up there. You're worried about us? There are going to be MPs with a battering ram at your door if you don't report for duty. De Leon isn't covering for you much longer. He was right. The clock was ticking. I was going from AWOL to desertion. Get me the food while you get me a car and a helicopter out of here. He plucked the cigarette from his mouth mid-drag. You are out of your fucking mind. His gaze shifted suddenly, moving over my shoulder. I followed it. Grayson was coming down the stairs. Ronan and I exchanged a look. Gray?
Hey.
She had on sweatpants and a hoodie, and she was the sexiest woman alive.
Hi, Ronan.
Hi. His voice cracked with youthful insecurity. He dropped his cigarette on the ground and stamped it out. Hi, Gray. What the fuck? He seemed totally disarmed. I put my arm around my wife. She jammed her hands in her pockets. What did you need? I asked her.
Just got lonely upstairs?
The silence was so heavy and uncomfortable even the birds and crickets couldn't make a sound. So, Ronan finally said, I'll work on that thing we talked about. That thing? He'd never looked so guileless. Something had happened to him in the flash of a second because the Ronan I knew had guile. Plenty of it. The food, I reminded him. Light food. His eyes on my wife. I wanted to gouge them out and cut the optic nerves. I wanted to do violence I'd never wanted to do before. I'd known Ronan for 4 years and hadn't seen him look at Grayson like that for 3.5. I snapped my fingers in front of his eyes and he looked back at me. Was there something else? You'll figure it out. I tightened my grip on Gray. I wasn't leaving her for a second, not for a court-martial or anything. Ronan smiled ruefully. Bye, Gray.
Bye, Ronan.
He walked to the other side of the courtyard, hunched over like a kid. Go on upstairs. I'll be right up.
You all right?
Yeah. I pecked her lips quickly. Don't touch anything you're not supposed to. You hear? She didn't answer. She just headed for the stairs. I ran to Ronan. He turned when he heard my footsteps behind him. What the fuck was that? What are you talking about? We were the same height, so meeting his stare wasn't a show of force. Not initially. Not until he looked away like a submissive puppy giving way to the pack alpha. I know you can fight. I'm just a doctor. But I promise you, if you separate us, I will find a way to destroy you. Yeah, okay. He tried to leave, but I grabbed his arm. Ronan, what? I looked at his face critically. The light wasn't great, but I could see everything I needed to. You took the Bicam. He shrugged as if he didn't want to admit guilt. Ronan didn't have guilt. Why? He jerked his arm out of my grip. Just back off. Seeing what it did to me wasn't enough? What it's doing to my wife? He did it to prove it was safe. Talking about himself in the third person was jarring enough. The tone of petulant resentment overshadowed even that. That if all the prep hadn't been done, the breathing, the graduated dosages, everything, it could still be effective. He thought Grayson must be hiding something, or she had PTSD she wasn't admitting, or her dose was too big. So, he took it. He did a whole bunch of math, came up with just enough to crack him open, and took it because he was the only subject he trusted. I respected his ability to do to himself what he did to other people. I respected his thoroughness. At least I respected the guy who gave himself the Bicam. This man standing in front of me could have been anyone. What's your name? He smiled with that same rue. My name is Abe Gray. For the sin of taking part of her name and making her a piece of his sickness, I almost punched him in the face right there, but he kept talking. "She has a man's name," he said, looking at the top of the steps. "Isn't that funny? Didn't you ever wonder why?" Her parents thought they were having a boy and kept the name. She tried to tell him not to go to Abu Ghraib. Everything revolves around that moment, you know, when she said no to him and yes to you. On the landing pad? In Balad? Years before, Grayson had been caught between my marriage proposal and Ronan's offer to assist in Abu Ghraib. She'd chosen me, and after news of the torture in the prison had come out, she'd been horrified and relieved. I'd just been horrified. I knew she wouldn't have had anything to do with it. He nodded. If she'd come, if she'd been there, she would have saved him. She would have raised alarms. It all hinged on her. But she wasn't there, and he stayed in ABG. He tried to sort it out, take the torture down a notch. I was torn between feeling sorry for the guy and wanting to surgically remove his nuts for shouldering my wife with his sanity. I was the only one allowed to do that. He looked up at her apartment on the other side of the courtyard, eyes wide with adolescent adoration. She looks the same as when he met her in basic. They were about the same emotional age, these two, and that bothered me like a hot poker in the ass. She was mine, at every stage of her life, before she even knew she had a soulmate, before she even desired one. Every facet of her personality and every spark of every neuron in her brain belonged to me, birth to death. Mine. "Listen to me." I snapped my fingers in front of his face. He looked away from the light in her window and back at me. "You get me what I asked for." "What did you ask for?" What caused his flip? Not orgasms, not the dark and the light. Was Ronan's split triggered by the sight of my wife? I hoped not, because he wasn't seeing her again. Not as Ronan or Abe Gray. "Helicopter out. A blackthorn bird. Don't make a deal with the army. Call me on my cell when you have it. I'll get you further instructions when I have them." He bit his lower lip. "Do it. Do it, or you're never going to know how to get back to normal."
Chapter 84. Respite.
I'd gotten out of the belt by twisting my hands. It had seemed impossible at first, but I stopped feeling the pain when the pressure to roll a memory got to be too much. The screen in my head was firing up. House lights down, projector threaded, curtain open. The next part was going to hurt, and I didn't want to hurt. So I went outside to talk to Caden and Ronan. I was Caden's. I knew that. I knew we were married. I knew he was mine, but Ronan confused me. I'd met him in basic, and my memories started there before going backward. He was familiar in a way Caden wasn't. Dismissed from the courtyard, I paced the apartment, twisting one hand in the other, singing songs in my head and giving words to details so I didn't have to think the things I didn't want to think. Ronan had taken my virginity. Her virginity. Our virginity. But not really. That had happened before. But not really. It had happened in the depth of drunkenness, when my brain had been too scrambled to make sense of anything. It had wired the memory all wrong, then blocked it off because it was fucked up. It was all so fucked up. It took the scramble and just said, forget it. And there, the crack appeared. Light shone through, blasting the screen white for a moment before it all started at the first moments of a very long memory.
I like the Plimsolls too,
he said, talking about the band, trying to be cool in front of the punk girl who was actually new wave. I knew he had to have a name, but no matter how many times I replayed the scene, he never said it. Maybe our introduction had been the only utterance of it, and it was before the roof. Maybe the music had been too loud to hear. In my mind, he was Bryan Adams. The furry blonde hair he'd wrestled into some kind of conservative shape, and the chambray shirt left my head playing Summer of '69 on repeat. I meant the shoes, I said, jerking my chin at his blaringly white leather high tops. Plimsolls go good with jeans, even stonewashed. We were sitting on the edge of the red spot roof, legs dangling 20 feet in the air. The building had been a warehouse, pretty tall for one story. He had little cuffs turned at the ends of his jeans. I hadn't noticed that inside the club.
I'll try that.
He smiled. He had a nice smile for a regular sort of guy. I knew the type. They came around because the Red Spot was the closest club, or the only one open, but they belonged at McSweeney's or Bar None, where they played Huey Lewis and the News and served Heineken by the gallon.
So, where'd you get that name?
He asked. He'd asked my name, and I made something up because I didn't want to be boring or explain mundane things. Trouble? At the bar, when I'd made up that name, I'd picked a maraschino cherry out of the bartender's tray, feeling quite satisfied with myself.
Yeah, where's a girl get a name like that?
I was born Trouble.
Gray.
A voice cut through the memories. A deep voice from another time. A voice that came after I did things. A voice from after that night.
What's happening?
The cherry bursts on my tongue.
You were on the roof a minute ago.
It's sweet, and the skin gives way under my teeth. I like how he watches me eat it. I feel sexy, like a woman. His fingertips brushed my cheek to remove hair I hadn't felt.
Where are you now?
The roof of the Red Spot. He's there.
Who?
The projector stopped, and I snapped to attention.
Chapter 85. The morning after Ronan walked out of the courtyard as Abe Gray, a plan came together. But everything had to be right. A certain precision was required to get rid of this completely. When Damon retreated, I'd thought I was finished. But another thing had come. A more dangerous, more destructive split. Only the perfect parallel situation had healed me, and I had to create that for her, or she might split again once respite was done with her. She was slouched in her chair, one foot braced on the table in front of her, stroking her lower lip even as she spoke. Then, suddenly, she snapped to attention, looking at me in panic.
I can't.
I kneeled at her feet and cupped her face. She looked like a woman in unbearable pain. You can.
Make me her again.
I couldn't. The answers were close. Whatever they were, it felt as if the moments she was reliving were coming toward clarity. We didn't have time to flip back to Grayson, who would resist everything about this process. 4:30 in the morning, I was calculating my next move when there was a knock at the door. I was so wrapped up in our little world I thought it was Ronan with the food or news of a helicopter. "Hang on," I called, then stood before my wife. "Give me your hands." She gave them, trusting me like a foolish young girl. Like a prick, I took advantage of her trust and led her to the bed. "Lie down." She did, but when she saw what I had in my hands, she started to get up. I lowered myself onto her, letting my weight hold her.
No.
"It's for a minute." I'd cut the pull strings off the blinds and fashioned them into a knot I could fasten quickly. I got her arms around the leg of the bed and had her tied in one move.
Let me go.
I leaned close to her face. "I'll untie you when I close the door. Then you're going to eat and you're going to finish this so I can have my wife back. Do you understand?"
You're going to bring her back.
Her face was lit up with hope. "Yes." I stood. Her body was relaxed, and her face had the beginnings of a smile. "But I want to be the one to do it."
Thank you.
She blinked, and tears fell on each side of her face. I put my finger to my lips, and she nodded. That was as good as it was going to get. I answered the door, assuming it was Ronan. Who else would it be at this hour? "Asshole eyes?" De Leon hissed. "What the—" I stepped out and shut the door behind me. "I'm sorry. I don't want your fucking apologies. You're fucking AWOL, and I can't cover for you." "I know. Don't cover for me. It's not worth it." She crossed her arms and leaned on the railing, looking me up and down as if taking inventory. There must have been a lot to see. I could only guess what I looked like to her. No sleep meant bloodshot eyes, periorbital swelling, and hyperpigmentation, skin that looked as if it was coming detached. I hadn't shaved, had showered so quickly I hadn't washed my hair. "You look like shit," she confirmed my thoughts. "Are you sick? If you're sick, they won't court-martial you." "I'm not sick, so what's the problem?" The problem. I didn't say more because the problem was too deep, too wide, too complex to explain on a doorstep. The problem was I couldn't leave Respite alone for too long or I'd walk in on Grayson, or, more accurately, Grayson would burst out the door running. The problem was, if I told her the problem, she'd order me to bring my wife into the hospital and I'd lose control of the situation entirely. The problem was I needed to get back inside before Respite got to the beginning of the story. I needed to hear it in fine detail so we could recreate it, have her face it, conquer it, and walk away. It was the only known cure, and I wasn't getting talked out of it or distracted away from it. "Is it her brother? She's upset?" "She's upset." I hadn't even told Grayson about Jake, but I was telling DeLeon the truth. Like an upturned apple cart, Grayson was upset. "Have they found him? Dead or alive?" "No." "Shit. No clues, no leads?" "Not that I've heard. And every day that goes by gets less likely they will." She put her arms down. "I didn't take her for someone who'd collapse about this." "You never know a person until they're in crisis." She sighed and rubbed her eyes. "Okay." She dropped her hands, letting them slap against her thighs. "I owe you, asshole, and I like wifey, but my debt's paid once we go from AWOL to desertion." "I'm not deserting." "After a certain point, you don't get to decide that. And I'm sorry, I know you want to be with her and you have control issues, but you're going to have to give it up. You're getting court-martialed either way. You can either turn yourself in by 0800, or I have to call the MPs on you." With a dull, flat cadence, and a volume barely enough to be heard through the door, my wife's voice came from inside the apartment. She was remembering again. "Thanks for the warning," I said, putting my hand on the knob. DeLeon was supposed to dismiss me, but we were past formality. She raised an eyebrow as if I'd made a threat. Or maybe she'd heard Respite's voice from inside as she started reciting her memory again. "If you run, they'll find you. They'll lock you away and shove the key up your ass." "I understand." She jerked her chin at the door, indicating wifey, who needed me and whom I needed. "There are no conjugal visits in Leavenworth. Leave her alone now for a little while or be separated for 15 to 20. Your call." "Thank you. I mean it. I owe you one." "See you in the morning?" The evening prayers began, echoing over the walls of the city, an underlayer to Respite's recital. Because of language or physics, I couldn't understand either. "Yes." "Okay. Good." DeLeon started down the steps. I watched her go, unwilling to open the door while she could hear my wife's voice relay a story about a boy on a club rooftop. She waved to me at the bottom. I waved back, turning my hand into a thumbs up, promising I'd be there in the morning and almost believing it. She strode out of the courtyard, leaving the morning birds, the Arabic prayer chant, and the muffled tale of a young girl in trouble behind.
Chapter 86. Respite.
This part was too long. It started too early on the roof with plimsolls and plimsolls. The tension of going forward was stretching me thin. I felt as if I'd break in the middle, at the chest, the way a rubber band got translucent before a tiny heart-shaped hole appeared at the center of the thinnest point. It would snap sometime after I started anticipating it and before I expected it, stinging skin where the kinetic energy clapped against nerve endings. But still, I pulled the rubber band because I had to. Forward was backward. If I stopped, I didn't know if I'd go back further to begin again. So I had to tell the story even after sunlight blasted my face and the sounds of a prayer chant on the mosque's loudspeaker stopped being muffled by the door. I told the story through the folded darkness of the door closing and the click-clack of locks.
I'm back,
He said, sitting on the short table in front of me. Is everything okay?
Everything's fine. He was kissing you.
There's a lot.
Take your time.
Then he kissed me. He was sloppy, mouth too wide, tongue a whirligig around mine. The music had stopped. His hands were up my shirt. All the people were gone. I couldn't actually taste his tongue, and I was pretty sure he couldn't taste anything either. How was I getting back to Leah's? Or was it Anna's? Dina, maybe? I'd lost track of the lies I'd had to tell my parents to stay out past midnight. His hands were under my bra before I could say no. It was fine. It felt okay. I put my hands on his body. Under the chambray shirt, he was tight and muscular. This was okay. I didn't go for a guy like this. He wasn't the right type, but the heaviness that settled between my legs was more demanding than my taste in men. We rolled onto the surface of the roof. Drunk, not caring about the dead leaves and dirt, the grit of tar paper and the jutting roofing nails. Just doing the thing. His penis was rock hard under his jeans. That wasn't new to me. There had already been copped feels through pants and grinding in cars, but no one had ever done what he did next. He unzipped his pants and pulled it out. Then, taking me by the wrist, he put my hand on it. I was too shocked to pull back and too drunk to consider the consequences.
Stroke it. Nice.
His mouth was a sloppy whirligig again. The skin of his dick was soft and paper-thin, stretched over a hard core. He rolled on top, pinning my thighs under hard knees. Wait. When I took my hand away, he put it back, pressing it against the head.
Wait for what? You feel so good.
Just wait. It was all too fast. The world was spinning.
Don't be like that.
Twisting, trying to get up past the sickening, drunken spin of the earth, he pushed me back down, immobilizing my struggling body under him. Stop! Let me go! He reached under my skirt and, with a hard grab, ripped a hole in my hot pink tights. He was bigger and stronger. His dick was already out, and with 2 fingers that didn't tease or cajole, he wove past my underwear, and with 2 fingers... Knock, knock.
Chapter 87. She sat on the edge of a worn chair, looking into the space between the imaginary horizon and the deepest part of her soul, filtering details through a wider and wider net. Her timeline jostled, putting the wrong dialogue in the wrong scene, moving events around like puzzle pieces that wouldn't fit right until everything landed in its place. She took hours to describe minutes with a young man who scared the shit out of me, but I listened carefully as the moon ran her course over the sky. When my attention wavered, it went to remembering Ronan's schoolboy glances. I knew when a man wanted my wife, and though I'd been jealous and possessive when Ronan was around in the army, once we were civilians, he'd never made a sign that he had any interest in her. Until she was this sweet, vulnerable version of herself that I didn't recognize. Now his interest burned so hot I could feel it on me. He hadn't been interested in Grayson until she'd become this woman describing a boy's chambray shirt, the white buttons, the upturned collar. Respite, to me, never seemed like Grayson. She seemed defenseless. She was talking about this guy on the roof with questions in her voice, and I knew he was going to take advantage of her. I knew he was going to do something she didn't want, and my wife would come at him like a lion. This girl would describe it as if it was happening to someone else, which it was. He ripped a hole in the crotch of her tights a dozen times before she put all the details in their slots. I was girded for a violation I wouldn't be able to avenge. I wouldn't even be able to get angry because it would scare her, and she needed me to keep my emotions in check. I could do it only when I reminded myself that this girl was getting sent back where she'd come from. Respite was going to be reabsorbed, and Grayson was going to come back. Again, her tights were ripped. Again, he pinned her and reached under her underwear with 2 fingers. She'd gotten this far so many times before finding a new detail to backtrack. My anger over his fingers was just as heavy, but it had been dulled smooth. Knock, knock. Her mouth went tight, and though her attention stayed inside herself, she was aware enough to stop talking. Wait here.
Yes.
I'm not going to tie you up. Her eyes met mine. I couldn't tell if she was surprised or if she wanted to be bound, but after the implication that she deserved pain, I was reluctant to do anything she might see as punishment. I stood. Just don't bring Grayson back yet. We don't have time.
Yes, I agree.
Why did she agree? When she was remembering, she didn't seem aware of time. I doubted she'd heard De Leon's warnings. Good, I said, putting my finger to my lips. I opened the door as far as the chain would let me, letting in the sound of crickets and the whoosh of pre-curfew traffic. The knocker was backlit by the building's floodlights. It was Ronan with a box under his arm. He had a puppy dog look on his face, and even though I had never been a fan of the sneaky bastard, at least I'd always known exactly what kind of sneaky bastard I was dealing with. I closed the door behind me and reached for the box. He stepped back. No. What the fuck did you come here for, then? We should talk. All of us. All 5 of us? I went for the box, but he twisted away. I want to see her. Why? I want to make sure she's all right. He swallowed hard, glancing at the door, then back at me. This stuff, it fucks with you. Tell me about it. Just 1 second, he said expectantly. Then I'll go. Jesus, I bet you were a nice kid before the army fucked you up. Her shriek came from the other side of the door.
Let me go!
I should have gagged her. That was my first thought as Ronan's eyes met mine. Behind him, the 2 Blackthorn contractors at the cafe table shot up and ran around the linked verandas to get to us. I started to explain, but he shoved the box into me, sending me off balance enough to push me out of the way so he could open the door. We spilled in. Me, Ronan, the 2 Blackthorn agents. My wife was twisting on the floor.
Caden, help!
Ronan was ahead of me. He leaned down to her, and there was a moment of them truly seeing each other before she spoke.
Only Caden.
I pushed him out of the way to kneel by her. What happened?
I got out.
She said to me in a quivering voice.
It was terrible. So bad.
It's okay. I'm here now. Arms free, she wrapped them around me as we crouched on the floor. Ronan and the agents cast a shadow over us as I rocked her. His posture was wider and his face was harder. He'd flipped like a coin. The sincere boy had left, leaving behind the sneaky bastard I'd always known. Except not. Without that sincerity or that deep well of caring for his friends, he was just plain untrustworthy. Ronan turned to the 2 contractors. Close the door on your way out. They left, and Ronan put his attention back on us. Leave. My wife was shaking in my arms, and he didn't need to see it. Her weakness wasn't his business. I'm going to our facility in Saudi. We're close, really close, to making this reversible. I want her to come. You're not separating us. Either I will or the army will. You're AWOL. At least if she comes with me, she's in the hands of people who know what this is. As soon as he left, I was getting her out of here. We were sitting ducks here, waiting to get picked off and pulled apart. She's in my hands. Just go. They're getting a warrant. So this was how it was ending, with military police and a forced separation. And when they found her, what would they do? Nothing? Or would they deliver her to a black site run by her employer? We'd be at square one with the memory unfinished. Grayson was in full respite mode, staring in the half-distance between herself and the floor, brushing her thumb against her lip, watching her life flash before her eyes. I didn't want to leave her, but I wasn't sure I had a choice. Surrendering meant separating. Going with Ronan meant we could both be trapped. I could make a decision one way or the other, 6 of one or half a dozen of the other, but I wouldn't decide alone. I wouldn't decide this for her or without her. She wasn't a child, and she wasn't my charge. Do I have until morning? Maybe. We're arranging transport, but I don't know how long the army's going to take getting it together. Give us until then. I'd let him think we were going with him, but that hadn't been decided. He'd leave his people at the door no matter what I said. Crouching in front of my wife, I tried to break her stare, but I didn't. She kept on seeing what she was seeing. 0700, Ronan said. When he opened the door, blue floodlights blasted half of Grayson's face, narrowing the pupil. You're doing the right thing? For her? I ignored him. We had a few hours and no more, maybe our last hours together. What you have? Between you two? I admire it. It's what we all wish for, that one perfect partner. He stood, unmoving in the doorway until I looked at him. He spoke before I had a chance to chase him out. She made the right choice. You were the right choice. I know. He nodded and left, cutting the light with a click. Her pupils dilated again, but she didn't move. I needed Grayson back. She was hard to deal with, but she was the side I could make a decision with. Watching Respite think, I couldn't flip her yet. She was close to her moment. Respite, what's happening? Her head jerked once, slightly and sharply, to say no. Kneeling in front of her, I took her hands. Tell me. Her brows knit. Please. I had nothing else. No demands, no strategies, no manipulations. I could only submit to the will of my wife's frailer half.
He says...
She stopped and I waited. And waited.
He says... you're wet.
The last thing I'd heard was her shout, "Let me go." It had progressed with whoever this guy was. Bryan Adams, Plimsolls, chambray shirt. I had to catch up without speaking or making assumptions, but goddamn, it was hard when my heart was pounding with rage and the only person around to hurt was the one who had already suffered.
He puts his fingers in deeper, all the way. I'm not prepared. It hurts.
I am not angry. Do not get angry.
He does it hard. It hurts, and something breaks. I'm bleeding.
Gray. I wanted her to stop. She was going too fast. I wasn't ready.
He says I'm wet. He says I want it. I say no.
She was hopping between pieces of dialogue, one after the other, speeding up.
He hears me. I'm sure he hears me, but he pushes inside me and...
Her face exploded into messy, open-mouthed, saliva-string sobs. I took her hand. She could stop now. She could leave it for tomorrow. The next day. Never.
I come. He makes me come. It happens so fast, and he calls me a slut.
I told myself I was ready, but I wasn't ready for shit. I knew those orgasms. I loved them. I cherished every single one. When she cried over the one he took, she was my wife again, and that orgasm was mine. It was hers to give, but it was mine. What was stolen from me had been ripped from her first. I pulled her into my arms. My wife. She was vulnerable and weak. She was sensitive and broken. She had always been those things, but I hadn't loved all of them. I hadn't loved the vulnerability. I had only loved what was easy to love. Strength and tenacity. Bravery and power. Now she was sobbing against my chest. Not a young girl. Not a separate person I wanted to banish, but an indispensable part of the woman I loved. All of her. I loved all of her. Respite.
Call me Grayson. That's my name.
Are we at the end?
Chapter 88. Respite. The orgasm was still hot between my legs. The guy in the chambray shirt leaned heavy on my body with a look of surprised satisfaction.
You hot little slut.
Without thinking, I landed a hard clap on his face. Get off me!
That's how you want it.
He slapped me. I touched my face in horror. That wasn't how I wanted it, not at all. But he thought so, and he pushed me down with one hand and reached for his dick with the other. In a moment of imbalance, I rolled and got out from under him, crawling away while he got on his feet. No! Swaying, blood dripping down my leg, I got my feet under me, feeling everything as if I'd been abandoned by the numbing of the 8th kamikaze.
Fuck you. You came. The least you can do is suck me off.
If I suck your dick, I'm going to throw up. That wasn't an idle threat. My stomach was eager to expel what felt like half a gallon of vodka and triple sec. He must have known it. His tone changed back to the guy I'd kind of liked for a couple of hours.
Come on.
He came a step closer. I took half a step back.
Hand job. You already touched it. Don't leave me hanging. It's going to hurt like hell if you do.
I'm sorry. I'm not ready. He held out a hand for me and saw the blood on his fingers.
Man, I busted your cherry?
It's okay. Not a big deal.
Fuck.
He was staring at his fingers. I walked toward him a little, thinking he felt guilt. I was foolish.
I bet you're so tight.
Was that supposed to be a compliment? I couldn't tell.
Listen,
he said, as if he was the most reasonable guy on the planet.
It's busted. You might as well. You came already.
His cajoling tone made me very, very angry. Rage filled me like a foul, sulfuric burn. You mean like a hot little slut?
That wasn't an insult.
Like fuck it wasn't. I stepped forward and he took half a step back. You put your fingers where I didn't want them.
You seem to like it.
Defensive. Irritated. I should have been worried he'd come at me again, but his moment had passed. This was a guy who didn't think of himself as a rapist even when he raped. I said no.
But you came.
He put his dick back in his pants and zipped up.
If you don't appreciate what I just did for you, then fuck you.
I hated my orgasm because it made me into a liar. It made me into a prude who, deep down, wanted it. It made me into a cock tease. It made him right. I'm sorry. What was I apologizing for? I'd said no, but I'd come right onto his hand. He offered a slice, and I'd taken the whole pie. I was too drunk, too young, too fragile to know I didn't owe him an apology. But he was shrewd. If I was drunk, young, and fragile enough to apologize, maybe the night wasn't over.
It's all right,
he said, using his forgiveness to take a step closer.
Did it feel good?
He asked as if he was curious, not as if he wanted to weaponize the answer. Yeah. Thank you. He reached for me, and I let him move the fall of hair away from my eye.
You're really pretty when you're mad.
Thanks. We should... go. I never got to finish the sentence. He was on me, trying to push me down. He was going to take what he wanted no matter what I did. Once I was down, I was done. I knew that much. There wasn't a middle ground. I had to resist all the way or not at all. My anger coalesced into a fine laser of energy, a force directed squarely at his chest, propelling me forward with all my weight. I pushed him not just away, but back so hard he stumbled with one leg crossing over the other, losing his balance until his calf hit the ledge, and he disappeared over the edge. In the middle space between the mind and the world outside it, I watched the shape of his body change as he fell over. The expression on his face. The second before I heard the hiss of a 170-pound sack of bone and tissue hit the ground lasted a lifetime. In the hours, Minutes, seconds between that sound and the sight of his body on the ground, bent like a swastika with his head in a pillow of black blood, I went cold. Everything emptied out of me. Every emotion, thought, personality trait spilled out as if a bucket had been shot full of holes. And while it all emptied out, another orgasm filled me. This one was real. Given, not taken. Meant to heal instead of break. It would be my last. My last as me. The memory had been found. The dark place touched. I had no more secrets from myself. As the pleasure opened, I collapsed into the same shape I'd been in when I was released. I'd snap back into Grayson the way I had before, but aware of how I was folded and how I fit. When I came, she came. And when I went back into my place, something else cracked inside her. Us. Me. The thing on the other side of the crack was cold, calculating, deadly. It took my place in the darkness. It was only a matter of time before it got out. And then, with nowhere else to go, I went home.
Chapter 89. Grayson.
Pleasure held hands with pain as a soul-emptying orgasm ripped through me. I felt as if I didn't have a body at all, except for the place where his tongue met my clit and his hand twisted the soft skin of my thigh. When I opened my eyes to the ceiling of my studio in the green zone, I felt reborn.
Gray?
He said from below.
Baby?
I remember.
Are you all right?
Caden. When I said his name, I felt that part of me that had cracked off and shaken loose. It rattled like a car part that would need replacing. It would drop out of the chassis in the driveway or going 80 on the freeway. He crawled up until his body was a bridge over mine, eyes flicking over my face as if gathering data.
Are you whole? That's what I'm really asking. Is it over?
His eyes were the blue of the Iraqi sky, with all its promise of comfort and spectacle of power. I ran my fingers over his jaw and neck as if for the first time. I didn't want to disappoint him, but I didn't want to lie either. No. He bowed his head, cutting me off from him and his protection. I'm so sorry for what I did.
I know.
I killed him.
It was self-defense.
He kissed my cheek as if that made it any better. And then I sent my brother to clean off his fingers. That wasn't self-defense, that was a crime.
That was his choice.
Caden, I wanted to turn myself in, but...
But Jake, you did the right thing. Your brother protected you and you protected him.
He was right, but he was wrong. Where law met order, he was dead wrong. But where the burden was shared, he was right. Goddamn him and goddamn me. I didn't know how to live with this. It was wrong. He was somebody's son, and it was wrong.
We can dissect this later,
he said, sitting up.
They're coming for you soon.
Who? I got up on my elbows.
Blackthorn. They're working on a treatment for this in Saudi.
He got up. When the mattress went flat, I felt the abandonment of his weight.
They want you to go.
What treatment? What is it? Behavioral? Occupational? Clinical? What are we dealing with here?
I don't know. I don't know a damned thing. I didn't know which questions to ask, and I still don't. I don't trust him or the company he works for, but there's no one else and nothing else unless we're going to recreate you killing someone and making a different decision, or gaining control of it, or whatever it's going to take. I'm not willing to do that.
He looked lost. I didn't often see him in the space between knowing who he was and making a decision, where the variables weren't organized and the choices led to unknown ends. It was from this crack that Damon had gathered his traits. What if I don't want to go?
Then you don't go.
I got off the bed. Then I'm not going. There, done. I stepped into my clothes. We stay together and figure it out together.
There's a problem.
We'll figure it out. I buttoned my pants as if I was punctuating a sentence.
I'm AWOL. We're not going to be together much longer.
My loose, cracked off part rattled. It spoke to me by freezing and hardening my decision into a solid mass, breaking it off until it wasn't a decision anymore. It was an old thing that didn't work. I was left with a cold calculation from a dangerous piece of myself. Let him go. And a hot need directed outward, at him. He cannot go. How long? I asked, hoping to settle the tug-of-war inside me.
Too long. Way too long.
Jesus Christ on a ladder, Caden, what were you thinking? Have you talked to anyone? Have they issued a warrant? Are the MPs coming? He didn't have to answer. All he had to do was look away, and I knew. Let him go. He cannot go. I cracked again. His forgiveness and unconditional love were the only things gluing me together. I cracked harder than he had after Damon slipped away.
Gray.
He was near me, on me, holding me up as my legs lost the ability to keep me standing.
Gray. It's going to be all right.
Let him go. He cannot go. The decision wasn't rhetorical. Coldly, I didn't care if we separated, but if we separated, I was sure I'd die. If I chose, I'd be rent in two again. It took all my concentration to exist between the two choices, leaning in both directions and neither. Let him go. He cannot go. Once I chose, I'd split, and one side would show herself while the other got locked in a bag. I knew this like I knew I had 2 feet and 10 fingers because I was sane, and that sane part of myself could see it all happening but was helpless to do anything about it. Let him go. He cannot go.
Baby, listen.
He was on his knees with me, crouched between the erect and the supine, keeping me from complete surrender.
I'll go with you. Both of us to Saudi. They won't separate us. Come back. Come back to me.
He turned my face to his. He was so strong. He'd decide. All I had to do was follow, and I'd hold together. I can't take this anymore. I can't live like this. Far, far away, there was a knock on the door.
You can and you will. Do you hear me?
The way he ignored the knocking and focused on me and me alone gave me the strength to hold the pieces of myself together. I hear you. He helped me up after another, more urgent knock.
Are you ready?
Stay with me.
I'm with you, baby. I'm always with you.
He reached out to answer the door. I grabbed his arm. What if it's the MPs? He paused, arm around me, close enough to feel his heartbeat.
I love you.
And while still holding me, he opened the door, and sunlight flooded in.
Chapter 90. The Suburban's windows were tinted so black they were nearly opaque, dimming the Middle Eastern morning into a dull twilight. Thank God, because a Humvee with MP spray painted on the side passed in the opposite direction, engine roaring. Ronan wasn't in the car. He was meeting us at the landing pad. The driver was a bald white guy built like a bookcase. In the passenger seat sat a Latina with her hair twisted into a biscuit at the base of her neck. They wore charcoal-colored Kevlar and had spiral wires looped from their back collars to buds tucked into their ears. "You all right back there?" the white guy asked, making eye contact in the rear view. "Yeah." I had my arm around Grayson. She was looking straight ahead. The look wasn't like Respite's middle-distance stare, which was a passive gaze inward. This was a look of deep, scalpel-sharp concentration. "Should be 8 minutes to the chopper," the Latina said. "Hopefully you'll be in the air before they catch up." And if not? If we got held up at a checkpoint? Blackthorn might intervene for Grayson, but I'd be hauled off for a well-earned court-martial. Our separation would break my wife's heart, and like a virus of despair, mine would follow. "It's okay. It's all okay. I have this. I have your back." We hit a pothole and her head bounced a little. It could have been a nod, or I could have been losing her, second by second. In front of a 6-story Blackthorn building not far from my wife's old office, I held my hand out, wondering if I'd have to carry her, but she took it and slid down to the pavement. "Can you walk?"
Hold my hand.
She didn't have to ask. I had no intention of letting her go. A phalanx of Kevlar vests and curly earpieces surrounded us. 6 of them, armed to the teeth, led us into the building, through the marble and brass lobby built to show the opulence of an oil-rich country. We were hustled into a plexiglass elevator. Even though they surrounded us so we couldn't be seen from the street, Grayson squeezed my hand hard enough to hurt. Heights. Her least favorite thing. Maybe because of her fall from a diving platform, but maybe because of the boy at the red spot. Falling and dying had been a buried reality for her for a long time, manifesting as the most rational of irrational terrors. The walls of the top floor rattled, and when one of the guards slapped open the door to the roof, I heard the reason for the shakiness and the thup, thup, thup of a chopper. Grayson and I climbed together side by side, my arm tightly around her to let her know I was there. I wasn't leaving. I would hold her up until the world forced us apart, until there were no more options, until they took me away kicking and screaming, until death did us part. Ronan stood by the open door of the helicopter with his head turned away from us. His profile was somehow so deliberate I had to question it for a moment. Then, when he waved without turning, I knew. He was trying to not look at Grayson. He knew she made him change. The noise of whooping air beat my ears, but as we crossed the roof, the sound of sirens cut through. The ledge around the roof was low enough to let me recognize the Humvees by their speed and the MPs spray-painted on the roofs. They raced away from Grayson's part of the green zone right toward us. We were going to make it, yet I was frozen in place. I knew how long it took a chopper to get off the ground. I recognized the building I was on. I knew its placement in the zone. We were going to make it before the cars got to us. She and I would go to a blackthorn site where a cure might wait. We'd be together. It was all going to work out. Ronan stood by the open door, hands in his pockets, gaze averted, wind whipping his hair into a nest. I'd be a fugitive, and my wife would be in an institution in Saudi Arabia. But we'd be together, right? She started for the chopper, slipping from under my arm. I grabbed her hand and she snapped out of the controlled mental effort she'd been making. She looked at me without asking the questions I saw all over her face. We'd pushed this as far as it was going to go. We'd arrived at a destination, the end of the line. We were at the boundary of our ability to control our fate. And yet, looking over the edge of the roof to the street below, I had a chance to push harder. I didn't want to, but I had to. Grayson would have, and she deserved someone at least as resolute as she was. "Come on," Ronan called, looking directly at us for the first time. My wife never accepted a boundary. She'd have pushed a mountain across the desert for me. She wouldn't give up when she saw a wall. She'd break it down, dig under it, climb over it, and conquer whatever was on the other side. "I love you," the roar of the Humvees getting closer. "I'd marry you again."
Okay.
The question at the end of a statement. Respite. The part of her personality that looked to the past for answers wanted to know why I had to tell her I'd marry her again. "You're everything, Grayson. My life with you is all I have, but the only way to protect you is to let you go."
Wait.
She shook her head quickly, as if getting the bees out of her ears.
No.
"They'll chase me, and if they find me, they'll find you. It'll be 10 times worse." "Let's go!" someone shouted. I took a big step backward until my heel was on the 2-foot-high ledge of the roof. She put her arms around me, clamping me in the cage of her body.
No.
She looked up at me, pleading. I wasn't sure I could go through with this, yet I had to do it. I had to detach myself, cut her open, and watch her heart beat before it broke. "I'm sorry." I reached behind and pulled her hands away. She did exactly what I'd expected, clinging harder, pushing into me, trying to wrap her legs around me.
Don't you do it. Don't you leave me.
Our bodies twisted together in a push and pull, a locking of limbs and muscle. I took her by the wrists, fingers pressed to the scars inside them. Over her shoulder, Ronan was jogging toward us. Shit. Time to push. I let her arms go. "I have to," I said coldly, calling on the surgeon and the sadist to do the speaking for me. You have to go alone.
You promised.
I had to get you here. I shrugged. Her face darkened from desperation to rage. Betrayed, abandoned, lied to. With eyes afire and hair whipping around her, she was beautiful and terrifying. Pure power and splendor. "Gray," Ronan said, 3 steps from us. She grabbed my arms and I tried to pull her off, but she didn't budge. The Humvees stopped at the street below, 6 stories down and 1 step backward. "Goodbye, baby." I yanked my arms away and she pushed me, trying to stay connected but also showing me her anger. She pushed too hard. I lost my balance, knees cut to bending by the ledge, and let her go so I wouldn't pull her over the edge with me. What I let go of, she grabbed for, catching my shirt, clamping onto it hard as if she had the strength to pull me back. Which she didn't. My weight pulled her over. We were in the air, the beating of the chopper blades snuffed out by the wind in my ears, grounded by neither earth nor the safety of a cable. Free-floating, subject to the single-minded will of gravity. We spilled down. A second lasted forever in frightening lucidity. The blue of the sky, the smell of sand and gas in the air. She was next to me, and a little above, hair flying back, one shoe lost to wind shear, fingers shaped into hooks as she reached for me. What gravity pulled down, the wind pushed up. My hand reached for hers, and we touched, sliding our palms together in the split moment before impact.
Chapter 91. Grayson. Lucidity isn't always sanity. Illusions can seem clear and reasonable. That may be the very definition of insanity. Not that a mind is muddled or confused, but that it's too clear and concise when facing its own misrepresentations without the ability to turn to reality. Not without help. Which is to say, everything got clear on the way down. My life was a deck of cards being bent from the bottom and shuffled. I could see the face cards flipping by, each one an event in my life. A person who touched me. Events, meaningless and otherwise. A thing I saw once. Leah, who shows me how to make the Egyptian points on the corners of my eyes. Jake, who yells when I break his Walkman. July 4th barbecue. The smell of chlorine and ketchup. Colin drinks a beer. He has his dad's chin. My 6th birthday. I'm at the head of the table. I pretend I am queen. The thup-thup of hundreds of helicopter rotors. In the back seat, the way the sun bursts over the line of the mountains while my brothers argue. A clown on stilts hands out bananas. My mother at the kitchen table doing a crossword. And Caden. Half seen in slow motion as we parted on the way down, I wouldn't let him fall alone. Not this time. Caden, whose love woke me so slowly I didn't realize I'd been sleeping, whose body was the source of my deepest aching need, whose arms shook as he carried me to the cache in Balad, the sun peeking from behind him, bursting as if he was my horizon line, whose body was life, who opened the mail with a rip and a blow, who never let me fall until I pushed him, whose eyes held the promise and protection of the sky above. Caden, who was suspended in the air next to me, his posture a scribble of unlikely angles, released from the constraint of gravity even as he was imprisoned by it. He was reaching for me, and I didn't have to abandon him. I couldn't save us, but I'd tried. I'd grabbed his shirt and tried to pull him back. Physics and inertia sent me over with him, but I wasn't an observer to my foolishness. I tried. Time stretched. All was still. The pressure of the air under me was leverage enough to reach for him. Touch him. Hand to hand. Skin on skin. I had him. I was so sorry. Wrecked with a regret I'd never have time to process, but I'd tried. Everything was clear and real, clicking into place, forgiveness matched with responsibility, sorrow with hope, contentment with worry, death with love, acceptance with elation. Caden with Grayson. The complete puzzle came together and clarity matched with reality. Which is to say, I knew I was going to die sane.
Chapter 92. San Diego, October 2005. I hadn't thought I'd ever get married. I didn't love bachelorhood or despise the institution of marriage. It wasn't a position I'd staked out and defended. It was simpler than that. I'd long ago accepted the fact that I was emotionally unqualified for the job of husband. Then she'd come, and it didn't matter. Nothing else mattered. Not my rented tux or the wedding gown she'd plucked off the rack like a pair of jeans. Not Doug, the photographer who worked for the local paper. Not the brown sludge seeping into the hem of her dress or the grit between my toes. What mattered was the sun setting behind her, the way her laughter rose above the bang and gurgle of the crashing waves, the wind pulling her veil behind her toward the infinite ocean. She was connected to the sun, the sea, the wind, and the sand, and I was connected to her. I'd never thought I'd get married, but how could I have known a woman like her existed? "Stop kissing for 1 minute, guys," the photographer cried. "I can't see your faces." I opened my eyes. She had sand in her lashes. "We should let the man do his job."
If we wanted posed pictures, we would have hired that other lady.
I turned to Doug and smiled, keeping her close. Behind him, her parents watched. Dad held Mom's shoes. Jake and Colin were to the right, still arguing about politics as a cover for deep personality differences. Cousins, uncles, aunts, none mine before this day, played in the sand or wrinkled their noses at their sullied finery. I heard the hiss of the foaming wave before I felt the cold rush on my feet, and as Grayson squealed, I sank an inch into wet sand and laughed. Doug clicked, and we ignored him. "I just lost the deposit on this tux." She picked up the skirt of her dress.
It's ruined. I guess I can't wear it again.
I swept her in my arms and spun her. "I'll shred it later just to make sure."
Oh no!
She cried when I put her down.
Look!
5 feet away, a sandcastle was getting waterlogged. "Let's move out," Dad called. "The caterer's going to start in half an hour."
We have 30 minutes to save it.
Veil dragging, she ran to the castle.
Mom!
She tossed her mother her shoes. 20 minutes. 10 minutes to drive back. She got on her knees and patted the base of the castle.
Help me.
"You can't be serious." Looking up at me with a streak of sand on her left cheek and the last bits of the sun catching the hairs flying out of her updo, she caught me in the web of her higher expectations. I got on my knees across from her, the castle between us.
Just this one thing.
She pointed at a tower that had survived the wave. It had been made by a careful child, with evenly cut turrets and a window with sticks for bars. "Hurry." I got my hands under it and she did the same. A wave smashed and foamed, ripping toward us as we carefully lifted the tower without a second to spare. "Slowly. Careful."
Okay, we got it.
Doug took his pictures. Jake and Colin stopped arguing. The kids watched with wide eyes. Everyone held their breath, rooting for us to move the tower to safety. We stepped over the newly wet sand, balancing the piece of the castle. With every step, the tower cracked and split, and as we stepped out of the tidal zone, it collapsed in our hands. A collective, "Aw," went up. "We tried," I said, slapping the sand off my hands. She looped her arm through mine.
We did.
When I kissed her, she tasted like sea foam. So I kissed her again and again on the way back to the house. We tried. We did. Epilogue. Caden. Death changes you even when you don't die. I'd recognized the Blackthorn building as soon as we got to the roof, and I saw the yellow and blue striped airbag below. I had a second to decide if the opportunity to have Grayson push me off a building would occur. I didn't have time to ask if the bag was inflated or if it was safe. I didn't have time to train in the proper way to fall. If I'd had a second more to think about it, I wouldn't have put her at risk. Maybe I just did impulsive things when she was about to get on a helicopter with Ronan. Maybe I'd never know, and maybe it would never matter. The bag had been inflated and we fell side by side. Not quite safely, but not quite dead either. "Baby," I wrestled the inflated bag to turn her.
Caden!
Anything could be wrong. I hadn't seen the angle of her fall, and it took very little to paralyze a person from that height. "Can you feel your hands and feet?"
Yes.
The sound of her voice was a song, and her expression was sharp and aware.
Are you?
"I'm fine." I rolled on top of her, pushed by the movement of the air in the bag, 4 hands clasped between our chests. "We're fine."
We're fine.
I was promptly arrested. I was court-martialed, demoted, and had my bonus taken. It wasn't fun. I stated my case, expressed regret, took responsibility, but also made it clear that I would always do what I had to do to save my wife. Grayson was a character witness, as were her father and Jake, whose survival after capture was a miracle. Ronan testified with eyes averted from my wife's face. What kept me going through the shame of it all was Grayson. She was whole. We'd recreated her pivotal moment, and she'd taken control of it the way I'd taken control of my own. That was the only cure so far. By the time I was a free man, Blackthorn had quietly ended the BICAM study. They'd shuttered the medical study division, wiping it from their website as if it had never existed. Ronan went into the Saudi facility. I hoped they found a simpler cure, but knew they'd never tell me. In the end, I was treated fairly. I negotiated staying in the Army even after I could have been discharged. Grayson didn't admit to wanting to keep her connection to the military, but I knew she did. Once she told me she was pregnant, I knew I had to stay. I surfed. A few months to 42 years old, Army captain, New York City born and raised, I'd taken up surfing at 5 a.m. before I had to report at the Presidio. Monterey was on the wrong side of dawn. The sky over the water didn't change from dark to light as much as it went from Navy to cadet, and when the ocean swelled, it looked like a black plastic bag being shaken out. The surfer rides between the shore and a force that threatens to throw him against it. The push is stronger than any one man, and riding it means using it. Respecting it, knowing it can pick you up and slam you against the earth if you're not careful. Which it did. A lot. I spun in the brine, tucking my body into itself as I was rolled against the sand and spit up onto the beach with grip between the edges of my suit and my skin. Shaking out my hair, I located my board and tucked it under my arm. My watch said I had time for another shot at it, and...
Caden!
Sun rising behind her, Grayson was pulled forward by our son. He was named Hank, but we called him Yank because he pulled us in all directions as hard as his 18-month-old body could. I stuck the board in the sand and held my arms out for the baby. The fat brown curls he got from my side of the family had been bleached blonde by the sun, and the dark eyes he got from my wife were big with delight when I picked him up. "You're up," I said facetiously. Of course she was up. Hank didn't actually sleep. It was unusual for her to drive to the beach before 7 a.m. I kissed her, but her lips were tight. I turned to Hank. "What's Mommy mad about?" He reached over my shoulder to the bright yellow board. I put him down.
I'm not mad.
"Boo!" Hank peered around the board and popped back behind it. Distracted, I chased him around the yellow barrier. "I'm going to get you!" Crouching, chasing him in circles as he squealed, I was low enough to see what Grayson had in her hand. A white, letter-sized envelope. Snatching up Hank, I laid him over my shoulder and blew noisy air onto his belly. Then I turned him upside down while he laughed and brushed the sand with his fingertips. "What do you have there, baby?" She held up the envelope. The front had the U.S. Army seal.
Are you deploying?
Since I was normal active duty, I would have known weeks ago if I was being sent overseas. Grayson knew that, but once burned, she assumed everything was fire. Gently, I lowered Hank onto the beach. "No, it's not that."
What is it then? Why didn't you open it?
"Because," I snapped away the envelope. "I know what it is, so there's no point." I jammed my finger under the flap's corner and yanked, making a mess of the tear. "And you've been with patients, or I've been on shift. We're busy." I blew into the split to open it. I was waiting for the right time. Hank was pulling at my legs to get up. I held the envelope out to him. "Pull that out." I had to get it removed halfway before he could get the paper loose. I handed it to Grayson, still folded. She took it suspiciously, as if I'd lie about being deployed. No. She trusted me. She still thought the Army could lie, and I didn't blame her. "Open it," I chided, picking up Hank again. She swung her head to let the wind keep the hair out of her face and unfolded the page, glancing at me as if to ask if I had anything else to say before I was proven wrong. "Mommy is a suspicious lady." Hank made a farting noise with his lips. Grayson read the letter, every word of it, a satisfied smile growing across her face.
Major St. John. Congratulations.
"I'm off square one." Her hands dropped, wrinkling the letter.
God, when can I stop worrying about this?
I reached for her and pulled her close. Hank transferred his weight from me to her. "This is our life, baby. Is it that bad?"
No, it's perfect.
I kissed Hank's cheek, then her lips. They yielded this time, and I tasted her mouth until Hank jammed his fingers between us, laughing. "Hanky, are you ready for your little sister?" "Yes!" He pointed at his mother's belly, which was just starting to show. "All right." I gave him to Grayson and picked up my board. "So am I,"
So am I.
Grayson said when I took her hand. Hank wiggled to the ground and pulled us away from the ocean to the car, our home, our life together with its ups, its downs, its surprises, and routines. I helped Grayson onto the curb, even though she didn't need it, and kissed her until our son pulled her away. I watched her stuttering walk to her car as she tried to keep up with a child who wanted to see everything every minute and wanted to take us along for the ride. She glanced back at me, smiling, and waved me forward.
Keep up, Major.
I hitched my board under my arm and chased my family home. Was our life perfect? Yes. Yes, it was.
How many possible futures did I have? When we walked away from that airbag, I knew I was starting a possible future so unlikely that I needed to appreciate every minute of it. When I found that envelope, I thought I was coming to another pivot point, a fork in the road where choices had to be made because I promised myself that if he deployed, we were going with him. Logistics and common sense be damned. You really dodged a bullet there, I said from the passenger seat. The front of the yellow surfboard stuck out from the roof like a giant duck's bill in the windshield.
How's that?
With the windows open, the cool morning air whipped his hair every which way. I'd married a man who was rigid and yoked by darkness, but my husband had a burden-free spirit. I was going to take Hank wherever they sent you. He laughed and put his hand in my lap, twining it with mine.
Don't ever change, Gray. Never.
Don't ever leave me. Ever. Hank made little boy sounds in the back, holding a toy helicopter against the window so the sky would be a backdrop. I got an email from Ronan.
Which Ronan?
That's the news. There's only one. They used the visualization procedure.
Yours?
He stopped at a light and turned to me, brows raised, big smile. God, this man was beautiful when he was happy.
The one you developed?
Yep. He slammed the car into park and put his arms around me. His kiss was insistent and jubilant, made through a smile. He pulled away.
I'm proud of you.
I'm pretty proud of myself. His eyes left mine for a second, and he pushed the neckline of my shirt aside, exposing the mark he'd left on me the night before. It was sore to the touch. He was still good at hurting me just enough.
You better have a doctor look at that.
Good idea.
Gin! Gin!
Hank shouted from behind me, kicking my seat. A horn honked behind us.
Let's go,
Caden said, looking at Hank in the rear view as he crossed the intersection.
Let go!
His son repeated. Onward, I joined in.
Onward!
Onward,
Caden said, taking my hand as he turned onto our block. Forward we went. Always forward, with nothing but the earth beneath us, the blue sky above us, and the horizon line before us.